I never thought I'd find myself running for my life through the dense Appalachian forest. But then again, I never thought I'd stumble upon an illegal marijuana plantation either. It's funny how quickly a peaceful hike can turn into a nightmare. The day started like any other on my week-long solo trek. I woke up as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on my tent. The air was crisp and clean, filled with the scent of pine and damp earth. I stretched, feeling the satisfying pop of my joints after a night on the hard ground. After a quick breakfast of granola and dried fruit, I packed up my gear and hit the trail. The path wound through the forest, occasionally opening up to reveal breathtaking views of the mountains beyond. I took my time, stopping often to admire wildflowers or listen to the chorus of birdsong echoing through the trees. Around midday, I decided to venture off the main trail. I'd heard rumors of a beautiful hidden waterfall, and my adventurous spirit got the better of me. I pulled out my map and compass, plotting a course through the unmarked wilderness. The going was tough. The underbrush was thick, and I had to push through brambles and low-hanging branches. Sweat beaded on my forehead, and my shirt clung to my back. But the promise of discovery kept me moving forward. After about an hour of bushwhacking, I noticed something odd. The forest ahead looked different. The trees were more widely spaced, and the underbrush had been cleared away. Curious, I pressed on. That's when I saw it. My heart nearly stopped. Rows upon rows of marijuana plants stretched out before me, their distinctive leaves unmistakable. The plants were tall, well-tended, and numerous. This was no small operation. I froze, suddenly aware of how exposed I was. I should have turned back immediately. I should have quietly retraced my steps and pretended I'd never seen anything. But shock and morbid curiosity kept me rooted to the spot for a few crucial moments. My eyes darted around the clearing, taking in details I wish I'd never noticed. There were irrigation lines running between the rows, a few small sheds at the far end of the field, and worst of all, a pair of men walking between the plants, checking their crop. One of them looked up. Our eyes met across the field, and time seemed to stand still. I saw the surprise on his face quickly morph into anger. He shouted something to his companion and started running towards me. That's when my survival instinct finally kicked in. I turned and ran. Branches whipped at my face as I crashed through the underbrush, my heart pounding in my ears. I could hear shouts behind me, growing closer by the second. These men knew the terrain far better than I did. I ran blindly, no longer caring about direction or stealth. My only thought was to put as much distance between myself and that clearing as possible. My lungs burned and my legs ached, but terror kept me moving. A gunshot rang out, the sound echoing through the trees. I ducked instinctively, nearly losing my footing on the uneven ground. They were shooting at me. This was real, this was happening. I spotted a fallen tree ahead and dove behind it, trying to catch my breath and think. I couldn't outrun them forever. I needed a plan. Footsteps crunched on leaves nearby. I held my breath, pressing myself into the damp earth. A voice called out, far too close for comfort. "We know you're out there. Come out now, and we won't hurt you." I almost laughed at the obvious lie. They had just shot at me. There was no way I was giving myself up. Another voice, quieter but still audible. "If he makes it to the main trail." "He won't," the first voice growled. I closed my eyes, trying to picture the map in my head. If I could make it to the main trail, there might be other hikers, safety in numbers, but which direction was it? The voices were moving away slightly. It was now or never. I took a deep breath, chose a direction, and ran. I moved as quickly and quietly as I could, which wasn't very quiet at all. Every snapping twig sounded like a gunshot to my ears. I expected to feel a bullet in my back at any moment. The sound of rushing water reached my ears. The creek. If I could reach it, I could use it to throw off any attempt to track me. I veered towards the sound, hope giving me a second wind. I broke through the tree line and saw the creek below, swollen from recent rains. Without hesitation, I half ran, half slid down the steep bank and plunged into the icy water. The shock of cold stole my breath away. The current was stronger than I expected, tugging at my legs as I waded across. By the time I reached the other side, I was soaked and shivering, but feeling a bit more optimistic about my chances. I clambered up the opposite bank, my wet clothes heavy and clinging. As I pulled myself over the edge, a hand grasped my arm. I shouted in terror, trying to pull away, but the grip was like iron. I looked up into the face of a man I hadn't seen before. He must have circled around while his friends chased me. "Gotcha," he snarled, yanking me to my feet. I didn't think, I just reacted. My free hand shot out, catching him square in the nose. There was a satisfying crunch, and he let go, howling in pain and surprise. I shoved him hard, and he stumbled backward. His foot caught on a root, and he went down, his head cracking against a rock with a sickening thud. He lay still. For a moment, I just stood there, panting and staring at his motionless form. Was he dead? Had I killed him? The thought made me sick. Shouts in the distance snapped me back to reality. I couldn't stay here. I took off running again, my wet boots squelching with every step. The trees began to thin out, and suddenly, miraculously, I burst out onto a wide, well-maintained trail. The main hiking path. I could have cried with relief. I turned left, moving as fast as my exhausted legs would carry me. I had to find other people, or the ranger station, or anything resembling civilization. After what felt like hours but was probably only 20 minutes, I heard voices ahead, normal voices, laughing. I rounded a bend and saw a group of day hikers coming towards me. They took one look at my bedraggled appearance and soaking wet, covered in mud and scratches, wild-eyed with panic, and stopped in their tracks. "Are you okay?" a woman asked, concern evident in her voice. The adrenaline that had been keeping me going suddenly evaporated. My legs gave out, and I sank to the ground, shaking. Call the Rangers." I managed to gasp out. "There are men back there. Guns." The group sprung into action. One man pulled out a satellite phone and started dialing, while others gathered around me, offering water and a warm jacket. As I sat there, waiting for help to arrive, the full weight of what had happened began to sink in. I had stumbled upon something I was never meant to see. I had run for my life, been shot at, and quite possibly seriously injured or killed a man. I closed my eyes, the events replaying in my mind. The serene beauty of the forest that morning felt like a distant dream. How quickly things had changed. How close I had come to never making it out of those woods. When the Rangers finally arrived, I told them everything. They looked grim as they took notes and called for backup. As they loaded me into their truck to take me to safety, one of them patted my shoulder. "You're lucky to be alive, son," he said solemnly. "We've been trying to locate this operation for months. You've helped us more than you know." I nodded numbly, not feeling particularly lucky or helpful at that moment. As we drove away, I looked back at the forest. From here, it looked peaceful, inviting even. But I knew better now. I knew the dangers that could lurk behind that green curtain. I had set out that morning looking for adventure, for a connection with nature. Instead, I had found the darkest side of humanity, hidden away in one of the most beautiful places I'd ever seen. As the trees receded in the distance, I made a silent promise to myself. I would return to the wilderness one day. I wouldn't let this experience rob me of my love for nature and exploration, but I would be wiser, more cautious, and I would stick to the marked trails. The moment I realized my ID was missing, a chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the cool mountain air. Little did I know, that was just the beginning of the longest night of my life. I'd been looking forward to this solo camping trip for months. The daily grind of city life, and with its constant noise and endless stream of people, had been wearing me down. I needed an escape, a chance to reconnect with nature, and more importantly, with myself. The first 2 days were everything I'd hoped for. I found a perfect spot by a babbling brook, far enough from the main trails that I hadn't seen another soul since I'd arrived. The air was crisp and clean, filled with the scent of pine and wildflowers. At night, the sky was a blanket of stars, unobscured by city lights. I felt at peace for the first time in ages. On the third morning, I woke to the sound of birdsong. I stretched, feeling the satisfying pop of my joints after a night on the hard ground. The thin nylon of my tent was bathed in soft morning light, and I smiled, looking forward to another day of hiking and solitude. That's when I noticed something was off. The zipper of my tent was partially open. I frowned, certain I had closed it fully the night before. A quick glance around my small tent showed nothing obviously amiss, but an uneasy feeling settled in my stomach. I crawled out of my sleeping bag and reached for my backpack, intending to grab my toiletries for a quick morning wash in the stream. As I rummaged through the bag, the unease grew. Things weren't where I'd left them. My clothes were jumbled, my food stores disorganized. With growing dread, I searched for the small waterproof pouch where I kept my most important items. It wasn't in its usual spot. I dumped out the contents of my backpack, my movements becoming more frantic. The pouch was nowhere to be found. My hands shook as I ran them through my tangled hair. The pouch contained my ID, my credit cards, and my phone, my only link to the outside world. It was gone. I crawled out of the tent, my eyes scanning the campsite. Maybe I had taken the pouch out last night and forgotten. But deep down, I knew that wasn't the case. I was always careful with my valuables, especially out here in the wilderness. The campsite looked undisturbed at first glance. My small cooking set was still hanging from a tree branch, my water bottles lined up neatly by the fire pit. But then I saw it, a set of footprints in the soft earth near my tent, too large to be my own. Someone had been here. Someone had gone through my things while I slept. The realization hit me like a physical blow. I wasn't as alone out here as I had thought. The peace and safety I had felt shattered, replaced by a growing panic. I spent the next few hours searching desperately for the missing pouch, hoping against hope that it had simply been misplaced. But as the sun climbed higher in the sky, I had to accept the truth. It was gone, along with my only means of communication and identification. I sat by the cold fire pit, trying to think rationally through the fear. I had enough food and water to last a few more days. I knew roughly which direction would take me back to civilization, even without my map. I could hike out and find help. But the thought of spending another night here, knowing someone had invaded my campsite once, made my skin crawl. I decided to pack up and start hiking out immediately. I could cover a good distance before nightfall. As I was stuffing my sleeping bag into its compression sack, a twig snapped in the woods behind me. I whirled around, my heart pounding. The forest looked the same as it always had, sunlight dappling the leaves, a gentle breeze rustling the branches, but now it felt oppressive, full of hidden threats. "Hello?" I called out, hating how small and scared my voice sounded. There was no response and just the normal sounds of the forest. I turned back to my packing, my movements now hurried and clumsy. Every rustle of leaves made me flinch. Twice more I could have sworn I heard footsteps, but when I looked, there was nothing there. By the time I had everything packed, my nerves were frayed. I shouldered my backpack, took one last look at the campsite that had been my peaceful haven just hours ago, and set off down the trail. The hike was grueling. Every shadow seemed to move, every sound a potential threat. The weight of my pack and the stress of the situation quickly tired me out, but I pushed on, desperate to put as much distance between myself and the campsite as possible. As the afternoon wore on, doubt began to creep in. Was I going the right way? Without my map or phone, I was relying solely on my memory and sense of direction. The trees all started to look the same, the path less and less distinct. The sun was setting by the time I had to admit I was lost. The trail I had been following petered out into nothing, leaving me standing in a small clearing as the shadows lengthened around me. I was exhausted, scared, and completely turned around. I had no choice but to make camp for the night. With shaking hands, I set up my tent, no longer caring about finding the perfect spot. I didn't bother with a fire, not wanting to draw attention to myself. As full dark settled in, I crawled into my tent and zipped it up tight. Sleep was impossible. Every sound from the forest seemed amplified. The hoot of an owl made me gasp. The scurrying of some small animal nearby had me sitting bolt upright. I clutched my small camping knife, the only protection I had, and tried to steady my breathing. It must have been close to midnight when I heard it. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, circling my tent. I froze, not daring to breathe. The footsteps paused, then started again. Closer this time. A shadow fell across the tent wall. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure it must be audible. I wanted to scream, to run, to do something, but terror kept me paralyzed. A hand brushed against the tent, tracing a line down the nylon. I bit my lip to keep from whimpering. "I know you're in there," a voice said, low and gravelly. "Why don't you come on out? We need to have a little chat." I remained silent, my mind racing. Who was this person? What did they want? The zipper of my tent began to move, slowly inching upward. I gripped my knife tighter, knowing it would be little defense against whoever was out there, but it was all I had. Just as the zipper reached the halfway point, a new sound cut through the night. Voices, distant but drawing closer. Flashlight beams bounced through the trees. The hand withdrew from my tent as if burned. I heard a muttered curse, then the sound of someone crashing away through the underbrush. "Hello?" A new voice called out. "Forest Service. Is anyone there?" Relief flooded through me, so intense it left me lightheaded. I scrambled out of the tent. "Here!" I shouted, my voice cracking. "I'm here!" Two rangers emerged into the clearing, their flashlights blinding after the darkness. They looked from me to my hastily erected tent with concern. "Are you all right, miss?" one asked, taking in my disheveled appearance and wild eyes. The whole story came pouring out of me then. The missing pouch, the footsteps, the terrifying encounter just moments ago. The rangers listened gravely, exchanging glances. "You're not the first," the older ranger said when I'd finished. "We've had reports of someone stalking campers in this area. That's why we're out here tonight. You're lucky we came along when we did." Lucky? The word seemed inadequate to describe how I felt. The rangers escorted me back to their station, where I gave a formal statement. They arranged for a ride back to the city for me the next day, after I'd had a chance to rest in the safety of the station. As I lay on the small cot they provided, finally feeling safe enough to sleep, I couldn't help but reflect on how quickly things had changed. In the span of a day, the forest had transformed from a peaceful sanctuary to a place of terror. I knew it would be a long time before I felt comfortable camping again, if ever. The memory of those footsteps, that voice in the darkness, would stay with me, but I was alive. I had survived. And as the first light of dawn began to filter through the station windows, I made a promise to myself. I wouldn't let this experience defeat me. One day, I would return to the wilderness, but next time I wouldn't be alone. The moment I saw the men with rifles through my camera lens, I knew I was in trouble. What I didn't know was how quickly my peaceful wildlife expedition would turn into a desperate fight for survival. I've always been passionate about wildlife photography. There's something magical about capturing the raw beauty of nature, freezing moments that most people never get to see. That's what brought me to this remote corner of the Alaskan wilderness, miles from the nearest town and even further from anything resembling civilization. I'd been out here for nearly 2 weeks, my tent a temporary home amidst the towering pines and rugged landscape. The solitude was blissful, broken only by the calls of birds and the occasional rustle of animals moving through the underbrush. Each day, I'd wake with the sun, eager to see what new wonders I might capture through my lens. On this particular morning, I set out just as the first rays of sunlight were painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. I had a specific location in mind, a small clearing where I'd set up some trail cameras a few days prior. I was hoping to get some shots of the local wolf pack that I knew passed through the area. The hike was invigorating, the crisp morning air filling my lungs as I carefully picked my way along the faint trail. The weight of my camera gear was familiar and comforting on my back. As I neared the clearing, I slowed my pace, moving as quietly as possible to avoid startling any wildlife. I reached the edge of the clearing and crouched down, surveying the area before entering. That's when I saw them. 3 men, dressed in camouflage, carrying high-powered rifles. They were gathered around something on the ground, something large. My breath caught in my throat as I realized what I was seeing. A wolf, its magnificent silver coat now stained red. These weren't hunters. This was poaching, plain and simple. Without thinking, I raised my camera and started shooting. The telephoto lens brought the scene into sharp focus. The men's faces, the guns, the dead wolf, evidence. My heart was pounding, but my hands remained steady, years of practice taking over. I was so focused on capturing the scene that I didn't notice one of the men look up, didn't see him nudge his companions and point in my direction. It wasn't until I heard the shout that I realized my mistake. "Hey, you there?" I dropped to the ground, but it was too late. They'd seen me. Panic surged through me as I heard them start to move in my direction. I scrambled backward, staying low, then turned and ran. The forest that had seemed so peaceful just moments ago now felt oppressive, full of obstacles trying to trip me up. Branches whipped at my face as I crashed through the underbrush, the sound of pursuit behind me spurring me on. I ran without direction, my only thought to put as much distance between myself and the poachers as possible. My lungs burned and my legs ached, but fear kept me moving. I could hear them shouting to each other, their voices too close for comfort. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I burst out of the trees onto a rocky slope. I paused for a moment, gasping for breath, trying to get my bearings. That's when I heard the gunshot. The crack of the rifle echoed through the valley, followed by the whine of a bullet passing far too close. They were shooting at me. This wasn't about scaring me off anymore. They meant to silence me permanently. I dove behind a large boulder, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. What had I gotten myself into? I was no action hero, just a wildlife photographer who'd stumbled into something far bigger and more dangerous than I'd ever imagined. Another shot rang out, chips of rock exploding from the boulder next to my head. I needed to move, to find better cover. My eyes darted around, looking for an escape route. The slope continued upward, becoming steeper and rockier. It would be difficult terrain, but it might slow my pursuers down. Taking a deep breath, I sprinted from behind the boulder, zigzagging as I climbed. More shots followed, but the uneven ground seemed to throw off their aim. I didn't look back, focusing all my energy on the climb. I reached a small ledge and allowed myself a moment's rest, pressing myself against the rock face. The shouts of the men were more distant now, but still too close for comfort. I knew I couldn't keep this pace up for long. I needed a plan. That's when I remembered my satellite phone, safely tucked away in my backpack. If I could just find a moment to make a call, to alert the authorities. But first, I needed to find a safe spot. I continued my climb, moving as quickly and quietly as I could. The terrain became increasingly difficult, requiring all my concentration to navigate safely. The voices of my pursuers faded, replaced by the sound of my own labored breathing and pounding heart. Finally, I reached a small cave-like opening in the rock face. It wasn't deep, but it offered some shelter and a place to catch my breath. I squeezed inside, wincing as my camera bag scraped against the rock. I'd forgotten I was still carrying it, the instinct to protect my gear ingrained after years of field work. With shaking hands, I unzipped my backpack and pulled out the satellite phone. As I went to turn it on, my heart sank. The screen remained dark, dead battery. I'd been so caught up in my photography over the past few days that I'd forgotten to charge it. A wave of despair washed over me. I was alone, being hunted by armed men, with no way to call for help. For a moment, I considered giving up. Maybe if I surrendered, explained that I'd delete the photos. No, I couldn't take that risk. These men had already shown they were willing to kill. I had to keep going, had to find a way out of this. I allowed myself a few more minutes of rest, then reluctantly left the safety of my rocky shelter. The sun was high in the sky now, the heat making my clothes stick to my skin with sweat. I needed to find water soon, or dehydration would become as much of a threat as the poachers. I continued moving, sticking to areas with more cover. Every snapping twig made me flinch. Every shadow seemed to hide a threat. Hours passed this way, the strain of constant vigilance taking its toll. As the light began to fade, I knew I needed to find a place to spend the night. The thought of being out here in the dark, knowing those men were still looking for me, made my skin crawl. But I had no choice. I found a dense thicket of bushes and crawled inside, ignoring the scratches from the branches. It wasn't comfortable, but it offered some concealment. I curled up, trying to make myself as small as possible. Sleep was impossible. Every sound had me tensing, expecting to see the barrel of a gun poking through the leaves. I clutched my camera bag to my chest, the evidence it contained feeling more like a curse than an asset. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the leaves, I heard a new sound, a rhythmic thudding that grew louder by the second. I held my breath, not daring to move. The sound grew to a roar, and suddenly a large shape passed overhead. A helicopter. My heart leapt. Someone was looking for me. I burst out of my hiding place, waving my arms frantically. The helicopter circled back, hovering lower. I could see the words, Forest Service, emblazoned on its side. As it landed in a nearby clearing, I felt a wave of relief so strong it nearly brought me to my knees. Park rangers poured out, rushing to my side. Their questions washed over me in a blur. Was I hurt? Were the men still in the area? Did I need medical attention? I managed to stammer out my story, showing them the photos on my camera. Their faces grew grave as they realized the extent of what I'd uncovered. One of the rangers, an older man with kind eyes, placed a hand on my shoulder. "You've been incredibly brave," he said, "but you're safe now. We'll take care of everything from here." As they led me to the helicopter, I took one last look at the wilderness around me. It was as beautiful as ever, the morning sun painting the landscape in soft light. But now I knew the darkness that could lurk in even the most beautiful places. I was alive. I had survived. And I had the evidence to bring those poachers to justice. As the helicopter lifted off, carrying me back to safety, I made a silent promise to myself. I would return to the wild. I wouldn't let this experience rob me of my passion. But next time, I'd be better prepared, more cautious, and maybe, just maybe, a little bit braver. The moment the stranger emerged from the shadows, his eyes wild and his smile too wide, I knew our peaceful camping trip had taken a sinister turn. Little did we know, he wasn't alone, and our night was about to become a desperate struggle for survival. It was supposed to be a fun weekend getaway. Just me, my best friend Alex, and his girlfriend Mia, escaping the chaos of city life for a few days of fresh air and starry skies. We'd found this perfect spot, tucked away in a quiet corner of the national forest, far from the crowded campgrounds and noisy RV parks. The first day had been everything we'd hoped for. We'd hiked through sun-dappled forests, marveled at sparkling waterfalls, and laughed around the campfire as we roasted marshmallows and shared stories. As the embers of our fire died down and the night deepened, we'd crawled into our tents, tired but content. I was jolted awake by the sound of twigs snapping nearby. At first I thought it might be an animal, maybe a curious raccoon drawn by the lingering scent of our dinner. But then I heard something that made my blood run cold, whistling. A jaunty, off-key tune that had no place in the dead of night in the middle of the woods. I lay perfectly still, straining my ears. The whistling grew louder, punctuated by the crunch of leaves underfoot. Someone was walking through our campsite. "Hello there, campers," a voice called out, far too cheerful for the hour. "Anyone awake?" I heard Alex stirring in the tent next to mine. "What the hell?" he mumbled. Hesitantly, I unzipped my tent and poked my head out. The sight that greeted me was unsettling, to say the least. A man stood in the center of our campsite, illuminated by the pale moonlight. He was tall and lanky, dressed in ragged clothes that had seen better days. His beard was wild and unkempt, and his eyes, there was something not quite right about them. They were too wide, too bright, darting around with an unnerving intensity. "There you are," he exclaimed, grinning at me. "I was starting to think you all might be dead in there. Wouldn't that have been a shame?" Alex emerged from his tent, Mia close behind him. I could see the confusion and unease on their faces mirroring my own. "Can we help you with something?" Alex asked, his voice cautious. The stranger's grin widened. "Oh, I'm sure you can. I'm Daniel, by the way. I couldn't help but notice your lovely little setup here. Looks cozy." He took a step closer, and we instinctively backed away. "Thing is," he continued, "it's not safe out here. All sorts of dangers in these woods. I've got a much better spot, nice and secure. Why don't you all come with me?" Alarm bells were ringing in my head. Every instinct screamed that this was wrong, that we needed to get away from this man as quickly as possible. "Thanks for the offer," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "But we're fine here. We'll be heading out in the morning anyway." Daniel's smile faltered for a moment, a flash of something dark crossing his face. "I really think you should reconsider. It's not a request, you see. It's more of a strong suggestion." That's when we heard it, rustling in the bushes around our campsite. More footsteps, coming from all directions. My heart began to race as dark figures emerged from the trees, forming a loose circle around us. "Oh God," Mia whispered, grabbing Alex's arm. There were 5 of them, men and women, all with the same wild, desperate look as Daniel. They were dressed in a mishmash of outdoor gear and tattered clothes, and I spotted at least 2 knives among them. "Now then," Daniel said, his voice losing its forced cheerfulness, "let's try this again. You're coming with us, unless you'd prefer to take your chances out here." Alex stepped forward, putting himself between the strangers and Mia. "Look, we don't want any trouble. Just take what you want and leave us alone." One of the other men, a burly guy with a shaved head, laughed harshly. "What we want is you, city boy. Now move your asses before we have to get rough." My mind was racing. We were outnumbered and unarmed, save for a small camping knife in my tent. Even if we could get to our car, they had us surrounded. Running into the dark woods would be suicide. "Okay," I said, raising my hands in a placating gesture. "Okay, we'll come with you. Just give us a minute to grab our things." Daniel nodded, that unsettling grin back on his face. "Smart choice. But don't try anything stupid. We'll be watching." With shaking hands, we began to gather our belongings. As I ducked into my tent, I managed to slip the camping knife into my pocket without being noticed. It wasn't much, but it was something. They marched us through the forest, deeper into the wilderness. The moon had vanished behind the clouds, leaving us in near total darkness. I stumbled over roots and rocks, the group's rough hands shoving me forward whenever I slowed. After what felt like hours, we arrived at a clearing. Crude shelters made of tarps and branches were scattered around, and a large fire pit dominated the center. It looked like they'd been living out here for a while. "Welcome home," Daniel said, spreading his arms wide. "Well, you're home for now anyway. They herded us towards one of the shelters, a ramshackle lean-to that smelled of damp earth and mold. As they pushed us inside, I caught Alex's eye. A silent understanding passed between us. We needed to find a way out of this, and soon. The next few hours were a blur of fear and tension. Our captors took turns guarding us, their eyes never leaving the entrance to our makeshift prison. I could hear them arguing amongst themselves, though their voices were too low to make out the words. As dawn began to break, casting a pale light through the gaps in our shelter, I felt a tap on my shoulder. Alex nodded towards the back of the lean-to, where a section of the covering had come loose. It wasn't much, but it might be enough for us to slip through. We waited, hearts pounding, for the right moment. When the guard's attention wavered for just a second, distracted by something in the camp, we made our move. I went first, wriggling through the gap as quietly as I could. The rough edges of the branches scraped my skin, but I barely felt it. Adrenaline was coursing through my veins, every sense hyper alert. Alex came next, then helped Mia through. We crouched in the underbrush, hardly daring to breathe. The camp was stirring, early risers moving about, but no one had noticed our escape yet. "Which way?" Mia whispered, her voice trembling. I pointed in the direction I thought we'd come from the night before. We'd have to risk it. Staying here wasn't an option. We began to move, slowly at first, then faster as we put distance between ourselves and the camp. The forest was alive with morning sounds, bird song, rustling leaves, the chattering of squirrels. It all faded into background noise, drowned out by the pounding of my heart and our ragged breathing. We'd been running for maybe 10 minutes when we heard the first shout. They'd discovered we were gone. "Faster!" Alex gasped, grabbing Mia's hand and pulling her along. I could hear them crashing through the forest behind us, their angry voices carrying on the wind. They knew these woods better than we did, and they were gaining on us. Up ahead, I spotted a break in the trees. As we burst out of the forest, my heart sank. We were at the edge of a steep ravine, a churning river far below. "We're trapped," Mia said, panic evident in her voice. The sounds of pursuit grew louder. We had seconds, at most, before they caught up to us. I looked at the raging water below, then back at my friends. It was a terrible choice, but it was the only one we had. "We have to jump," I said. Alex's eyes widened in disbelief, but then understanding dawned on his face. He nodded grimly. "On 3, he said, gripping Mia's hand tightly. 1, 2. "There they are!" Daniel's voice rang out behind us. 3! We leapt, just as our pursuers broke through the tree line. For a moment we were flying, the wind rushing past us. Then we hit the water, and the world dissolved into a maelstrom of churning currents and desperate gasps for air. I don't know how long we were in the river. It felt like hours, but it was probably only minutes. Eventually, the current slowed enough for us to make our way to the shore, coughing and sputtering. As we dragged ourselves onto the rocky bank, I looked back up at the ravine. There was no sign of Daniel or his group. We'd made it. We were battered, bruised, and soaked to the bone, but we were alive, and we were free. The trek back to civilization was long and arduous, but fueled by the lingering fear of being found, we pushed on. When we finally reached a ranger station and told our story, the look of shock on the ranger's face told us just how lucky we'd been. In the days that followed, as we gave statements to the police and tried to process what had happened, one thing became clear. Our simple camping trip had turned into a nightmare, but it had also shown us just how strong we could be when pushed to our limits. I know I'll go camping again someday. The call of the wild is too strong to resist, but I'll never again take the peace and safety of the wilderness for granted, because now I know that sometimes the most dangerous predators in the forest walk on 2 legs. The moment I heard the voices drifting across the still water, I knew my solitary canoe trip had taken a sinister turn. What I didn't know was how quickly my peaceful retreat would become a desperate fight for survival. I'd always been a bit of a loner, preferring the company of nature to the chaos of the city. That's why I'd decided to take a week-long canoe trip through the boundary waters of Minnesota. Just me, my canoe, and miles of pristine wilderness stretching out in every direction. The first few days were everything I'd hoped for. I paddled through crystal-clear lakes, portaged across rugged trails, and slept under a canopy of stars so bright it took my breath away. The solitude was intoxicating, a balm for my stress-worn soul. On the fourth day, I found the perfect campsite, a small, rocky island in the middle of a large lake. It was barely big enough for my tent, but it offered an unobstructed view in all directions. As I set up camp, I felt a sense of peace wash over me. This was why I'd come out here. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in brilliant hues of orange and pink, I noticed something odd. A canoe, far off on the distant shore. It wasn't unusual to see other paddlers out here, but something about this one caught my attention. It was moving erratically, zigzagging along the shoreline as if searching for something. I watched it for a while through my binoculars. Curiosity piqued. There were two men in the canoe, both wearing dark clothing. They seemed to be arguing, gesturing angrily at each other and the shoreline. Eventually, they pulled up to a small cove and disappeared into the trees. I shrugged it off, turning my attention back to setting up my camp for the night. But as darkness fell, an uneasy feeling settled in my gut. Something about those men hadn't seemed right. I was jolted awake in the middle of the night by the sound of voices carrying across the water. At first, I thought I was dreaming. Out here, the only nighttime sounds should have been loons calling and waves lapping at the shore. But as I listened, the voices became clearer. "It has to be around here somewhere," one voice said, gruff and impatient. "We've been searching for hours," another replied. "Maybe we should wait until daylight." I held my breath, straining to hear more. Were these the same men I'd seen earlier? What were they looking for? A beam of light cut through the darkness, sweeping across the water. They were using a spotlight, methodically searching the shoreline. I ducked down, grateful for the small size of my island. In the dark, it would be easy to miss. As I lay there, heart pounding, I ran through possible scenarios in my mind. Maybe they were just fellow campers who had lost something. But the late hour, the secretive behavior, it all pointed to something more sinister. The voices grew closer, and I risked peeking out of my tent. I could see their canoe now, a dark shape gliding silently across the moonlit water. They were heading straight for my island. Panic surged through me. I had nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. My little island suddenly felt like a prison. I scrambled to gather my most important gear, my emergency radio, water filter, and a small bag of trail mix. With shaking hands, I shoved them into a dry bag and slipped into the water on the far side of the island, using my tent as cover. The water was shockingly cold, and I had to bite my lip to keep from gasping. I submerged myself up to my neck, clinging to a rocky outcropping as I watched the canoe approach. It bumped against the shore of my island, and two men climbed out. In the moonlight, I could see them more clearly now. They were rough-looking, with unkempt beards and clothes that had seen better days. One carried a spotlight, the other a large duffel bag. "Check the tent," the man with the spotlight ordered. His companion unzipped my tent and ducked inside. "Empty," he reported, "but still warm. Someone was here recently." "Damn it," the first man swore. Oh, where could they have gone? They began to search the island, which didn't take long given its small size. I pressed myself closer to the rocks, praying they wouldn't think to look in the water. The cold was seeping into my bones, and I wasn't sure how much longer I could stay submerged without starting to shiver uncontrollably. As they completed their search, I overheard snippets of their conversation. Words like stash, border, and patrol floated across the water. With a sinking feeling, I realized what I had stumbled upon: drug smugglers using the remote wilderness to move their product across the Canadian border. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, the men returned to their canoe. "He couldn't have gone far," one said. "Let's check the next island over." I watched as they paddled away, their voices fading into the night. Only when I was sure they were gone did I allow myself to climb out of the water, my limbs stiff and aching from the cold. I knew I couldn't stay here. They would likely return to search again, and next time I might not be so lucky. But I also knew that trying to paddle away in the dark would be dangerous, if not impossible. I was trapped. With no other choice, I gathered what gear I could and retreated to the densest patch of undergrowth on the island. It wasn't much, but it would have to do. I huddled there, wet and miserable, as the night wore on. Every sound made me flinch. The splash of a fish, the rustle of leaves in the breeze. I kept expecting to see the beam of their spotlight cutting through the darkness again. But as the sky began to lighten with the first hints of dawn, I was still alone. As soon as it was light enough to see, I broke camp as quickly and quietly as I could. I loaded my canoe, constantly scanning the lake for any sign of the men. The morning mist hung low over the water, providing some cover but also making it hard to see very far. I set off, paddling hard. I knew I needed to put as much distance between myself and this place as possible, but I also knew that out on the open water, I would be exposed and vulnerable if they spotted me. For hours, I paddled, my muscles screaming in protest. Every time I heard the faint sound of a motor or saw a shape move through the mist, I would duck into a cove or behind an island, heart racing. It was mid-afternoon when I heard it, the unmistakable sound of a canoe cutting through water. I peered around the edge of the small island I'd been using for cover and saw them. The two men, paddling hard, scanning the lake. They were following my trail. I ducked back, mind racing. I couldn't outrun them. They were fresher, and their canoe was lighter without all the camping gear. I needed another plan. That's when I spotted it, a narrow channel leading into a maze of small islands and shallow reefs. It would be tricky to navigate, especially in a loaded canoe, but I knew it was my only chance. Taking a deep breath, I pushed off and made a break for the channel. Almost immediately, I heard shouts behind me. They'd spotted me. What followed was the most intense paddling of my life. I weaved through the channel, scraping over hidden rocks and squeezing through gaps barely wider than my canoe. All the while, I could hear them behind me, their curses echoing off the rocky shores as they struggled to follow. I was running on pure adrenaline, every muscle straining as I pushed myself to the limit. I knew that one wrong turn, one mistake, could mean the difference between escape and capture. Finally, after what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I burst out of the maze into open water. In the distance, I could see buildings, a ranger station on the edge of the boundary waters. With a final surge of energy, I paddled towards it. I could still hear the men behind me, but their voices were fainter now. They wouldn't dare follow me to the ranger station. As I pulled up to the dock, legs shaking so badly I could barely stand, a ranger came out to meet me. One look at my face must have told him something was wrong. "Are you all right?" he asked, helping me out of the canoe. The whole story came pouring out of me then. The suspicious men, the midnight search, my desperate flight through the wilderness. The ranger listened gravely, then immediately radioed for backup. In the days that followed, as I gave statements to the police and tried to process what had happened, one thing became clear. My peaceful canoe trip had turned into a nightmare, but it had also shown me just how strong I could be when pushed to my limits. I know I'll return to the boundary waters someday. The beauty of that wilderness is too powerful to resist, but I'll never again take the solitude for granted, because now I know that even in the most remote places, darkness can find you. And when it does, you have to be ready to fight with everything you have. The moment I saw the fresh footprints in the dust of the abandoned cabin, I knew we weren't alone. What I didn't know was how quickly our curiosity would turn into a fight for survival. It was supposed to be a simple weekend hike, just me and Sarah. We'd been dating for a few months, and this was our first real getaway together. Both of us loved the outdoors, and the promise of exploring an old logging trail in the Cascades seemed like the perfect adventure. The weather was perfect that Saturday morning as we set off, the late summer sun warming our backs as we trudged up the overgrown trail. Sarah was a few paces ahead of me, her blonde ponytail swinging in rhythm with her steps. I found myself smiling, feeling lucky to be here with her. We'd been hiking for about 3 hours when we first saw the cabin. It was nestled in a small clearing, half hidden by the encroaching forest. The wooden structure looked ancient, its walls weathered gray by countless seasons. "Hey, check that out," I called to Sarah, pointing towards the cabin. She turned, her eyes lighting up with curiosity. "Oh wow, I wonder how old it is." We approached cautiously, our eyes scanning the area for any signs of recent activity. The cabin looked like it had been abandoned for years, with vines creeping up the walls and a thick layer of pine needles coating the sagging roof. "Should we take a look inside?" Sarah asked, a hint of excitement in her voice. I hesitated. Something about the cabin made me uneasy, though I couldn't put my finger on why. "I don't know. It might not be safe." But Sarah was already moving towards the door, her curiosity getting the better of her. "Come on, just a quick peek. Where's your sense of adventure?" Sighing, I followed her up the creaky wooden steps to the porch. The door was slightly ajar, and Sarah pushed it open with a dramatic creak that echoed through the trees. The interior of the cabin was dim, shafts of dusty sunlight filtering through the grimy windows. It was a single room, with an old iron stove in one corner and a crude wooden table in the center. A ladder led up to a small loft area. As my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I noticed something odd. There were fresh marks in the thick dust on the floor, footprints. "Sarah," I said, my voice low. "I don't think we're alone out here." She turned to look where I was pointing, her eyes widening as she saw the prints. "Maybe it's just other hikers," she suggested, but I could hear the uncertainty in her voice. I shook my head. "The trail's been empty all day, and look. Those prints lead to the loft." We both looked up at the dark opening above us. For a moment, the cabin was utterly silent. Then we heard it, a faint shuffling sound from above. Sarah grabbed my arm, her fingers digging into my skin. "We need to go," she whispered. I nodded, already backing towards the door. But before we could reach it, a figure appeared at the top of the ladder. A man, his face hidden in shadow, was looking down at us. "Well, well," he said, his voice gravelly and menacing. "What do we have here?" My heart was pounding so hard I could barely hear over the rush of blood in my ears. I pushed Sarah behind me towards the door. "We're sorry," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "We didn't know anyone was here. We'll leave now." The man chuckled, a sound devoid of any real humor. "I'm afraid I can't let you do that. You see, you've stumbled into something you weren't supposed to see." As he spoke, he began to descend the ladder. In the dim light, I could see he was wearing dirty, ragged clothes. His beard was unkempt, and his eyes had a wild, dangerous look to them. Sarah tugged at my arm. "Run!" she hissed. We bolted for the door, but as we reached the porch, 2 more men emerged from the trees. They were similarly disheveled, and one was holding a wicked-looking hunting knife. "Going somewhere?" the knife wielder asked, grinning to reveal yellowed teeth. We were trapped. My mind raced, trying to find a way out of this nightmare. The man from the loft had reached the bottom of the ladder and was advancing towards us. "Listen," I said, holding up my hands in what I hoped was a calming gesture. "We don't want any trouble. We won't say anything about what we've seen here. Just let us go." The man with the knife laughed. "Oh, I'm sure you won't say anything. We'll make sure of that." Sarah whimpered beside me, and I felt a surge of protective anger. Without thinking, I grabbed the old iron poker from beside the stove and swung it at the nearest man. He ducked, but the distraction was enough. I shoved Sarah towards the door. "Run!" I yelled. We burst out of the cabin, the shouts of the men close behind us. We sprinted into the forest, branches whipping at our faces as we crashed through the underbrush. I could hear them pursuing us, their angry voices carrying through the trees. Sarah was just ahead of me, her breath coming in ragged gasps. I knew we couldn't outrun them for long. They knew these woods far better than we did. "This way," I gasped, grabbing Sarah's hand and veering off the trail. I'd spotted a dense thicket, and I hoped it might offer us some cover. We dove into the bushes, thorns scratching our skin as we burrowed in as deep as we could. I pulled Sarah close, both of us trying to quiet our breathing as we heard our pursuers approaching. "Where'd they go?" one of them shouted. "They can't have gotten far," another replied. "Spread out and find them." We lay there, barely daring to breathe, as the men searched the area. I could see glimpses of them through the leaves, moving back and forth, frustration growing in their voices. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, their voices began to fade. They were moving away, further into the forest. "I think they're gone," Sarah whispered. I nodded, but gestured for her to stay quiet. We waited a few more minutes, straining our ears for any sound of the men returning. Finally, when I was as sure as I could be that the coast was clear, we carefully extracted ourselves from the thicket. We were scratched and bruised, our clothes torn, but we were alive. "We need to get back to the car," I said, trying to orient myself. In our panic, we'd run quite a way off the trail. Sarah nodded, her face pale but determined. "Which way?" I looked around, trying to remember the route we'd taken. The forest looked different now, more menacing. Every shadow seemed to hide a threat. "I think this way," I said, pointing. I hoped I sounded more confident than I felt. We set off, moving as quickly and quietly as we could. Every snapping twig made us flinch. Every rustle in the undergrowth had us freezing in place. The forest that had seemed so beautiful this morning now felt like a green prison. After what felt like an eternity of tense hiking, we finally spotted a familiar landmark, a distinctive bent tree we'd passed on our way up. Relief flooded through me as I realized we were on the right track. "We're close," I told Sarah, squeezing her hand. But our relief was short-lived. As we rounded a bend in the trail, we came face to face with one of our pursuers. He looked as surprised to see us as we were to see him. For a moment, we all stood frozen. Then Sarah reacted, grabbing a large branch from the ground and swinging it at the man's head. It connected with a sickening thud, and he went down. "Run!" Sarah yelled, and we took off down the trail. We could hear shouts behind us as the man's companions discovered him. But we had a head start now, and desperation lent speed to our feet. Finally, mercifully, we burst out of the tree line into the parking area where we'd left our car. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get them into the lock. Just as I heard the sound of pursuit breaking through the trees, we tumbled into the car. I started the engine and floored it, gravel spraying as we peeled out of the lot. In the rearview mirror, I could see the men emerging from the forest, their faces twisted with rage, but they were getting smaller, more distant with every second. We'd made it. We drove in silence for a while, both of us trying to process what had just happened. It wasn't until we were back on the main highway that Sarah spoke. What do you think they were doing out there?" she asked, her voice shaky. I shook my head. "I don't know. Nothing good. Maybe they were cooking meth, or hiding out from the law. Either way, I'm just glad we got away." Sarah nodded, reaching over to take my hand. "Me too. I've never been so scared in my life." As the miles rolled by, putting more and more distance between us and that nightmare in the woods, I found myself reflecting on how quickly things had changed. What had started as a pleasant hike had turned into a terrifying fight for survival. I knew we'd need to report what had happened to the authorities. Those men were dangerous, And who knew how many other unsuspecting hikers might stumble into their trap? But for now, I was just grateful to be alive. Grateful to be here with Sarah, heading home. The forest had shown us its darker side today. A reminder that even in the most beautiful places, danger can lurk just out of sight. I squeezed Sarah's hand, feeling a newfound appreciation for her strength and quick thinking. We'd faced this together, and somehow we'd made it through. Whatever came next, I knew we'd face it together too. As we drove on towards home and safety, I made a silent promise to myself. I'd return to the mountains someday. I wouldn't let this experience rob me of my love for the wilderness. But next time I'd be more prepared, more vigilant. Because now I knew that sometimes the most dangerous things in the forest walk on two legs. The moment I found the first note pinned to a tree near my campsite, I knew my peaceful research trip had taken a sinister turn. What I didn't realize was how quickly it would escalate into a terrifying game of cat and mouse in the wilderness. I'd come to the Adirondacks to study the impact of climate change on high-altitude flora. It was supposed to be a month-long solo expedition. Just me and the mountains. I'd done trips like this before, and always relished the solitude. The chance to immerse myself in nature without distractions. The first week was exactly what I'd hoped for. I set up a base camp in a small clearing, close to a babbling brook that provided fresh water. Each day, I'd hike to different elevations, meticulously documenting plant species and taking soil samples. The work was engrossing, and the scenery was breathtaking. In the evenings, I'd return to my tent, record my findings, and fall asleep to the gentle sounds of the forest. It was on the 8th day that everything changed. I was returning from a particularly grueling hike when I spotted something out of place, a scrap of paper attached to a pine tree near my tent. Curious, I approached and pulled it free. The message, written in messy scrawl, sent a chill down my spine. "I see you." I looked around, suddenly aware of how exposed I was. The forest that had felt so welcoming now seemed oppressive, full of hidden threats. I told myself it was probably just some hiker playing a prank, but a nagging doubt lingered in the back of my mind. I slept fitfully that night, starting at every sound. The next morning, I contemplated packing up and leaving, but the thought of abandoning my research over what might be a harmless joke seemed ridiculous. So I stayed, though I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder as I worked. 2 days passed without incident, and I started to relax. Maybe it had been a one-off thing after all. But when I returned to camp on the 3rd day, my blood ran cold. Another note, this time pinned to my tent. "You shouldn't be here." Fear gripped me. This was no longer a prank. Someone was watching me, stalking me through the wilderness. But why? What did they want? I grabbed my satellite phone, intending to call for help, only to find it was dead. Panic surged through me as I realized the battery had been removed. Whoever was doing this had been in my tent, had gone through my things. I needed to leave, immediately. But as I started to pack up my gear, a terrifying thought struck me. What if they were out there right now, watching me? Would they try to stop me if I attempted to hike out? As if in answer to my unspoken question, I heard a twig snap in the woods behind me. I whirled around, heart pounding, but saw nothing but trees and shadows. The forest suddenly felt alive with menace, every rustle of leaves a potential threat. I made a split-second decision. Grabbing only my backpack with some essential supplies, I took off down the trail, leaving the rest of my gear behind. I had to get back to civilization, to safety. The hike out should have taken about 6 hours, but as darkness fell, I realized with growing dread that I was lost. In my panic, I must have taken a wrong turn. The trail I was on was becoming less distinct, overgrown in places. I was in a part of the forest I didn't recognize. As the last light faded from the sky, I was forced to stop. Hiking in the dark would be too dangerous. I found a small hollow beneath a large oak tree and huddled there. too terrified to sleep. Every sound made me flinch. The hoot of an owl, the scurrying of some small animal, the wind whistling through the trees. But worse than the sounds were the silences, when I strained my ears for any hint of approach. Dawn found me exhausted and on edge. As I crawled out of my makeshift shelter, my heart nearly stopped. There, pinned to the trunk of the oak tree, was another note. You can't hide. They had found me in the night. They had been close enough to leave a note while I huddled, unaware, mere feet away. The realization sent a wave of nausea through me. I started running then, all attempts at stealth abandoned. I crashed through the underbrush, branches whipping at my face, roots threatening to trip me. I had no idea if I was going in the right direction, but I knew I couldn't stay still. Hours passed in a blur of terror and exhaustion. My legs ached, my lungs burned, but still I pushed on. As the day wore on, I began to hear things. Twigs snapping, leaves rustling, always behind me, always just out of sight. Was I being pursued, or was my fear-addled mind playing tricks on me? As the sun began to set for the second time since my flight began, I stumbled upon an old fire tower. It loomed above the trees, a metal skeleton against the darkening sky. With no better options, I began to climb. The metal rungs were slick with dew, and my trembling hands made the ascent treacherous. But finally, I reached the small room at the top. It was empty, abandoned long ago, but it had a door that locked. For the first time in days, I felt a glimmer of hope. I huddled in a corner of the tiny room, watching as night fell over the forest. From up here, I could see for miles in every direction. Surely, I thought, I would be able to spot anyone approaching. As the hours crawled by, my exhaustion began to overtake my fear. Despite my best efforts, I felt my eyelids growing heavy. I drifted into an uneasy sleep, filled with nightmares of faceless pursuers. I awoke with a start, unsure how long I'd been asleep. The first rays of dawn were just beginning to lighten the sky, and there, propped against the far wall of the room, was a piece of paper that hadn't been there when I fell asleep. With shaking hands, I unfolded it. Look behind you. I whirled around. A scream caught in my throat. But there was no one there. Just the door, still locked from the inside. How was this possible? Whoever was doing this, they weren't just tracking me. They were toying with me, enjoying my terror. In that moment, something in me snapped. The fear that had been driving me for days transformed into a cold, hard anger. I was done running, done being a victim. It was time to turn the tables. I spent the day in the tower, conserving my energy, planning. I took stock of my supplies, fashioned a crude weapon from a broken piece of the tower's railing. As night fell, I began my descent. Moving as quietly as I could, I began to backtrack, following my own trail from the day before. If my stalker had been following me, perhaps I could catch them unawares. For hours, I crept through the darkened forest, every sense on high alert. The night was alive with sounds, but I forced myself to move steadily, purposefully. I would not be the prey any longer. It was nearing dawn when I saw it, a faint glow through the trees, a campfire. My heart raced as I approached, moving from tree to tree for cover. And then I saw him, a man, sitting by the fire, writing something on a piece of paper. Even from a distance, I recognized the messy scrawl. Rage flooded through me. This was the person who had terrorized me, who had turned my peaceful research trip into a nightmare. Without conscious thought, I found myself moving towards him, my makeshift weapon raised. He must have heard something because he looked up suddenly, his eyes widening in shock as he saw me. He scrambled to his feet, but it was too late. What happened next was a blur. There was a struggle, shouts echoing through the pre-dawn forest. When it was over, I stood over him, breathing heavily, my improvised club still gripped tightly in my hand. He was alive, but unconscious. As the adrenaline faded, I began to shake uncontrollably. What had I done? What should I do now? In the end, I used some rope from his own supplies to tie him up. Then, using his satellite phone, functional, unlike my own sabotaged one, I called for help. The authorities arrived a few hours later. As it turned out, the man was wanted for a series of similar incidents in other parks. He'd get the help he clearly needed, and I had a lot to process. As I sat in the back of a ranger's truck, a shock blanket around my shoulders, I looked out at the forest. It was beautiful in the morning light, peaceful even, but I knew I'd never see it the same way again. I'd come to the wilderness seeking solitude and scientific discovery. Instead, I'd found terror, and ultimately, a strength I never knew I possessed. The forest had changed me, for better or worse, and as we drove away, leaving the trees behind, I knew that someday, I'd have to return, to face my fears, to reclaim the peace I'd lost. But not today. Today, I was going home. The moment the strangers emerged from the darkness, their eyes glinting in the firelight, I knew our family camping trip had taken a terrifying turn. What I didn't realize was how quickly we'd be fighting for our lives in the wilderness we once thought of as a peaceful escape. It was supposed to be a perfect getaway. My wife, Lisa, and our two kids, Emma, 14, and Tyler, 10, had been planning this camping trip for months. We'd found a secluded spot in the national forest, far from the crowded campgrounds and noisy RVs. Just us, the trees, and the stars. The first 2 days were everything we'd hoped for. We hiked trails, fished in the nearby stream, and told stories around the campfire. The kids were thrilled to be away from their phones and video games, rediscovering the simple joys of nature. Lisa and I felt closer than we had in years, the stress of our busy lives melting away in the mountain air. On the third night, as we roasted marshmallows and played a game of cards by lantern light, I heard a twig snap in the woods behind our tent. At first, I dismissed it as a deer or some other animal, but then came the sound of hushed voices and heavy footsteps. "Hello, campers," a man's voice called out, far too cheerful for the late hour. We all turned to see a group of men emerging from the tree line. There were 5 of them, dressed in a mishmash of outdoor gear and tattered clothes. The one in front, a tall man with a scraggly beard, was grinning widely. But there was something off about his smile, something that made my skin crawl. "Looks like you folks have a nice setup here," he said, his eyes roving over our campsite. "Mind if we join you for a bit?" I stood up, instinctively moving between the strangers and my family. "I'm sorry, but it's getting late, and we were just about to turn in," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. The man's grin faltered for a moment, a flash of something dark crossing his face. "Now, that's not very neighborly," he said. "We've been walking for hours and we could use a rest. Why don't you introduce us to your lovely family?" Lisa had gathered the kids close to her, her arm protectively around Emma's shoulders. I could see the fear in her eyes, mirroring my own growing unease. "Listen," I said, my tone firmer now. "I'm sure there are plenty of good camping spots nearby. We'd really prefer to have our privacy." One of the other men, a burly guy with a shaved head, stepped forward. "I don't think you understand," he growled. "We're not asking." My heart began to race as I realized the danger we were in. These weren't just some overly friendly campers. They had something else in mind, and it wasn't good. "Okay," I said, raising my hands in a placating gesture. "Why don't you guys take what you want, and we'll be on our way. No trouble." The bearded man laughed, a harsh sound that echoed through the clearing. "Oh, we'll take what we want all right, but you folks aren't going anywhere." In that moment, survival instinct kicked in. I knew we had to get out of there, fast. I turned to Lisa and whispered urgently, "Get the kids to the car, now." She nodded, her face pale but determined. As she began to usher Emma and Tyler towards our SUV, I tried to keep the men's attention on me. Look, there's no need for this to get ugly, I said, slowly backing up towards the vehicle. We don't want any trouble, but they were already advancing, spreading out to block our path. The bearded man pulled out a wicked-looking hunting knife, the blade glinting in the firelight. Too late for that, he snarled. What happened next was a blur of motion and terror. I grabbed a burning log from the fire and swung it at the nearest man. He yelped in pain and surprise, stumbling backward. Using the momentary distraction, I turned and ran for the car. Lisa had the engine running, the kids already inside. I dove into the passenger seat just as she floored the accelerator. Gravel sprayed as we peeled out of the campsite, the angry shouts of the men fading behind us. But our relief was short-lived. As we careened down the narrow dirt road, headlights appeared in the rearview mirror. They were coming after us. They're following us, Emma cried from the back seat. Lisa gripped the steering wheel tighter, her knuckles white. Hold on, she said through gritted teeth. The SUV bounced and shuddered as we sped down the uneven road. Trees whipped past in a dark blur. Behind us, the headlights grew closer. They were gaining on us. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the car lurched to the side. Lisa fought to keep control as we skidded on the loose gravel. They're shooting at us, Tyler screamed, ducking down in his seat. My mind raced, trying to remember the route back to the main highway. It was at least 20 miles, maybe more. We'd never make it at this rate. There's a ranger station a few miles ahead, I said to Lisa. If we can make it there. She nodded, understanding. It was our only hope. The next few minutes were the most terrifying of my life. Lisa drove like a woman possessed, taking curves at speeds that had us all holding on for dear life. All the while, the headlights behind us grew closer, and the occasional crack of gunfire split the night. Just when I thought we couldn't possibly go any faster, the trees opened up to reveal a small clearing. The ranger station loomed ahead, a beacon of hope in the darkness. Lisa slammed on the brakes, the SUV fishtailing as we skidded to a stop in front of the building. We all scrambled out, running for the door. I pounded on it with all my might. Help, please, somebody help us. The door flew open, revealing a startled-looking ranger. What in the world? Please, I gasped. There are men chasing us. They have guns. The ranger's eyes widened, but to his credit, he reacted quickly. He ushered us inside, locking the door behind us. Get down, he ordered, moving to a radio on the desk. We huddled on the floor as the ranger called for backup. Outside, we could hear the screech of tires as our pursuers arrived. What followed was a tense standoff. The men tried to break in, but the sturdy door held. The ranger, armed with his service weapon, kept them at bay. All the while, Lisa and I held our children close, whispering words of comfort we didn't quite believe ourselves. It felt like hours, but it was probably only about 20 minutes before we heard the blessed sound of sirens. The cavalry had arrived. The aftermath was a blur of flashing lights, police interviews, and shock blankets. The men were apprehended, and we learned they were wanted for a string of violent robberies across 3 states. They'd been hiding out in the national forest, preying on unsuspecting campers like us. As we sat in the back of an ambulance, being checked over by paramedics, I looked at my family. Lisa's face was streaked with tears, and the kids looked shell-shocked. But we were alive. We had survived. In the days and weeks that followed, we struggled to process what had happened. The woods, once a place of peace and adventure for us, now held a darker meaning. Nightmares plagued us all, filled with shadowy figures and the sound of gunshots. But slowly, we began to heal. We talked about our fears, supported each other through the tough moments, and eventually, we made a decision that surprised even me. We decided to go camping again. It wasn't easy. The first time we set up a tent after the incident, every snapping twig made us jump. But we pushed through the fear, determined not to let those men rob us of something we loved. Now, as I sit by a campfire once more, watching Emma teach Tyler how to roast the perfect marshmallow, I feel a profound sense of gratitude. We came close to losing everything that night, but we didn't just survive. We reclaimed our love for the wilderness. The forest is still beautiful, still full of wonders, but now we appreciate it with open eyes, aware of both its magic and its dangers. We're more careful, more prepared, but we're also stronger, closer as a family than we've ever been. As the stars come out overhead and the fire crackles softly, I catch Lisa's eye across the flames. She smiles, and I see in her face the same mix of emotions I feel. Lingering fear, yes, but also pride, love, and a deep, abiding peace. We made it through the darkness and found our way back to the light, and that, I realize, is the greatest adventure of all. The moment I heard them discussing their plan, I knew I'd stumbled into something far more dangerous than just a group of rough campers. What I didn't realize was how quickly my peaceful hike would turn into a desperate fight for survival. I've always been an avid hiker, finding solace in the quiet of the woods and the challenge of conquering new trails. This particular weekend, I decided to explore a lesser-known path in the Ozarks. It was a bit more rugged than my usual routes, but the promise of pristine wilderness and spectacular views was too tempting to resist. The first day of my hike was everything I'd hoped for. The trail wound through dense forests and along ridgelines that offered breathtaking vistas of the surrounding mountains. The air was crisp and clean, filled with the scent of pine and wild herbs. As the sun began to set, I found a small clearing to set up camp for the night. I was just finishing my dinner of rehydrated hiking food when I heard it. Voices, carrying on the evening breeze. At first, I was surprised. I hadn't seen another soul all day and thought I was miles from the nearest campsite. But then I realized the voices didn't sound like typical campers. They were low, urgent, almost angry. Curiosity got the better of me. I doused my small fire and crept towards the sound, moving as quietly as I could through the underbrush. As I got closer, I could make out snippets of conversation. The drop is tomorrow night. We can't afford any screw-ups. What if the feds are onto us? This place was supposed to be secure. Relax. Nobody knows about this spot. We'll be in and out before anyone's the wiser. My heart began to race as I realized what I was overhearing. This wasn't just some campfire chat. These people were planning something illegal, possibly dangerous. I inched closer, trying to get a better look. Through a gap in the trees, I could see a makeshift camp. There were 3 men, rough-looking characters who seemed out of place in the wilderness. They were gathered around a map spread out on a crate, pointing at various locations. Suddenly, a twig snapped under my foot. The sound seemed deafening in the quiet forest. The men's heads snapped up, their conversation cutting off abruptly. I held my breath, pressing myself against a tree trunk, praying they hadn't spotted me. "What was that?" one of them growled. "Probably just an animal," another replied, but he didn't sound convinced. I heard the sound of a gun being cocked. "Check it out," the first man ordered. Panic surged through me. I had to get out of there, fast. As quietly as I could, I began to back away from their camp. But in my haste, I wasn't watching where I was stepping. My foot caught on a root, and I stumbled, falling backwards with a crash. "Over there!" one of the men shouted. I scrambled to my feet and ran, no longer caring about stealth. I could hear them crashing through the underbrush behind me, their shouts echoing through the trees. I ran blindly, branches whipping at my face, my lungs burning with effort. I had no idea where I was going, only that I needed to put as much distance between myself and those men as possible. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I paused, gasping for breath. The forest was quiet again. Had I lost them? Just as I was beginning to relax, I heard a twig snap nearby. I whirled around to see one of the men stepping out from behind a tree, a pistol leveled at my chest. Well, he said, a cruel smile twisting his features. "Looks like we've got ourselves a little spy." My mind raced, trying to find a way out of this nightmare. "I'm not a spy," I said, my voice shaking. "I'm just a hiker." I got lost and heard voices. I thought you might be able to help me." He laughed, a harsh sound that sent chills down my spine. "Nice try, buddy, but you picked the wrong camp to stumble into." As he spoke, the other two men emerged from the trees, boxing me in. One of them was carrying a length of rope. "What should we do with him?" the rope carrier asked. The man with the gun considered for a moment. "We can't let him go, he's seen too much." My blood ran cold at his words. These men were willing to kill to keep their operation secret. In that moment of fear, something inside me snapped. I wasn't going to die out here, not like this. Without thinking, I lunged at the gunman, catching him off guard. We went down in a tangle of limbs, wrestling for control of the weapon. I heard the other men shouting, felt hands grabbing at me, but I focused all my energy on keeping that gun pointed away from me. In the struggle, my fingers found the trigger. The gun went off with a deafening crack. For a moment, everything seemed to freeze. Then the man beneath me went limp, a dark stain spreading across his shirt. Taking advantage of the others' momentary shock, I scrambled to my feet and ran. I could hear them behind me, their shouts now tinged with rage and grief. I ran like I'd never run before, pushing my body to its limits. The forest was a blur around me, every step a potential stumble, every shadow a potential hiding place for my pursuers. I don't know how long I ran. Time seemed to lose all meaning. But eventually, I burst out of the tree line onto a gravel road. In the distance, I could see lights, a ranger station. With a final burst of energy, I sprinted towards it. Behind me, I heard the men emerge from the woods. One of them fired a shot, the bullet whizzing past my ear. I reached the station and pounded on the door, screaming for help. A startled ranger opened it, taking in my wild appearance with wide eyes. "Please," I gasped. "There are men. They're trying to kill me." The ranger pulled me inside and locked the door, immediately reaching for his radio to call for backup. Through the window, I saw my pursuers melt back into the forest, unwilling to risk a confrontation with law enforcement. The next few hours passed in a blur of police statements and medical checks. I told them everything, about overhearing the men's plans, about the chase through the woods, about the terrible moment when the gun went off. The authorities took my story seriously. They organized a search of the area, though I knew the men would be long gone. They found the makeshift camp, along with evidence of a large-scale drug operation. The man I'd shot was discovered too, his body hastily buried in a shallow grave. As I sat in the back of an ambulance, a shock blanket draped over my shoulders, the reality of what had happened began to sink in. I'd gone into the woods seeking peace and adventure. Instead, I'd found violence and terror. I'd taken a life, even if it was in self-defense. The wilderness, which had always been a place of solace for me, now held a darker meaning. Every rustling leaf, every snapping twig, brought back the fear of that night. In the weeks that followed, I struggled to come to terms with my experience. Nightmares plagued my sleep, and I found myself jumping at every unexpected sound. The thought of returning to the trail filled me with dread. But slowly, with the help of therapy and the support of my loved ones, I began to heal. I realized that what happened to me was a freak occurrence, not a reflection of the inherent danger of the wilderness. 6 months after that fateful hike, I found myself standing at the trailhead once again. My hands were shaking as I adjusted my backpack, but I was determined. I wouldn't let fear rob me of something I loved. As I took my first steps back into the forest, I felt a mix of anxiety and exhilaration. The woods were as beautiful as ever, the air fresh and invigorating. With each step, I felt a little stronger, a little braver. I know now that the wilderness, like life itself, contains both beauty and danger. What happened to me was terrible, but it also showed me how strong I could be when pushed to my limits. As I hiked deeper into the forest, I felt a sense of peace wash over me. I was reclaiming this space, transforming it from a place of fear to one of healing and growth. The trail ahead was long and challenging, but I was ready to face it. One step at a time, I was finding my way back to the person I used to be, older now, wiser, but still in love with the wild places of the world. The moment I tasted the strange chemical flavor in my water, I knew something was terribly wrong. What I didn't realize was how quickly my peaceful solo camping trip would spiral into a nightmarish fight for survival. I'd always been a loner, finding more comfort in the solitude of nature than in the chaos of city life. That's why I decided to take a week-long camping trip in the Adirondacks. Just me, my gear, and the great outdoors. I'd found a perfect spot, miles from any marked trails or campsites, where I could truly disconnect and recharge. The first few days were blissful. I spent my time hiking, taking photos of the stunning landscape, and enjoying the simple pleasure of being alone with my thoughts. Each night, I'd return to my campsite, cook a simple meal over my portable stove, and fall asleep to the gentle sounds of the forest. It was on the fourth day that things started to feel off. I'd gone for a long hike, pushing myself further than I had on previous days. When I returned to my camp, exhausted and thirsty, I grabbed my water bottle and took a long drink. That's when I noticed it. A faint, acrid taste that definitely shouldn't have been there. I spat the water out, my mind racing. Had my bottle somehow been contaminated? But as I examined it, I realized with growing horror that all of my water supplies tasted the same. Someone had tampered with them while I was away. My heart began to pound as the implication sank in. I wasn't alone out here. Someone had been in my camp, had deliberately contaminated my water. But why? And were they still nearby? I scanned the trees surrounding my campsite, suddenly aware of how exposed I was. The forest that had felt so welcoming now seemed to loom menacingly, every shadow potentially hiding a threat. I needed to leave. Now. But as I started to pack up my gear, a wave of dizziness washed over me. Whatever had been put in my water was starting to take effect. I stumbled, catching myself on a tree trunk. The world swam before my eyes, and I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. Fighting against the growing weakness in my limbs, I managed to stuff my essentials into my backpack. I had to get to safety, had to find help before the drug, because surely that's what it was. Incapacitated me completely. As I shouldered my pack and took my first unsteady steps away from the campsite, I heard it. A twig snapping in the underbrush nearby. I froze, straining my ears. There it was again, the unmistakable sound of footsteps approaching. Panic gave me a burst of energy, and I broke into a stumbling run. I had no idea which direction would lead me to safety, but I knew I couldn't stay there. Behind me, I heard a shout, then the sound of pursuit. I crashed through the forest, branches whipping at my face, roots threatening to trip me at every step. The effects of whatever I'd ingested were getting stronger. My vision blurred, and my movements felt sluggish and uncoordinated. But fear kept me going, pushing my body beyond its limits. I don't know how long I ran. Time seemed to lose all meaning in a haze of terror and exhaustion. Eventually, I broke through a line of trees and found myself at the edge of a steep ravine. Far below, I could hear the rush of a river. For a moment, I stood swaying at the edge, unsure what to do. Then I heard voices behind me, getting closer. I was trapped. In desperation, I began to climb down the ravine. It was steep and treacherous, loose rocks skittering away under my feet. Several times I nearly lost my footing, saved only by a desperate grab at a protruding root or rock. Halfway down, my luck ran out. My foot slipped on a patch of loose gravel, and suddenly I was falling, tumbling down the steep slope. I hit the ground hard, the impact knocking the wind out of me. For a moment, I lay there, dazed and gasping for breath. As I struggled to my feet, I heard shouts from above. My pursuers had reached the edge of the ravine. I looked up to see two men peering down at me, their faces twisted with frustration and anger. "He's down there," one of them yelled. "Find a way down." Ignoring the pain radiating through my body, I staggered towards the river. It was my only chance now. I waded in, the icy water shocking me back to full alertness for a moment. Then I let the current take me, praying it would carry me to safety. The river was fast and rough, tossing me around like a rag doll. I struggled to keep my head above water, fighting against the drug-induced weakness and the pull of the current. Several times I went under, swallowing mouthfuls of water before managing to surface again. I have no idea how long I was in the river. It could have been minutes or hours. All I know is that eventually, I found myself washed up on a rocky shore, coughing and shivering. The sky was growing dark, and I realized with a start that I'd lost an entire day. Hypothermia was setting in, my wet clothes clinging to my body and sapping what little warmth I had left. I needed to find shelter, to get warm and dry. But I was lost, with no idea where I was or which direction might lead me to safety. As I stumbled along the riverbank, I spotted a dark opening in the rock face nearby. A cave. It wasn't ideal, but it would provide some shelter from the elements and a place to hide. I crawled into the cave, collapsing onto the cold stone floor. Every part of me ached, and the residual effects of the drug were making it hard to think clearly. But I knew I couldn't rest for long. My pursuers could still be out there, searching for me. Using the last of my strength, I gathered some dry leaves and branches from just outside the cave and managed to start a small fire. The warmth was heavenly, and I stripped off my wet clothes, laying them out to dry. As I huddled by the fire, trying to warm up, I tried to make sense of what had happened. Who were those men and why were they after me? Had I somehow stumbled upon something I wasn't supposed to see? Or was I just a random target, unlucky enough to be in the wrong place at the wrong time? I must have dozed off at some point, because I woke with a start to the sound of voices echoing off the cave walls. For a terrifying moment, I thought my pursuers had found me. But as I listened, I realized these voices were different, concerned rather than threatening. "Hello?" a man's voice called out. "Is someone in there?" I hesitated, fear warring with hope. Could this be a rescue? Or another trap? "We're with search and rescue," another voice added. "We've been looking for a missing hiker. Are you okay?" Relief washed over me, so intense it brought tears to my eyes. "Here," I croaked, my voice hoarse from disuse. "I'm in here." The next few hours passed in a blur. The search and rescue team helped me out of the cave, wrapping me in warm blankets and giving me water, clean, safe water. They'd been alerted by a friend who'd grown concerned when I didn't check in as planned. As we made our way back to civilization, I told them my story. They listened with growing concern, radioing ahead to alert the authorities about the men who had chased me. In the days that followed, as I recovered in a hospital bed, the police investigated my claims. They found my original campsite and evidence that others had indeed been there. But of my pursuers, there was no sign. They had vanished back into the vast wilderness. It took me a long time to come to terms with what had happened. The forest, which had always been a place of peace and rejuvenation for me, now held a darker association. Nightmares plagued my sleep, filled with shadowy figures and endless chases through dark woods. But slowly, with time and therapy, I began to heal. I realized that what had happened to me was an anomaly, not the norm. The wilderness was still beautiful, still worthy of exploration and respect. A year after my ordeal, I found myself standing at a trailhead once again, backpack on my shoulders, a mixture of anxiety and excitement churning in my stomach. I wasn't alone this time. I'd joined a hiking group, not yet ready to venture out on my own again. As we set off down the trail, I felt a familiar sense of peace begin to settle over me. The forest was as beautiful as ever, the air fresh and invigorating. Yes, there had been danger here once, but there was also life, and beauty, and the promise of new adventures. I knew then that I would never again take my safety for granted in the wilderness, but neither would I let fear rob me of something I loved. The road to recovery was long, but with each step on the trail, I was reclaiming a part of myself I thought I'd lost forever. The forest had tested me, had shown me both its beauty and its danger, and I had survived, emerging stronger, wiser, and somehow even more in awe of the wild places of the world. The moment we stumbled upon the abandoned campsite, with its torn tents and scattered belongings, I knew our fun weekend getaway had taken a dark turn. What I didn't realize was how quickly we'd find ourselves fighting for our lives in the very wilderness we'd come to enjoy. It was supposed to be a perfect trip. Just me and my 3 best friends, Mike, Sarah, and Jess, escaping the city for a long weekend of hiking, campfires, and stargazing. We'd found this spot online, a secluded campground deep in the national forest, far from the usual tourist trails. The promise of true wilderness and solitude was too tempting to resist. The drive up was filled with laughter and excitement. We sang along to old songs, shared snacks, and talked about all the things we wanted to do once we reached our destination. As we turned onto the narrow dirt road that led to the campground, the dense forest closing in around us, I felt a sense of adventure I hadn't experienced in years. We arrived late afternoon and quickly set about making camp. Mike and I put up the tents while Sarah and Jess gathered firewood. By the time the sun was setting, we had a cozy little setup. 2 tents, a crackling fire, and the mouth-watering smell of hot dogs roasting on sticks. That first night was everything we'd hoped for. We sat around the fire, sharing stories and roasting marshmallows. The stars came out, more brilliant than I'd ever seen them, unspoiled by city lights. As we turned in for the night, the only sounds were the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant hoot of an owl. The next morning, we set out for a day hike, eager to explore the surrounding area. The trail wound through towering pines and across babbling streams. We took plenty of breaks, snapping photos and simply enjoying being out in nature. It was on our way back to camp that things started to feel off. The trail seemed different somehow, though none of us could quite put our finger on why. We chalked it up to our tired legs and the changing afternoon light, but an uneasy feeling had settled in the pit of my stomach. That's when we stumbled upon the other campsite. At first glance, it looked like any other. A couple of tents, a fire pit, camping gear strewn about. But as we got closer, we realized something was very wrong. The tents were slashed open, their contents spilled across the ground. Sleeping bags lay in muddy heaps, and a cooler was overturned, its contents picked over by animals. But worst of all was the sense of violence that hung in the air. This wasn't just an abandoned camp. Something bad had happened here. "We should go," Sarah whispered, voicing what we were all thinking. But before we could move, we heard it, the distant rumble of engines, getting closer. "Hide," Mike hissed, pulling us towards a dense thicket of bushes. We crouched down, barely daring to breathe, as 3 ATVs roared into the clearing. 6 men dismounted, all carrying weapons, rifles and large hunting knives. They looked rough, dangerous, nothing like the typical campers or hikers we'd expect to see out here. "Anything," one of them called out, gesturing at the destroyed campsite. Another man shook his head. "Looks like the animals got to it. No sign of the maps." "Keep searching," the first man ordered. "They couldn't have gotten far. Not on foot, and we need those maps back." My heart was pounding so hard I was sure they'd hear it. These men were clearly dangerous, and whatever they were involved in, we'd just become unwitting witnesses. For what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, we stayed frozen in our hiding spot as the men searched the area. Finally, mercifully, they returned to their ATVs and roared off down the trail. We waited until the sound of engines had completely faded before we dared to move. "What the hell was that?" Jess whispered, her voice shaking. "I don't know," I replied, "but we need to get out of here. Now." We set off at a quick pace, no longer caring about following the trail. Our only thought was putting as much distance between us and those men as possible. But as the sun began to set and the forest grew darker, a horrifying realization set in. We were lost. In our panic to get away, we'd veered off in a direction none of us recognized. The trees all looked the same in the fading light, and without the trail to guide us, we had no idea which way led back to our camp. "We can't stay out here," Sarah said, voicing what we were all thinking. "Those men are still out there, and who knows what else." "Maybe we should just pick a direction and stick to it," Jess suggested. But before we could decide, we heard it again, the sound of engines, growing closer. "Run!" Mike yelled, and we took off into the darkness. What followed was the most terrifying night of my life. We crashed through the underbrush, branches whipping at our faces, roots threatening to trip us at every step. The sound of ATVs seemed to come from every direction, the men's shouts echoing through the trees. At one point, we came to a steep ravine. With the sound of pursuit close behind us, we had no choice but to climb down. It was treacherous in the dark, and more than once I thought we'd fall to our deaths. But somehow, we made it to the bottom. We splashed across a shallow stream, hoping the water might throw off any attempt to track us. On the other side, we found a small cave formed by a rocky overhang. It wasn't much, but it was the best shelter we'd seen all night. Huddled in the damp darkness, we tried to catch our breath and figure out what to do next. We were lost, without food or proper gear, being hunted by armed men for reasons we didn't understand. It was like something out of a nightmare. "We need to keep moving," Mike whispered. "If we can make it until morning, maybe we can find our way back to the car." But as we prepared to leave our temporary shelter, a beam of light cut through the darkness, flashlights, and voices getting closer. "I saw something move over there," a gruff voice called out. "Check that outcropping." We pressed ourselves against the back of the cave, hardly daring to breathe. The beam of a flashlight swept across the entrance, so close I could have reached out and touched it. For a heart-stopping moment, I was sure we'd be discovered. But then, the light moved on, and the voices faded into the distance. We waited, silent and terrified, for what felt like hours. Finally, when we were as sure as we could be that the coast was clear, we crept out of the cave. The rest of the night passed in a blur of fear and exhaustion. We kept moving, driven by the need to put distance between us and our pursuers. Every snapping twig made us jump. Every shadow seemed to hide a threat. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the trees, we heard something that made our hearts soar, the distant sound of traffic. Somehow, in our panicked flight, we'd made it close to a road. With renewed energy, we pushed on. Finally, we broke through the tree line and saw it, a highway stretching out before us. We flagged down the first car we saw, a startled-looking couple who took in our bedraggled appearance with wide eyes. They drove us to the nearest police station, where we spent the next several hours giving statements and trying to explain our terrifying night in the woods. The authorities took our story seriously, organizing a search of the area. In the days that followed, as we tried to process what had happened, we learned bits and pieces from the news. The men we'd encountered were part of a drug smuggling operation that used the remote wilderness as a distribution point. The maps they were looking for were actually coded ledgers detailing drop points and contacts. It took a long time for any of us to feel normal again. Nightmares plagued our sleep, filled with dark forests and the roar of engines. The wilderness, which had once been a place of peace and adventure, now held a shadow of fear. But slowly, we began to heal. We talked about our experience, supported each other through the tough moments, and eventually, we made a decision that surprised even me. We decided to go camping again. It wasn't easy. The first time we set up a tent after the incident, every snapping twig made us jump. But we pushed through the fear, determined not to let one terrible experience rob us of something we loved. Now, as I sit by a campfire once more, watching the stars come out overhead, I feel a profound sense of gratitude. We survived something truly terrifying, and came out stronger for it. The forest is still beautiful, still full of wonders, but now we appreciate it with open eyes, aware of both its magic and its dangers. Our experience taught us that even in the darkest moments, human resilience and the bonds of friendship can see us through, and that, perhaps, is the greatest lesson the wilderness has to offer. The moment I woke to find a stranger looming over me in the darkness, I knew my peaceful solo camping trip had turned into a nightmare. What I didn't realize was how quickly I'd be fighting for my life in the very wilderness I'd come to enjoy. I'd always been a bit of a loner, finding more solace in the quiet of nature than in the chaos of city life. That's why I decided to take a week-long camping trip in the Adirondacks. Just me, my gear, and the great outdoors. I'd found a perfect spot, miles from any marked trails or campsites, where I could truly disconnect and recharge. The first few days were blissful. I spent my time hiking, taking photos of the stunning landscape, and enjoying the simple pleasure of being alone with my thoughts. Each night, I'd return to my campsite, cook a simple meal over my portable stove, and fall asleep to the gentle sounds of the forest. It was on the fourth night that things started to feel off. I'd gone to bed early, exhausted from a long day of hiking, but something woke me in the middle of the night. At first, I thought it might have been an animal rustling around outside my tent, but as I lay there, straining my ears, I realized the sounds were too deliberate, too careful to be wildlife. My heart began to race as I heard the slow, methodical sound of my tent zipper being opened. I held my breath, hoping against hope that this was just a vivid nightmare. But the cool night air that rushed in told me this was all too real. A shadowy figure loomed over me, backlit by the faint moonlight filtering through the tent opening. I could make out the outline of a man, tall and broad-shouldered, but his face was hidden in shadow. For a moment, we both froze, the silence broken only by my thundering heartbeat. Then, acting on pure instinct, I lashed out with my sleeping bag, tangling the intruder's legs. As he stumbled, I scrambled for the small knife I kept nearby for cutting rope and kindling. The man cursed and lunged for me, his hands grasping in the darkness. I rolled away, my fingers finally closing around the handle of my knife. Without thinking, I slashed out, feeling the blade connect with something solid. The intruder howled in pain and reeled back, giving me the opening I needed. I burst out of the tent, not even bothering with shoes or a jacket. The forest floor was cold and damp under my bare feet, but I barely noticed as I ran, driven by pure adrenaline. Behind me, I could hear the man crashing through the underbrush in pursuit. His angry shouts echoed through the trees, spurring me to run faster. I had no idea where I was going in the darkness, only that I needed to get away. Branches whipped at my face and arms as I ran, leaving stinging scratches. Roots and rocks threatened to trip me at every step. But still, I pushed on, the sound of pursuit never far behind. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I burst through a line of trees into a small clearing. In the center was a large, moss-covered boulder. Without thinking, I made for it, scrambling up its slippery surface and wedging myself into a small crevice on the far side. I huddled there, trying to quiet my ragged breathing, as I heard my pursuer enter the clearing. His footsteps circled the boulder, pausing occasionally as he searched for signs of my passage. Come out, wherever you are," he called, his voice a chilling mix of anger and amusement. "You can't hide forever, little camper." I pressed myself further into the crevice, willing myself to become invisible. My hand, still clutching the knife, was slick with what I realized must be blood. His or mine. I couldn't tell in the darkness. For what felt like an eternity, the man prowled around the clearing. I could hear him muttering to himself, his frustration growing with each passing minute. Finally, after one last circuit of the boulder, he let out an angry growl. "Fine," he spat. "Have it your way. But don't think this is over. These are my woods. and I'll find you eventually." His footsteps receded, and soon the clearing was silent once more. Still, I didn't dare move. I stayed in my hiding spot, shivering in the cool night air, until the first light of dawn began to filter through the trees. Only then did I slowly, painfully extract myself from the crevice. My muscles screamed in protest, stiff from hours of being cramped in one position. In the growing light, I could see the extent of my injuries. Scratches and bruises covered my arms and legs, and my feet were cut and bleeding from my barefoot flight through the forest. I knew I couldn't stay here. The man might return, and I was in no condition to outrun him again. But I was hopelessly lost, with no idea which direction might lead me back to civilization. Picking a direction at random, I started walking. Each step was agony on my battered feet, but fear kept me moving. As the sun rose higher, the forest came alive with the sounds of birds and small animals. Under different circumstances, I might have found it beautiful. Now, every noise made me flinch, certain that my pursuer was about to leap out from behind a tree. As the day wore on, exhaustion and hunger began to take their toll. My pace slowed to a stumbling walk, and more than once I found myself on the verge of giving up. But the memory of that terrifying night kept me going, one painful step at a time. It was late afternoon when I heard it, the faint sound of running water. Hope surged through me, giving me a second wind. Where there was water, there might be people, or at least a way to orient myself. I pushed through a dense patch of undergrowth and found myself on the bank of a fast-moving stream. The sight of clean, fresh water was almost enough to make me weep with relief. I fell to my knees at the water's edge, drinking deeply and splashing the cool liquid on my face and wounds. As I sat there, trying to decide what to do next, I noticed something that made my heart leap. Fresh boot prints in the mud near the water's edge. And they weren't mine. For a moment, panic gripped me. Had my pursuer found me again? But as I examined the prints more closely, I realized they were different from the ones I'd seen around my campsite. These were deeper, with a distinctive tread pattern. They looked like they might belong to a ranger or a serious hiker. Hope warred with caution as I debated what to do. Following the prints might lead me to safety, or it might lead me straight into another dangerous situation. But staying here, lost and alone in the woods, wasn't an option either. Taking a deep breath, I made my decision. I would follow the prints, but cautiously, ready to hide at the first sign of danger. For hours, I traced the boot prints along the stream bank. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in brilliant hues of orange and pink, I started to worry that I'd made the wrong choice. But just as I was about to give up hope, I saw it. A thin trail of smoke rising above the trees in the distance. Gathering the last of my strength, I pushed on toward the smoke. As I got closer, I could make out the shape of a small cabin nestled in a clearing. Light spilled from its windows, and I could see a figure moving around inside. Part of me wanted to run straight to the cabin and throw myself at the mercy of whoever was inside. But caution held me back. I crept closer, trying to get a better look without being seen. That's when I heard the most beautiful sound in the world. A radio crackling to life, followed by a man's voice. "Ranger Station 4, checking in, all quiet on the eastern trail." Relief washed over me in a wave so strong it nearly brought me to my knees. I stumbled out of the tree line, waving my arms and calling out. The ranger burst out of the cabin, his hand on his sidearm until he saw the state I was in. His eyes widened as he took in my battered appearance. "Good Lord," he said, rushing to my side. "What happened to you?" The whole story came pouring out of me then, my words tumbling over each other in my haste to explain. The ranger listened with growing concern, immediately radioing for backup and medical assistance. In the days that followed, as I recovered in a hospital bed, the authorities mounted a search for my attacker. They found my campsite, ransacked and abandoned. But of the man himself, there was no sign. He had vanished back into the vast wilderness. It took me a long time to come to terms with what had happened. The forest, which had always been a place of peace and rejuvenation for me, now held a darker association. Nightmares plagued my sleep, filled with shadowy figures and endless chases through dark woods. But slowly, with time and therapy, I began to heal. I realized that what had happened to me was an anomaly, not the norm. The wilderness was still beautiful, still worthy of exploration and respect. A year after my ordeal, I found myself standing at a trailhead once again, backpack on my shoulders, a mixture of anxiety and excitement churning in my stomach. I wasn't alone this time. I'd joined a hiking group, not yet ready to venture out on my own again. As we set off down the trail, I felt a familiar sense of peace begin to settle over me. The forest was as beautiful as ever, the air fresh and invigorating. Yes, there had been danger here once, but there was also life, and beauty, and the promise of new adventures. I knew then that I would never again take my safety for granted in the wilderness, but neither would I let fear rob me of something I loved. The road to recovery was long, but with each step on the trail, I was reclaiming a part of myself I thought I'd lost forever. The forest had tested me, had shown me both its beauty and its danger, and I had survived, emerging stronger, wiser, and somehow even more in awe of the wild places of the world. The moment we stumbled upon the cave filled with stolen goods, I knew our casual hiking trip had taken a dangerous turn. What I didn't realize was how quickly we'd be running for our lives through the very wilderness we'd come to enjoy. It was supposed to be a simple day hike, just me and my best friend Alex taking advantage of the perfect spring weather to explore a new trail we'd heard about. We'd been cooped up all winter, and the promise of fresh air and beautiful views was too tempting to resist. The morning started off perfectly. We arrived at the trailhead early, the air crisp and filled with the scent of pine. Alex was in high spirits, cracking jokes as we shouldered our day packs and set off down the trail. The path wound through dense forest, occasionally opening up to reveal stunning vistas of the surrounding mountains. We'd been hiking for about 3 hours when we decided to take a break for lunch. As we sat on a fallen log, munching on our sandwiches, Alex spotted something interesting. "Hey, check that out," he said, pointing to a narrow opening in the rock face nearby. "Looks like it might be a cave." I squinted at the dark gap. "Could be. Want to check it out?" Alex grinned, always up for a bit of adventure. "Why not? Might be cool inside." We packed up our lunch things and made our way over to the cave entrance. It was larger than it had appeared from a distance, easily big enough for us to walk through without stooping. Alex pulled out his headlamp, and I switched on my flashlight as we ventured inside. At first, it seemed like a typical small cave, cool, damp, with the occasional drip of water echoing off the walls. But as we moved deeper, the space opened up into a larger cavern, and that's when we saw it. Stacked against one wall were crates and boxes, some sealed, others partially open. Scattered around were various items, electronics, jewelry, even what looked like antiques. It didn't take a genius to realize we'd stumbled upon some kind of stash, a big one. "Holy shit," Alex whispered, his eyes wide as he took in the scene. Are these all stolen?" I nodded slowly, a knot of fear forming in my stomach. "Has to be. This is way too much stuff to just be abandoned here." We stood there for a moment, the gravity of our discovery sinking in. Then Alex started moving towards one of the open crates. "What are you doing?" I hissed, grabbing his arm. He shook me off. "Just want to see what's in here. Maybe we can figure out where this stuff came from." I knew it was a bad idea, but curiosity got the better of me too. We began carefully examining the contents of the crates, finding everything from high-end laptops to rare coins. It was like we'd stumbled into some kind of criminal warehouse. We were so engrossed in our exploration that we almost missed the sound of voices echoing from the cave entrance. Almost. Alex and I froze, looking at each other in panic. The voices were getting closer, and they didn't sound friendly. "I'm telling you, I heard something down here," a gruff voice said. "Probably just some animal, but we better check it out." My heart was pounding so hard I was sure they'd hear it. There was only one way in or out of this cavern, and the owners of those voices were blocking it. We were trapped. Alex pointed to a pile of empty crates in one corner. Without a word, we hurried over and squeezed behind them, trying to make ourselves as small as possible. I switched off my flashlight, and Alex did the same with his headlamp, plunging us into darkness. Just in time. Two men entered the cavern, their powerful flashlights sweeping across the space. From our hiding spot, I could see them clearly, though I wished I couldn't. They were rough-looking characters, the kind you'd cross the street to avoid if you saw them coming, and they were armed. "See?" one of them said. "Nothing here but our stuff," the other man grunted, moving further into the cavern. "Maybe, but something don't feel right. Let's do a thorough check, just to be sure." I held my breath as they began methodically searching the cavern. They were thorough, checking behind stacks of crates and peering into dark corners. It was only a matter of time before they found us. Beside me, I could feel Alex tensing up. I knew what he was thinking. If we were going to make a run for it, now might be our only chance. I gave his arm a squeeze, hoping he'd understand my silent message. "Wait." "Not yet." The men were getting closer to our hiding spot. I could hear the scuff of their boots on the cave floor, see the beams of their flashlights getting brighter. My heart was racing, and I had to fight the urge to close my eyes, as if that would somehow make us invisible. Just when I thought we were done for, a loud noise echoed through the cave, the sound of something heavy falling over near the entrance. Both men whirled around, their lights focusing on the source of the noise. "What the hell was that?" one of them growled. "Don't know. Could be the others coming back early. Or could be trouble. Let's check it out." They moved towards the cave entrance, their attention momentarily diverted. It was now or never. I tugged on Alex's arm, and we burst from our hiding place. The sudden movement caught the men off guard, and for a crucial second, they just stood there, stunned. We ran for the entrance, pushing past them before they could react. I heard a shout behind us, then the terrifying sound of a gun being cocked. We didn't stop to look back, just ran full tilt into the forest. The calm trail we'd enjoyed earlier now seemed like a gauntlet of obstacles. Roots threatened to trip us, low-hanging branches whipped at our faces, but fear lent us speed, and we crashed through the underbrush, putting distance between us and our pursuers. I could hear them behind us, their angry shouts echoing through the trees. They knew these woods better than we did, and they were gaining on us. "We need to split up," Alex gasped as we ran. "Make it harder for them to follow." I wanted to argue, to say we stood a better chance together. But deep down, I knew he was right. With a quick nod, I veered left while he went right. I ran like I'd never run before, my lungs burning and my legs aching. Every snapping twig made me flinch. Every shadow seemed to hide a threat. I had no idea where I was going, only that I needed to get as far away from that cave as possible. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I found myself at the edge of a steep ravine. The sound of rushing water came from far below. I was trapped. The voices were getting closer. I looked around frantically, searching for a way out. That's when I spotted it. A narrow ledge leading down the side of the ravine. It looked treacherous, barely wide enough to put one foot in front of the other. But it was my only option. Taking a deep breath, I began to edge my way down. The rock face was slick with moss, and more than once I nearly lost my footing. But desperation kept me going, inch by perilous inch. I was about halfway down when I heard them reach the top of the ravine. I pressed myself against the rock face, hardly daring to breathe. "Where'd he go?" one of them shouted, his voice echoing off the ravine walls. "Must have found a way down. No way he jumped." I stayed perfectly still, praying they wouldn't spot me on my precarious perch. For agonizing minutes, I listened to them searching the area above. Then, mercifully, their voices began to fade as they moved off, presumably to search elsewhere. It took me another nerve-wracking hour to make it to the bottom of the ravine. By then, my arms and legs were shaking from exertion and leftover adrenaline. But I couldn't rest yet. I needed to find help, and I needed to find Alex. I followed the river at the bottom of the ravine, hoping it would lead me to civilization. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in brilliant hues of orange and pink, I finally heard something that made my heart soar, the distant sound of traffic. Summoning the last of my strength, I clambered up the riverbank and through a final stretch of woods. And there it was, a highway stretching out before me. I've never been so happy to see asphalt in my life. I flagged down the first car I saw, probably looking like a madman with my torn clothes and wild eyes. The startled driver, a kind-faced woman in her 50s, listened to my breathless explanation and immediately called the police. What followed was a whirlwind of police statements, search parties, and anxious waiting. It wasn't until the next morning that we got the news. They'd found Alex. He was dehydrated and scratched up, but alive. He'd managed to find a ranger station and raise the alarm. The authorities took our discovery of the cave very seriously. They organized a raid, catching several members of what turned out to be a major theft ring. The cave was just one of several stashes they'd hidden throughout the state park. In the days and weeks that followed, as Alex and I tried to process what had happened, we found ourselves dealing with a mix of emotions. Relief at having survived, certainly, but also a lingering fear, a new awareness of the dangers that can lurk in even the most beautiful places. It took time, but eventually, we both found our way back to the trails. Our first hike after the incident was tense, every snapping twig making us jump. But as we walked, feeling the sun on our faces and the earth beneath our feet, we remembered why we loved this so much in the first place. The wilderness had shown us its darker side, yes, but it had also shown us our own strength, our resilience. We'd faced real danger and come out the other side, and in doing so, we'd gained a deeper appreciation for the wild places of the world, their beauty, their challenges, and the profound effect they can have on the human spirit. Now, when I stand at a trailhead, I feel a mix of excitement and respect. The forest is not just a playground, but a place of mystery and potential danger. And yet, I'm drawn to it more than ever, because I know that out there among the trees and mountains, I'll find not just adventure, but a truer version of myself. The moment the old couple's eyes glinted with malice over the dinner table, I knew my quaint research trip had turned into a nightmare. What I didn't realize was how quickly I'd be fighting for my escape from the very people who'd welcomed me into their home. I'd come to this small town in Virginia for my anthropology thesis, studying the evolution of rural communities in the digital age. It was supposed to be a straightforward field study, interviews, observations, and immersing myself in local culture. The town seemed perfect, picturesque, isolated, and seemingly untouched by time. My first week had gone smoothly. The locals were friendly, if a bit reserved, and I'd gathered some fascinating data. But it was Mr. and Mrs. Harding who really caught my attention. They were the town's oldest residents, a couple in their late 80s who'd lived here their entire lives. When they invited me to dinner, I jumped at the chance. It was an anthropologist's dream, a direct link to the town's past. Their house was exactly what you'd expect from an elderly couple in a small town. Doilies on every surface, faded family photos lining the walls, and the faint smell of mothballs in the air. Mrs. Harding fussed over me as soon as I arrived, insisting I take off my coat and make myself comfortable. "It's not often we get visitors," she said, her wrinkled face creasing into a smile. "Especially not young folks like yourself." Mr. Harding nodded from his armchair, pipe clenched between his teeth. "Town's not what it used to be," he grumbled. "Young people all moving away. No respect for tradition. I sat down, notebook in hand, eager to hear more. This was exactly the kind of perspective I was looking for. As Mrs. Harding busied herself in the kitchen, I asked Mr. Harding about the town's history. He was happy to oblige, spinning tales of the town's founding, the hardships they'd faced, and how things had changed over the years. I was so engrossed in his stories that I barely noticed the time passing. It wasn't until Mrs. Harding called us to dinner that I realized how late it had gotten. The sun had set, and a thick fog had rolled in, obscuring the view from the windows. "You'll stay for dinner, of course," Mrs. Harding said. It wasn't a question. I hesitated, not wanting to impose, but they insisted. And truth be told, the smell wafting from the kitchen was mouth-watering, so I agreed, settling into a chair at their dining room table. The food was delicious, a hearty pot roast with vegetables from their garden. As we ate, the conversation flowed easily. The Hardings were full of questions about my research, my background, my family. In retrospect, I should have noticed how personal their inquiries were getting, how intently they watched my reactions. But I was too caught up in the moment, too excited about the wealth of information I was gathering. It wasn't until dessert that things started to feel off. Mrs. Harding brought out a homemade pie, setting it on the table with a flourish. "It's a special recipe," she said, her eyes twinkling. "Been in the family for generations." I took a bite and immediately noticed something strange about the taste. It was sweet, but with an underlying bitterness that made my tongue tingle. "What kind of pie is this?" I asked, trying to keep my tone casual. Mr. Harding chuckled, a low, unsettling sound. "Oh, it's our own special blend. Helps people relax." That's when I noticed the room starting to spin. My limbs felt heavy, and my thoughts were becoming foggy. With growing horror, I realized I'd been drugged. I tried to stand, but my legs wouldn't cooperate. I stumbled, catching myself on the edge of the table. The Hardings made no move to help me. Instead, they watched with an eerie calmness, their earlier warmth replaced by cold calculation. What did you do to me?" I slurred, fighting to stay conscious. Mrs. Harding's smile turned cruel. "Now, dear, don't fuss. It'll all be over soon. You'll be joining our family just like the others." My blood ran cold at her words. Others? How many people had fallen into this trap before me? With the last of my strength, I lunged for the door, but Mr. Harding was faster than he looked. He caught me easily, his grip surprisingly strong for a man his age. "You're not going anywhere," he growled. "This town needs new blood, and you're it." I struggled weakly against his hold, but the drug was taking full effect. The room swam before my eyes, and darkness crept in at the edges of my vision. The last thing I saw before losing consciousness was Mrs. Harding's face, her kindly grandmother facade replaced by something ancient and hungry. I woke to darkness and the smell of damp earth. For a moment, I couldn't remember where I was or how I'd gotten there. Then it all came rushing back. The dinner, the drugged pie, the Hardings' sinister plan. I tried to move, only to find my wrists and ankles bound tightly. As my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I realized I was in some kind of cellar. The walls were rough stone, and the only light came from a small barred window near the ceiling. I could hear movement above me, footsteps, and muffled voices. Panic threatened to overwhelm me. But I forced myself to think. I needed to find a way out of this. I twisted my wrists, testing the bonds, but they were frustratingly secure. Whoever had tied them knew what they were doing. Hours passed, marked only by the shifting of light through the tiny window. I drifted in and out of consciousness, the remnants of the drug still coursing through my system. Each time I woke, I hoped it had all been a terrible dream, but the ropes digging into my skin and the cold stone floor beneath me were all too real. Finally, I heard the creak of a door opening. Light spilled down a set of stairs, and two figures descended, Mr. and Mrs. Harding. looking for all the world like a sweet, elderly couple, save for the malevolent gleam in their eyes. "Good morning, dear," Mrs. Harding chirped, as if this were a normal social call. "I do hope you slept well." I glared at them, finding my voice at last. "What do you want from me?" Mr. Harding chuckled, that same unsettling sound from the night before. "It's not about what we want. It's about what the town needs. New blood, new life. And you, my dear, are going to provide it." As they spoke, the horrible truth began to dawn on me. This wasn't just about two deranged individuals. The whole town was in on it. The friendly locals, the quaint facade, it was all a trap, designed to lure in unsuspecting outsiders like myself. "Then you can't keep me here," I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. "People will come looking for me." Mrs. Harding's smile widened. "Oh, I don't think so. You told us yourself, dear. No family, no close friends, just you and your research. Nobody will miss you for quite some time. And by then, well..." She trailed off, leaving the implications hanging in the air. They left shortly after, promising to return with food later. As the cellar door clicked shut behind them, I felt despair washing over me. They were right. I had been so focused on my research, so eager to immerse myself in this community, that I'd isolated myself from everyone else. It could be weeks before anyone realized I was missing, but I couldn't give up. I had to find a way out. I spent hours working at my bonds, ignoring the pain as the ropes chafed my skin raw. I examined every inch of the cellar, looking for weaknesses, for anything I could use to my advantage. Days passed in a blur of fear and desperate planning. The Hardings came regularly, bringing food and water, always watching me with those unsettling eyes. They spoke of preparations being made, of a ceremony to come. I tried to get more information out of them, to understand what they were planning, but they remained frustratingly vague. It was on the 5th day of my captivity that I finally caught a break. Mrs. Harding came alone, carrying a tray of food. As she set it down, I noticed her hands shaking slightly. Age, I realized, was catching up with her. Despite whatever sinister forces were at work in this town, I saw my chance and took it. As she leaned in to adjust my bonds, I surged upward, headbutting her with all my strength. She went down with a cry, the keys to my chains clattering to the floor. Ignoring the pain exploding through my skull, I maneuvered myself over to the keys. It was awkward and slow with my hands still bound, but desperation lent me strength and flexibility I didn't know I possessed. I had just managed to free myself when I heard footsteps pounding down the stairs. Mr. Harding burst into the cellar, his face contorted with rage. But I was ready. I ducked under his grasping hands and bolted for the stairs. The next few minutes were a blur of adrenaline and terror. I raced through the house, hearing Mr. Harding's labored breathing behind me. I burst out the front door and into the street, only to find myself faced with a group of townspeople, their expressions a mix of shock and anger. For a moment, I froze, certain that this was the end. But then survival instinct kicked in. I ran, faster than I'd ever run in my life. I could hear shouts behind me, the sound of pursuit growing as more people joined the chase. I ran without direction, my only thought to put as much distance between myself and my captors as possible. The town blurred around me, quaint storefronts and picket fences giving way to fields and then dense forest. I don't know how long I ran. My lungs burned, and my legs felt like lead. But every time I thought about stopping, I remembered the cellar, the Hardings, cruel smiles, and I found a new reserve of energy. Finally, mercifully, I broke through the tree line and found myself on a highway. I flagged down the first car I saw, probably looking like a madwoman with my wild eyes and torn clothes. The startled driver, a middle-aged man in a business suit, listened to my breathless explanation and immediately called the police. What followed was a whirlwind of police statements, hospital visits, and traumatized phone calls to my family and thesis advisor. The authorities took my story seriously, organizing a raid on the town. But by the time they arrived, the place was deserted. The Hardings, the other residents, everyone, gone without a trace. In the months that followed, as I tried to piece my life back together, I couldn't shake the memory of those 5 days. The terror, yes, but also the realization of how easily I'd walked into their trap. I'd been so eager for the perfect research subject that I'd ignored all the warning signs. My thesis remained unfinished. How could I continue to study rural communities when every small town now held the shadow of potential danger? But slowly, I began to find a new direction. I started looking into cults, into the psychology of isolated communities. I wanted to understand what could drive an entire town to such extremes. Now, years later, I still catch myself looking over my shoulder in unfamiliar places. The experience changed me, made me more cautious, more aware of the darkness that can hide behind the most benign facades. But it also showed me my own strength, my will to survive. I never returned to that town. As far as I know, it remains abandoned, a ghost town with a terrible secret. But sometimes, on dark nights when the wind howls just right, I can almost hear Mrs. Harding's voice, sweet and terrible. "You'll be joining our family just like the others." And I shudder, grateful for my narrow escape and for the wisdom it brought at such a heavy price. The moment I saw the armed men through my camera lens, I knew my peaceful nature photography trip had turned into a dangerous game of cat and mouse. What I didn't realize was how quickly I'd be running for my life through the very wilderness I'd come to capture. I'd always been passionate about wildlife photography. There's something magical about freezing a moment in time, capturing the raw beauty of nature in a single frame. That's what brought me to this remote corner of the Pacific Northwest, miles from the nearest town and even further from anything resembling civilization. I'd been out here for nearly a week, my tent a temporary home amidst the towering pines and rugged landscape. The solitude was blissful, broken only by the calls of birds and the occasional rustle of animals moving through the underbrush. Each day, I'd wake with the sun, eager to see what new wonders I might capture through my lens. On this particular morning, I set out just as the first rays of sunlight were painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. I had a specific location in mind, a small clearing where I'd spotted a family of deer the day before. I was hoping to catch them in the soft morning light, maybe even capture a fawn taking its first tentative steps. The hike was invigorating, the crisp morning air filling my lungs as I carefully picked my way along the faint trail. The weight of my camera gear was familiar and comforting on my back. As I neared the clearing, I slowed my pace, moving as quietly as possible to avoid startling any wildlife. I reached the edge of the clearing and crouched down, surveying the area before entering. That's when I saw them. 3 men, dressed in camouflage, carrying high-powered rifles. They were gathered around something on the ground, something large. My breath caught in my throat as I realized what I was seeing. It wasn't a deer they were standing over, but a bear, a massive grizzly, its magnificent coat now stained red. These weren't hunters. This was poaching, plain and simple. Without thinking, I raised my camera and started shooting. The telephoto lens brought the scene into sharp focus. The men's faces, the guns, the dead bear. Evidence. My heart was pounding, but my hands remained steady, years of practice taking over. I was so focused on capturing the scene that I didn't notice one of the men look up, didn't see him nudge his companions and point in my direction. It wasn't until I heard the shout that I realized my mistake. "Hey, you there!" I dropped to the ground, but it was too late. They'd seen me. Panic surged through me as I heard them start to move in my direction. I scrambled backward, staying low, then turned and ran. The forest that had seemed so peaceful just moments ago now felt oppressive, full of obstacles trying to trip me up. Branches whipped at my face as I crashed through the underbrush, the sound of pursuit behind me spurring me on. I ran blindly, my only thought to put as much distance between myself and the poachers as possible. My lungs burned and my legs ached, but fear kept me moving. I could hear them shouting to each other, their voices too close for comfort. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I burst out of the trees onto a rocky slope. I paused for a moment, gasping for breath, trying to get my bearings. That's when I heard the gunshot. The crack of the rifle echoed through the valley, followed by the whine of a bullet passing far too close. They were shooting at me. This wasn't about scaring me off anymore. They meant to silence me permanently. I dove behind a large boulder, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. What had I gotten myself into? I was no action hero, just a wildlife photographer who'd stumbled into something far bigger and more dangerous than I'd ever imagined. Another shot rang out, chips of rock exploding from the boulder next to my head. I needed to move, to find better cover. My eyes darted around, looking for an escape route. The slope continued upward, becoming steeper and rockier. It would be difficult terrain, but it might slow my pursuers down. Taking a deep breath, I sprinted from behind the boulder, zigzagging as I climbed. More shots followed, but the uneven ground seemed to throw off their aim. I didn't look back, focusing all my energy on the climb. I reached a small ledge and allowed myself a moment's rest, pressing myself against the rock face. The shouts of the men were more distant now, but still too close for comfort. I knew I couldn't keep this pace up for long. I needed a plan. That's when I remembered my satellite phone, safely tucked away in my backpack. If I could just find a moment to make a call, to alert the authorities. But first, I needed to find a safe spot. I continued my climb, moving as quickly and quietly as I could. The terrain became increasingly difficult, requiring all my concentration to navigate safely. The voices of my pursuers faded, replaced by the sound of my own labored breathing and pounding heart. Finally, I reached a small cave-like opening in the rock face. It wasn't deep, but it offered some shelter and a place to catch my breath. I squeezed inside, wincing as my camera bag scraped against the rock. I'd forgotten I was still carrying it, the instinct to protect my gear ingrained after years of field work. With shaking hands, I unzipped my backpack and pulled out the satellite phone. As I went to turn it on, my heart sank. The screen remained dark, dead battery. I'd been so caught up in my photography over the past few days that I'd forgotten to charge it. A wave of despair washed over me. I was alone, being hunted by armed men, with no way to call for help. For a moment, I considered giving up. Maybe if I surrendered, explained that I'd delete the photos. No, I couldn't take that risk. These men had already shown they were willing to kill. I had to keep going, had to find a way out of this. I allowed myself a few more minutes of rest, then reluctantly left the safety of my rocky shelter. The sun was high in the sky now, the heat making my clothes stick to my skin with sweat. I needed to find water soon, or dehydration would become as much of a threat as the poachers. I continued moving, sticking to areas with more cover. Every snapping twig made me flinch. Every shadow seemed to hide a threat. Hours passed this way, the strain of constant vigilance taking its toll. As the light began to fade, I knew I needed to find a place to spend the night. The thought of being out here in the dark, knowing those men were still looking for me, made my skin crawl. But I had no choice. I found a dense thicket of bushes and crawled inside, ignoring the scratches from the branches. It wasn't comfortable, but it offered some concealment. I curled up, trying to make myself as small as possible. Sleep was impossible. Every sound had me tensing, expecting to see the barrel of a gun poking through the leaves. I clutched my camera bag to my chest, the evidence it contained feeling more like a curse than an asset. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the leaves, I heard a new sound, a rhythmic thudding that grew louder by the second. I held my breath, not daring to move. The sound grew to a roar, and suddenly a large shape passed overhead. A helicopter. My heart leapt. Someone was looking for me. I burst out of my hiding place, waving my arms frantically. The helicopter circled back, hovering lower. I could see the words Forest Service emblazoned on its side. As it landed in a nearby clearing, I felt a wave of relief so strong it nearly brought me to my knees. Park rangers poured out, rushing to my side. Their questions washed over me in a blur. Was I hurt? Were the men still in the area? Did I need medical attention? I managed to stammer out my story, showing them the photos on my camera. Their faces grew grave as they realized the extent of what I'd uncovered. One of the rangers, an older man with kind eyes, placed a hand on my shoulder. "You've been incredibly brave," he said, "but you're safe now. We'll take care of everything from here." As they led me to the helicopter, I took one last look at the wilderness around me. It was as beautiful as ever, the morning sun painting the landscape in soft light. But now I knew the darkness that could lurk in even the most beautiful places. I was alive, I had survived, and I had the evidence to bring those poachers to justice. As the helicopter lifted off, carrying me back to safety, I made a silent promise to myself. I would return to the wild. I wouldn't let this experience rob me of my passion, but next time I'd be better prepared, more cautious, and maybe, just maybe, a little bit braver. The moment I found the first threatening note pinned to our cabin door, I knew our romantic getaway had taken a sinister turn. What I didn't realize was how quickly it would escalate into a terrifying fight for survival in the very wilderness we'd come to enjoy. My girlfriend, Sarah, and I had been planning this trip for months. We both had high-stress jobs in the city and desperately needed some time away from the constant noise and pressure. When we found this secluded cabin online, nestled deep in the mountains with no neighbors for miles, it seemed perfect. A week of peace, quiet, and each other's company. Just what we needed to reconnect and recharge. The drive up was beautiful, the road winding through dense forests and alongside crystal clear streams. As we pulled up to the cabin, I felt the tension of the past few months start to melt away. The cabin was everything we'd hoped for, rustic but comfortable, with a wide porch overlooking a stunning valley. That first evening was idyllic. We unpacked, cooked dinner together, and sat on the porch watching the sunset paint the sky in brilliant hues of orange and pink. As darkness fell, we marveled at the stars, so much brighter here than in the city. We went to bed that night feeling relaxed and optimistic about the week ahead. The next morning, I woke early, eager to explore our surroundings. I slipped out of bed, trying not to wake Sarah, and headed to the porch to enjoy my morning coffee. That's when I saw it. A piece of paper pinned to the cabin door, fluttering slightly in the morning breeze. Curious, I walked over and unpinned it. As I read the words scrawled on the paper, I felt a chill run down my spine. "You don't belong here. Leave now or else." I stood there for a moment, trying to process what I was reading. Was this some kind of joke? A prank by the cabin owners to scare city folks? But something about the crude handwriting, the force with which the note had been pinned to the door, felt too real, too threatening. I debated whether to tell Sarah. I didn't want to ruin our vacation over what might be nothing. In the end, I decided to keep it to myself for now. I crumpled up the note and shoved it in my pocket, determined not to let it spoil our day. We spent the morning hiking, enjoying the crisp mountain air and the beautiful scenery. Sarah was in high spirits, pointing out interesting plants and birds, her laugh echoing through the trees. I tried to match her enthusiasm, but the note kept nagging at the back of my mind. When we returned to the cabin that afternoon, I knew immediately that something was wrong. The door was slightly ajar, though I was certain we'd locked it before leaving. Sarah noticed my hesitation. "What's wrong?" she asked, her smile fading. "Probably nothing," I said, trying to sound casual. "Just thought I locked the door, that's all." We entered cautiously. At first glance, nothing seemed out of place. But then I noticed another piece of paper on the kitchen table. My heart sank as I picked it up and read, "This is your second warning. Next time, we won't be so nice." Sarah read it over my shoulder, her face paling. "What's going on?" she whispered. "Who left this?" I had to tell her about the first note then. As I explained, I could see the fear growing in her eyes, mirroring my own rising panic. "We should leave," she said, her voice shaking slightly. "Pack up and go home." Part of me agreed with her, but another part, a stubborn, angry part, didn't want to be chased away from our vacation by some unseen threat. "Let's not overreact," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "It's probably just some locals trying to scare us off. We'll be more careful, keep the doors locked. If it happens again, we'll leave. Okay?" Sarah hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. We spent the rest of the day in the cabin, jumping at every sound. That night, neither of us slept well, taking turns to keep watch. The next morning, we woke to find our car's tires slashed. Any doubts about the seriousness of our situation vanished in that moment. This wasn't a prank or a misunderstanding. Someone wanted us gone, and they were escalating. "We need to call for help," Sarah said, her voice tight with fear. I pulled out my phone, but there was no signal. Of course, we were miles from the nearest cell tower. The landline in the cabin was dead too. "Okay," I said, trying to think clearly through the rising panic. "Okay, we can't drive out. The nearest town is too far to walk. But there's a ranger station about 5 miles down the mountain. If we start now, we can make it there before dark." We packed quickly, taking only what we could easily carry. As we were about to leave, we found another note pinned to the door. "You had your chance. Now you pay." The hike down the mountain was tense. Every snapping twig, every rustle in the underbrush made us freeze. Were we being watched? Followed? The beautiful forest that had seemed so welcoming just days ago now felt oppressive, full of hidden threats. We were about halfway to the ranger station when we heard it. The unmistakable sound of an engine. Someone was coming up the road. "Help!" Sarah shouted, running towards the sound. "We need help!" I ran after her, relief flooding through me. But as the vehicle came into view, that relief turned to ice in my veins. It wasn't a ranger's truck or a passing tourist. It was a battered old pickup, and the two men inside didn't look friendly. "Sarah, run!" I yelled, grabbing her arm and pulling her off the road. We plunged into the forest, the shouts of the men and the roar of the truck's engine close behind. We ran blindly, branches whipping our faces, roots threatening to trip us at every step. I don't know how long we ran. Time seemed to lose all meaning in the panic of flight. But eventually, the sounds of pursuit faded, replaced by our own labored breathing and pounding hearts. We found ourselves in a small clearing, both of us gasping for air. "What do we do now?" Sarah asked between breaths. I looked around, trying to get my bearings. The sun was getting low. We'd been running for hours. "We can't go back to the road," I said. "They'll be looking for us there. We need to keep moving, try to circle around to the ranger station." As night fell, the forest became a different world. Shadows seemed to move, and every sound was magnified. We stumbled on, using the stars to try to keep our direction. But I knew we were lost. We were exhausted, scared, and starting to lose hope when we saw it. A faint light through the trees. Cautiously, we approached. It was a small cabin, smoke rising from its chimney. For a moment, we hesitated. What if this was them, the people who had been threatening us? But we were out of options. We needed help. I knocked on the door, my heart in my throat. After a long moment, it opened to reveal an old man, his weathered face creased with confusion. "Please," I said, my voice hoarse. "We need help. Someone's after us." The old man's expression changed from confusion to concern. He ushered us inside, locking the door behind us. As Sarah and I collapsed into chairs, he busied himself making tea and calling the ranger station on a crackling radio. Over the next hour, we told him our story. He listened gravely, nodding as if this wasn't the first time he'd heard such a tale. "You're not the first," he said when we'd finished. "There's a group around here, don't like outsiders, think these mountains belong to them. They've scared off plenty of folks over the years. But why? Sarah asked. Why do they care if people visit? The old man shrugged. Some say they're protecting the land. Others think they're hiding something. Truth is, no one really knows. We spent the night at the old man's cabin, too exhausted and relieved to worry about the propriety of it. In the morning, rangers arrived to escort us back to town. As we drove away from the mountains, I couldn't help but look back. The forest was as beautiful as ever in the morning light. But now I knew the darkness that could lurk in even the most picturesque places. We never returned to those mountains, but the experience changed us. We became more cautious, more aware of the potential dangers that can hide behind beautiful facades. But it also showed us our strength, our ability to face fear and survive. Now, years later, when I see a secluded cabin advertised online, I feel a mix of emotions. A part of me still longs for that peace and solitude. But I also remember the terror of those days, the realization that sometimes isolation can be as much a trap as a refuge. We still travel, still seek out beautiful, remote places. But we do it with open eyes, aware that even in the most idyllic settings, there can be shadows. And we're stronger for it, ready to face whatever challenges come our way together. The moment we realized all the trails back to civilization had been blocked or disguised, I knew our casual hiking trip had turned into a nightmarish game of survival. What I didn't anticipate was how quickly we'd be fighting for our lives against an unseen enemy in the wilderness we once thought we knew. It was supposed to be a fun weekend getaway. Just me and my 3 best friends, Mike, Sarah, and Alex, taking advantage of the perfect fall weather to explore some new trails in the Appalachian Mountains. We'd been planning this trip for months, poring over maps and excitedly discussing the spectacular views we'd encounter. The first day was everything we'd hoped for. The weather was crisp and clear, the fall foliage painting the mountains in brilliant hues of red, orange, and gold. We hiked for hours, our spirits high, stopping often to take photos and marvel at the beauty surrounding us. As the sun began to set, we found a perfect spot to set up camp for the night. Sitting around the campfire that evening, sharing stories and roasting marshmallows, I felt a deep sense of contentment. This was why we came out here, to escape the chaos of our daily lives and reconnect with nature and each other. If only I'd known then how quickly things would change. The first sign that something was wrong came early the next morning. I woke before the others and decided to take a short walk to stretch my legs. As I moved through the trees, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The forest seemed too quiet, the usual morning chorus of birds noticeably absent. Then I saw it, a flash of movement in the underbrush. I froze, straining my eyes to see what had caught my attention. For a split second, I thought I saw a figure ducking behind a tree, but when I blinked, there was nothing there. Unsettled, I hurried back to our campsite. The others were just starting to stir, and I debated whether to mention what I'd seen, not wanting to alarm them over what was probably just my imagination. I kept quiet. We packed up camp and set off, planning to hike to a nearby ridge known for its stunning vistas. But as we walked, that feeling of unease grew stronger. More than once, I caught myself glancing over my shoulder, certain we were being watched. It was Mike who first said it out loud. "Guys," he said, his voice tight, "does anyone else feel like we're being followed?" The relief I felt at hearing someone else voice my concerns was short-lived. As we all stopped to listen, the forest around us seemed to hold its breath. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the pounding of my own heart. That's when we heard it, a twig snapping, somewhere off to our left. We all whirled towards the sound, but there was nothing to see but trees and shadows. "It's probably just an animal," Sarah said, but her voice quavered with uncertainty. We picked up our pace, the carefree atmosphere of the morning evaporating in an instant. As we walked, we found ourselves clustering closer together, our eyes darting from tree to tree, searching for any sign of movement. It was early afternoon when we realized we'd made a terrible mistake. In our haste and growing paranoia, we'd veered off the main trail without noticing. We found ourselves in a part of the forest none of us recognized. "No problem," Alex said, pulling out his GPS. "We'll just backtrack to the main trail." But as we tried to retrace our steps, we made a chilling discovery. The path we'd taken seemed to have vanished, obscured by fallen branches and disturbed undergrowth. It was as if someone had deliberately tried to erase our trail. Panic started to set in as we realized the implications. Someone was out there, and they didn't want us to leave. We spent the next few hours trying to find our way back to a marked trail, any trail, but every path we took seemed to lead us deeper into the wilderness. Worse, we kept finding signs that we weren't alone. Strange markings on trees, small piles of stones that seemed too deliberate to be natural. As the day wore on and the light began to fade, we were forced to accept a terrifying truth. We were lost, and someone out there wanted us to stay that way. We made camp that night in a small clearing, our nerves frayed to the breaking point. Nobody spoke much as we set up the tents, each of us lost in our own fears. We decided to take turns keeping watch, none of us willing to risk being caught off guard. I took the first watch, sitting with my back against a tree, straining my ears for any sound out of place. The hours crawled by, each rustle of leaves making me flinch. It was near the end of my shift when I saw it, a light, flickering between the trees. At first, I thought I was imagining things, my tired mind playing tricks on me. But no, there it was again, definitely real and definitely moving. I woke the others, and we huddled together, watching as the light weaved through the trees. It seemed to be circling our camp, never coming too close but never straying too far. "What do we do?" Sarah whispered, her voice tight with fear. "We can't stay here," Mike said. "They know where we are. We need to move." It was a terrible idea, trying to navigate the unfamiliar forest in the dark. But the alternative, waiting to see what our unseen watchers had planned, was worse. We packed up as quietly as we could and set off, using only the dim light of the moon to guide us. The going was slow and treacherous, every step a potential twisted ankle or worse. We'd been walking for maybe an hour when we heard it, voices, calling out in the darkness behind us. They were still distant but clearly searching and getting closer. Panic lent us speed, and we started to run. I lost track of how long we fled through the dark forest, branches whipping our faces, roots threatening to trip us at every step. The voices behind us grew louder, then faded, then grew loud again. They were toying with us, I realized with a chill, like cats playing with mice. Just when I thought we couldn't go on, when my lungs were burning and my legs felt like lead, we burst out of the tree line onto a dirt road. For a moment, we all stood there, gasping for breath and staring at this unexpected sign of civilization. "Which way?" Alex panted. I looked both ways down the road, trying to orient myself. That's when I saw the headlights in the distance, coming our way. Relief flooded through me. "Here!" I shouted, waving my arms. "Over here!" But as the vehicle got closer, that relief turned to ice in my veins. It wasn't the police or a park ranger. It was a battered old pickup truck, and the men inside didn't look friendly. "I'd run!" Mike yelled, grabbing Sarah's hand and pulling her back towards the trees. We plunged back into the forest, the shouts of the men and the roar of the truck's engine close behind. We ran blindly, no longer caring about direction or stealth, our only thought to put distance between us and our pursuers. I don't know how long we ran. Time seemed to lose all meaning in the panic of flight, but eventually, the sounds of pursuit faded, replaced by our own labored breathing and pounding hearts. We found ourselves at the edge of a steep ravine, a river churning far below. We were trapped. "What do we do now?" Sarah asked, her voice trembling. I looked at the others, saw the fear and exhaustion in their faces, we were out of options. "We have to cross," I said, pointing to a fallen tree that spanned the ravine. "It's our only chance." The crossing was terrifying. The logs swayed beneath our feet, slick with moss and rot. One misstep would mean a fatal plunge into the rapids below. But fear of what lurked behind us was greater than our fear of falling. Somehow, we all made it across. On the other side, we found a small cave, hidden behind a curtain of vines. It wasn't much, but it was shelter. We huddled in that cave for what felt like days, taking turns to keep watch. We could hear our pursuers sometimes, shouting to each other as they searched, but they never found our hiding place. It was on the third day that we heard the helicopter. At first, we were afraid to hope, but when we saw "Search and Rescue" emblazoned on its side, we knew we were saved. The aftermath was a blur of police statements and media attention. We learned that we weren't the first to be targeted by this group of mountain dwellers who viewed outsiders as trespassers to be eliminated. But we were the first to escape and tell the tale. In the months that followed, as we tried to process what had happened, we found ourselves dealing with a mix of emotions. Relief at having survived, certainly, but also a lingering fear, a new awareness of the dangers that can lurk in even the most beautiful places. It took time, but eventually, we all found our way back to the trails. Our first hike after the incident was tense, every snapping twig making us jump. But as we walked, feeling the sun on our faces and the earth beneath our feet, we remembered why we loved this so much in the first place. The wilderness had shown us its darker side, yes, but it had also shown us our own strength, our resilience. We'd faced real danger and come out the other side. And in doing so, we'd gained a deeper appreciation for the wild places of the world, their beauty, their challenges, and the profound effect they can have on the human spirit. Now, when I stand at a trailhead, I feel a mix of excitement and respect. The forest is not just a playground, but a place of mystery and potential danger. And yet, I'm drawn to it more than ever. Because I know that out there, among the trees and mountains, I'll find not just adventure, but a truer version of myself. The moment I realized the isolated camp was actually a trap, I knew my routine investigation had turned into a fight for survival. What I didn't expect was how quickly I'd become the prey in a deadly game orchestrated by those I was meant to protect. I'd been a park ranger for over a decade, patrolling the vast wilderness of Yellowstone National Park. I thought I'd seen it all: lost hikers, aggressive wildlife, even the occasional illegal camper. But nothing could have prepared me for what I encountered that fateful day in late September. The call came in early morning, reports of strange activity deep in the backcountry. Hikers had mentioned seeing smoke where no campsite should be, and eerie noises in the night. It wasn't unusual for people to get spooked in the wilderness, but something about this report nagged at me. I decided to check it out myself. I set out just as the sun was rising, the crisp autumn air filled with the scent of pine and wood smoke. The location was remote, a good day's hike from the nearest marked trail. As I made my way through the dense forest, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The woods were too quiet, the usual chatter of birds and small animals noticeably absent. It was late afternoon when I finally spotted the thin trail of smoke rising above the trees. I approached cautiously, years of training kicking in. The camp came into view, a crude assemblage of tents and makeshift shelters. But something wasn't right. There were no people visible, no sounds of activity. I announced my presence, identifying myself as a ranger. The only response was the whisper of wind through the trees. Slowly, I entered the camp, my hand resting near my sidearm. The place looked lived in. Embers still glowed in a fire pit, and half-eaten meals lay abandoned on rough-hewn tables. It was as if everyone had suddenly vanished. That's when I saw the first body. He was partially hidden behind a tent, face down in the dirt. I rushed over, hoping against hope that he was just unconscious. But as I rolled him over, I recoiled in horror. His face was contorted in a grotesque mask of pain, eyes wide and staring. And there, on his neck, were two small puncture marks. My mind reeled, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. This was no animal attack I'd ever encountered. And where were the others? The camp was clearly set up for at least a dozen people. I keyed my radio, intending to call for backup, but all I got was static. Something was jamming the signal. The realization hit me like a physical blow. I was alone out here, cut off from any help. A twig snapped behind me. I whirled around, drawing my weapon in one smooth motion. But there was nothing there, just shadows lengthening as the sun dipped lower in the sky. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I needed to get out of there, to report what I'd found and bring in a full team. But as I turned to leave, I saw them, figures moving at the edge of the camp, partially hidden by the gathering gloom. They were human in shape, but something about their movements was off. Too fluid, too predatory. "This is Ranger Mike Sullivan," I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "Identify yourselves." A low chuckle was the only response, seeming to come from all around me. Then a voice, raspy and cold. "Welcome, Ranger. We've been expecting you." My blood ran cold. This was no ordinary missing persons case. I was dealing with something far more sinister. I ran. There was no shame in it, no hesitation. Every instinct screamed at me to get away, to put as much distance between myself and whatever was in that camp. I crashed through the underbrush, branches whipping at my face, roots threatening to trip me at every step. Behind me, I could hear them in pursuit. They moved with an unnatural speed and grace, effortlessly keeping pace despite the difficult terrain. And all the while, that chilling laughter echoed through the trees. I don't know how long I ran. Time seemed to lose all meaning in the blind panic of flight. But eventually, I burst out of the tree line into a small clearing. In the center stood an old fire tower, its metal frame silhouetted against the darkening sky. With no other options, I made for the tower. The rusted ladder creaked ominously under my weight as I climbed, my pursuers, footsteps growing ever closer. I reached the small room at the top, slamming the hatch shut behind me and securing it with a rusty chain I found in the corner. For a moment, all was quiet. I stood there, gasping for breath, straining my ears for any sound of pursuit. Then came a thud from below, followed by another. They were climbing the tower. I looked around frantically for anything I could use as a weapon. The room was bare save for an old desk and chair, and a dusty first aid kit hanging on the wall. I grabbed the chair, ready to fight for my life if they breached the hatch. The thuds grew louder, closer. The hatch shuddered as something heavy slammed into it from below. The chain held, but I didn't know for how long. As I stood there, heart pounding, a memory surfaced. An old legend I'd heard around the ranger station. Stories of creatures that lurked in the deepest parts of the wilderness, preying on unsuspecting hikers. I'd always dismissed them as campfire tales meant to scare rookies. Now, I wasn't so sure. Another slam against the hatch, and I saw the metal begin to buckle. Whatever was down there, it was strong, inhumanly strong. In desperation, I turned to the first aid kit. Inside, I found the usual supplies, bandages, antiseptic, and a small silver cross that someone had left behind. On a hunch, I grabbed the cross, its weight oddly comforting in my hand. The hatch burst open with a screech of tortured metal. A figure pulled itself up, movements fluid and unnaturally fast. In the dim light, I caught a glimpse of pale skin, elongated canines, and eyes that glowed with an unholy hunger. Without thinking, I thrust the silver cross forward. The effect was immediate and shocking. The creature recoiled with a screech of pain, smoke rising from where the silver had touched its flesh. Taking advantage of its momentary distraction, I charged forward, pushing with all my might. The creature, caught off balance, tumbled back through the hatch. I heard a series of thuds and inhuman shrieks as it fell down the tower. I slammed the hatch shut again, securing it as best I could with the mangled chain. But I knew it wouldn't hold for long. I was trapped, with no way down save for a 100-foot drop. As if in answer to my desperate thoughts, a new sound cut through the night, the rhythmic thud of helicopter blades. A searchlight swept the area, momentarily blinding me as it passed over the tower. Hope surged through me. Someone had noticed I was missing and sent out a search party, but would they reach me in time? The creatures below seemed agitated by the noise and light. I could hear them snarling, their inhuman voices carrying clearly in the night air. The hatch shuddered again as they renewed their assault. The helicopter drew closer, its searchlight zeroing in on the tower. I waved frantically, shouting at the top of my lungs, "Please, let them see me. Let them understand I'm in danger." Just as the hatch began to give way, a rope ladder dropped from the hovering helicopter. I didn't hesitate. I scrambled out onto the tower's small balcony and grabbed the ladder, my feet leaving the platform just as pale hands reached through the opening. As I was pulled to safety, I looked down. The creatures had emerged onto the balcony, their faces twisted in fury as their prey escaped. The searchlight illuminated them fully for the first time, and I felt my breath catch in my throat. They were human once, but no longer. Whatever they were now, it was something ancient, something that should not exist in our world. The debriefing that followed was surreal. My story was met with disbelief and concern for my mental state. No bodies were found at the camp, no evidence of the creatures I'd encountered. If not for the scratches on my arms and the battered silver cross I still clutched, I might have believed I'd imagined the whole thing. In the end, the official report cited an unknown animal attack and hallucinations brought on by stress and possible exposure to toxic plants. But I knew the truth. And I knew that somewhere out there, in the deep wilderness, they were still waiting, watching, hungry. I still work as a ranger. Someone needs to be out there, aware of the real dangers that lurk in the shadows. But I no longer patrol alone, and I never enter the backcountry without a silver cross around my neck. The wilderness holds many secrets, some beautiful, some terrifying. That day, I glimpsed something that shook my understanding of the world. And while part of me wishes I could forget, a larger part knows that ignorance is not bliss, it's vulnerability. So I watch, and I wait, and I hope that I'm prepared for the day when the creatures of the night decide to venture once more into the world of light. The moment I saw the silhouette standing just beyond the glow of my campfire, I knew my peaceful solo camping trip had taken a sinister turn. What I didn't realize was how quickly it would spiral into a terrifying game of cat and mouse in the wilderness I once thought I knew. I'd always been a bit of a loner, finding more solace in the quiet of nature than in the chaos of city life. That's why I decided to take a week-long camping trip in the Adirondacks. Just me, my gear, and the great outdoors. I'd found a perfect spot, miles from any marked trails or campsites, where I could truly disconnect and recharge. The first few days were blissful. I spent my time hiking, taking photos of the stunning landscape, and enjoying the simple pleasure of being alone with my thoughts. Each night, I'd return to my campsite, cook a simple meal over my portable stove, and fall asleep to the gentle sounds of the forest. It was on the fourth day that things started to feel off. I'd gone for a long hike, pushing myself further than I had on previous days. When I returned to my camp, exhausted and ready to relax, I noticed something strange. My tent zipper was partially open. I was certain I'd closed it fully before leaving that morning. A chill ran down my spine as I approached cautiously. Inside, things seemed undisturbed at first glance, but as I looked closer, I realized items had been moved. My sleeping bag was slightly askew, and my backpack wasn't where I'd left it. Someone had been in my tent. I stood there for a moment, heart racing, unsure what to do. Should I pack up and leave? but it was already late afternoon, and I was miles from anywhere. The thought of hiking out in the dark was not appealing. I decided to stay, but sleep with my hunting knife close at hand. That night, every snapping twig and rustling leaf had me on edge. I dozed fitfully, jerking awake at the slightest sound. The next morning, I woke to find my boots, which I'd left outside the tent, moved several feet away. This was no animal. Someone was deliberately messing with me. I spent the day hiking nearby, partly to clear my head and partly to see if I could spot any signs of another campsite. But the woods seemed empty save for the usual wildlife. As evening approached, I reluctantly returned to my camp. That's when I saw it, a figure standing just at the edge of the clearing, half hidden by a tree. My heart leapt into my throat. "Hello," I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "Is someone there?" No response. The figure didn't move. I took a step forward, and in that instant, they vanished into the shadows of the forest. I ran to where they had been standing, but there was no sign anyone had been there. No footprints, no disturbed vegetation, nothing. That night, I didn't even try to sleep. I sat by my fire, knife in hand, jumping at every sound. As the flames died down to embers, I saw it again, a dark silhouette, standing just beyond the fading circle of light, watching me. I stood up quickly, brandishing my knife. "Who's there? What do you want?" Again, no response. But this time, the figure didn't disappear. It just stood there, unnaturally still. In that moment, fear gave way to anger. I was tired of being toyed with. I charged forward, determined to confront whoever or whatever was tormenting me. But as I reached the spot where the figure had been, there was nothing. I spun around, searching the darkness, but I was alone. Or so I thought. A twig snapped behind me, and I whirled to see the figure now standing where I had been moments ago, next to my dying fire. How had they moved so quickly and silently? Panic surged through me. This was no ordinary person. I ran blindly into the forest, no longer caring about direction or stealth. Branches whipped at my face as I crashed through the underbrush, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like lead. Finally, I collapsed against a tree, gasping for air. The forest was silent save for my pounding heart and heaving breaths. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I realized I had no idea where I was. In my panic, I'd left everything behind. My tent, my supplies, even my flashlight. I was lost in the wilderness with nothing but the clothes on my back and my hunting knife. I spent that night huddled at the base of a large tree, shivering in the cool mountain air. Every sound had me flinching, expecting to see that silent figure emerging from the shadows, but nothing came. As dawn broke, I tried to orient myself. The rising sun gave me a general sense of direction, but I had no idea how far I'd run or which way would lead me back to civilization. I picked a direction and started walking, hoping to find a trail or a road. Hours passed. The sun climbed higher, beating down mercilessly. Thirst clawed at my throat, and hunger gnawed at my stomach. But worse than the physical discomfort was the constant fear. Every time I looked over my shoulder, I expected to see that figure standing there, watching silently. It was late afternoon when I heard it. The sound of running water. Hope surged through me as I quickened my pace. I burst through a line of trees to find a small stream gurgling over rocks. I fell to my knees, cupping the cool water in my hands and drinking deeply. As I straightened up, wiping my mouth, I froze. There, on the opposite bank, stood the figure. Even in broad daylight, I couldn't make out any features. It was as if the shadows clung to it, obscuring any details. We stood there, facing each other across the stream. I gripped my knife tightly, though I knew it would be useless if the figure could move as quickly as it had before. "What do you want from me?" I shouted, my voice hoarse from thirst and fear. For the first time, the figure moved. It raised an arm, pointing downstream. Then, in a blink, It was gone. I stood there for several minutes, unsure what to do. Was this another trick? But I had no better options. Cautiously, I began to follow the stream in the direction the figure had indicated. As the sun began to set, I heard something that made my heart leap, the distant sound of voices, human voices. I quickened my pace, hope lending strength to my tired legs. I burst out of the tree line onto a small road. A group of hikers stood there, looking startled at my sudden appearance. I must have been quite a sight. Clothes torn, face scratched, wild-eyed with fear and exhaustion. "Are you okay?" one of them asked, taking a step towards me. The story poured out of me in a rush. The tampering with my campsite, the silent figure, my panicked flight through the forest. As I spoke, I saw the hikers exchange worried glances. They took me to the nearest ranger station, where I repeated my story to increasingly skeptical faces. The rangers organized a search of the area where I'd been camping, but found no evidence of an intruder. My tent and gear were there, undisturbed. There were no unexplained footprints, no sign that anyone else had been in the area. In the end, they chalked it up to an overactive imagination, fueled by isolation and possible dehydration. They were kind about it, but I could see they didn't believe me. As I sat in the back of a ranger's truck, being driven back to civilization, I couldn't shake the memory of that silent, shadowy figure. Had it all been in my mind? A hallucination brought on by stress and solitude? But then I remembered how it had pointed downstream, leading me to safety. If it was just a figment of my imagination, how could it have guided me out of the wilderness? I never returned to those woods. The experience left me shaken, questioning what I thought I knew about the world and myself. But it also taught me something important. The wilderness, like life itself, holds mysteries we may never fully understand. It can be beautiful and terrifying, peaceful and dangerous, often all at once. Now, years later, I still feel drawn to the outdoors, but I no longer seek total solitude. Instead, I've learned to appreciate the balance between isolation and connection, between adventure and safety. And sometimes, on dark nights when the wind whispers through the trees, I remember that silent figure. And I wonder if, somewhere in the deep woods, it's still out there, watching, waiting. A guardian or a threat, a protector or a predator. Perhaps in the end, it's both. I never thought I'd be afraid of my own shadow, but that was before he moved in next door. Now, every flicker of movement, every unexpected sound makes my heart race. It started innocently enough. But isn't that how these things always begin? The day Jake moved in was unremarkable. I was watering the plants on my porch when a moving truck pulled up to the house next door. It had been vacant for months, so I was curious to see who my new neighbor would be. That's when I first saw him. Tall, with dark hair and eyes that seemed to take in everything at once. He noticed me watching and waved. I waved back, thinking how nice it would be to have someone new in the neighborhood. If only I'd known then what I know now. At first, Jake seemed friendly enough. He'd wave when he saw me outside, and we'd exchange pleasantries about the weather or the local gossip. But there was something off about him, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. Maybe it was the way his eyes would linger a little too long, or how he always seemed to be outside when I was. I started noticing him more and more. When I'd leave for work in the morning, he'd be there, checking his mailbox or watering his lawn. When I'd come home in the evening, he'd be out front, as if waiting for me. I told myself I was being paranoid, that it was just coincidence. After all, neighbors see each other all the time, right? But then I started feeling watched, even when I was inside my house. I'd be sitting on my couch, reading a book, and get this prickling sensation on the back of my neck. I'd look up and see a shadow move away from the window next door. Once, I could have sworn I saw the curtain fall back into place, as if someone had just been standing there, looking in. I started keeping my curtains closed all the time, but it didn't help. The feeling of being watched only intensified. I'd wake up in the middle of the night, heart pounding, sure that I'd heard footsteps outside my bedroom window. But when I'd look, there was never anyone there. Then the notes started appearing. The first one I found tucked under my windshield wiper. "You look beautiful when you sleep." It read in neat, block letters. I felt my stomach drop, my hands shaking as I read it again and again. I told myself it must be a mistake, that it wasn't meant for me. But deep down, I knew better. I started parking my car in the garage after that, but it didn't stop the notes. They'd appear on my porch, slipped under my front door, even in my mailbox. Each one more unsettling than the last. "I love watching you make coffee in the morning. That red dress looks amazing on you. Why did you close your curtains? Don't you want me to see you?" I went to the police, but they said there wasn't much they could do. The notes weren't explicitly threatening, and I had no proof of who was sending them. They suggested I install security cameras, which I did, but it didn't help. Whoever was leaving the notes knew where the cameras were and avoided them. I knew it had to be Jake. Who else could it be? But I had no proof, and he was always so friendly when I saw him. He'd ask how I was doing, if I was sleeping okay. "You look tired," he'd say, concern in his voice. "Is everything all right?" It was like he was taunting me, letting me know he could see how this was affecting me. I started changing my routine, leaving for work at different times, taking different routes home. But somehow, he always seemed to know where I was. I'd see his car parked on the street when I went grocery shopping, or I'd spot him at the same coffee shop I ducked into to avoid going home. One night, I woke up to the sound of my phone buzzing. It was a text from an unknown number. "You're so peaceful when you sleep." I bolted upright, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. I looked at my window. Sure, I'd see Jake's face pressed against the glass, but there was nothing there. I couldn't take it anymore. I called my sister, sobbing, and told her everything. She insisted I come stay with her for a while, and I agreed. I packed a bag, my hands shaking so badly I could barely zip it closed. As I was loading my car, Jake came out of his house. "Going somewhere?" he asked, his voice casual but his eyes intense. "Just visiting my sister for a few days." I lied, trying to keep my voice steady. He nodded, smiling. "Have a safe trip. I'll keep an eye on your place while you're gone." The way he said it made my skin crawl. I got in my car and drove away, watching him in my rearview mirror. He stood there, watching me go, until I turned the corner and lost sight of him. I stayed with my sister for a week, sleeping better than I had in months. But I knew I couldn't hide forever. I had to go back, had to face this. I couldn't let him win. When I returned home, everything seemed normal. There were no new notes, no signs that anyone had been in my house. For a few days, I allowed myself to hope that maybe it was over, that Jake had moved on or realized he'd gone too far. But then, one evening as I was making dinner, I heard a noise from my basement. It was faint, just a soft thud, but in the quiet of my house, it might as well have been a gunshot. I froze, the knife I'd been using to chop vegetables clutched in my hand. I stood there, barely breathing, straining to hear any other sound. For a long moment, there was nothing. Then I heard it again, a creak, like someone stepping on a loose floorboard. My mind raced. Should I call the police? But what if it was nothing? What if I was just paranoid? I'd look ridiculous if cops showed up and found nothing but a scared woman and an empty basement. I took a deep breath, steeling myself. I had to know. I couldn't live like this anymore, jumping at every sound, afraid in my own home. With the knife still in my hand, I slowly made my way to the basement door. My hand shook as I reached for the doorknob. I paused, listening again. Silence. Maybe I had imagined it. Maybe it was just the house settling, but I had to be sure. I opened the door, flicking on the light switch. The bare bulb flickered to life, casting harsh shadows across the cluttered space. Everything looked normal. Boxes stacked against the walls, old furniture covered in sheets, the washing machine in the corner. I took a step down, then another. The stairs creaked under my weight, and I winced at the sound. I reached the bottom, my eyes darting around looking for anything out of place. That's when I saw it, a door I'd never noticed before, partially hidden behind a stack of boxes. My breath caught in my throat. How had I never seen this before? I'd lived in this house for years, and I'd never known there was another room down here. I approached slowly, my heart pounding so loud I was sure anyone in the house could hear it. The door was slightly ajar, a sliver of darkness visible in the gap. With trembling fingers, I reached out and pushed it open. The hinges groaned, the sound echoing in the stillness of the basement. The room beyond was dark, but I could make out shapes. A chair, a table, and something on the walls. I fumbled for my phone, turning on the flashlight. The beam illuminated the space, and I felt my blood run cold. The walls were covered in photos, hundreds of them, maybe thousands, and they were all of me. Me leaving for work, me getting the mail, me sitting on my couch, reading, me sleeping in my bed. Intimate moments I thought were private, all captured and displayed like some twisted art gallery. In the center of the room was a table, covered in stacks of paper. I moved closer, my legs feeling like lead. They were printouts of text messages, emails, browser histories, all mine. Every aspect of my digital life, laid out for someone else to see. And there, in the middle of it all, was a notebook. I picked it up with shaking hands, opening it to the first page. The handwriting was familiar, the same neat, block letters from the notes. Day 1. She moved in today. She's perfect. I've been waiting so long for someone like her. I flipped through the pages, my horror growing with each one. It detailed everything, my daily routines, my conversations, my habits. Things I did when I thought I was alone. Private moments I never imagined anyone else would know about. The last entry was from that morning. She's back. I knew she'd come back to me. Tonight, we'll finally be together. A floorboard creaked behind me. I spun around, the flashlight beam dancing wildly across the room. And there he was, Jake, standing in the doorway, a smile on his face and a glint in his eye that made my blood run cold. "Welcome home," he said softly. "I've been waiting for you." The engine sputtered and died, leaving me stranded in a sea of darkness. I'd driven this stretch of highway 100 times, but never had it felt so desolate, so threatening. As I sat there, the silence pressing in around me, I realized how vulnerable I truly was. That's when I saw the headlights approaching in my rearview mirror. I'd been driving for hours, making my way back from a business trip that had dragged on far too long. The sun had set hours ago, leaving me alone with nothing but the hum of my tires on asphalt and the occasional flicker of my headlights catching a road sign. I was tired, the kind of bone-deep exhaustion that makes your eyelids heavy and your mind fuzzy. I should have stopped at that last gas station, topped up the tank and grabbed a coffee. But I was eager to get home, to crawl into my own bed and forget about spreadsheets and presentations for a while. So I pushed on, ignoring the gas gauge as it dipped lower and lower. When the engine first started to sputter, I tried to convince myself it was nothing. Just a hiccup, maybe some bad gas. But deep down, I knew I'd pushed my luck too far, and now I was paying the price. The car rolled to a stop on the shoulder, the headlights cutting a small swath of visibility in the inky blackness. I sat there for a moment, my hands still gripping the steering wheel, as if by sheer force of will I could make the car start again. No such luck. I fumbled for my phone, squinting at the bright screen in the darkness. No signal. Of course, I was in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by nothing but trees and empty fields. Help felt a million miles away. That's when I saw them. Headlights in the distance, growing larger as they approached. Relief washed over me. Another car meant another person, someone who could help or at least call for a tow truck when they reached an area with cell service. I stepped out of my car, waving my arms to flag down the approaching vehicle. The headlights slowed, and I felt a smile spread across my face. Maybe my luck was turning around after all. The car, an old pickup truck that had seen better days, pulled up behind me and came to a stop. The headlights stayed on, leaving me squinting into the glare as a figure emerged from the driver's side. "Car trouble?" a man's voice called out, friendly enough. "Yeah," I replied, shielding my eyes with one hand. "I think I ran out of gas. Don't suppose you have a spare can with you?" The man chuckled, a low sound that didn't quite reach his eyes. As he stepped into the space between our vehicles, I could finally make out his features. He was older, maybe in his 50s, with a weathered face and eyes that seemed to take in everything at once. "No gas, I'm afraid," he said, coming closer. "But I've got some tools in the truck. Maybe we can take a look, see if it's something else." I hesitated. Something about the way he moved, the way his eyes never quite met mine, set off a warning bell in the back of my mind. But what choice did I have? I was stuck here, alone, with no way to call for help. "That'd be great, thanks," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. He nodded and turned back to his truck. As he rummaged around in the bed, I took the opportunity to study him more closely. His clothes were dirty, like he'd been working outside all day. There was a stain on his shirt that looked darker than dirt, but in the poor light, I couldn't be sure. When he turned back to me, he was holding a flashlight and a toolbox. "Let's take a look under the hood," he said, moving towards my car. I popped the hood and stepped back, watching as he leaned in, shining the flashlight over the engine. He muttered to himself as he worked, words I couldn't quite make out. "So," he said suddenly, not looking up from the engine, "what brings you out here so late?" "Just heading home from a business trip," I replied, trying to sound casual. "Guess I miscalculated how much gas I had left." He grunted in response, then straightened up, wiping his hands on his jeans. "Well, it's not the battery," he said, "and I don't see any obvious leaks. Probably is just out of gas." I nodded, unsure of what to say next. The man stood there, looking at me with an intensity that made me uncomfortable. "Where you headed?" he asked, his tone conversational but his eyes sharp. "Just up to Cedar Grove," I said, naming a town about an hour up the road. It wasn't where I was actually going, but something told me not to give this stranger too much information. He nodded slowly, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Cedar Grove, huh? That's quite a ways from here. You got family there?" I shifted uncomfortably, acutely aware of how alone we were on this dark stretch of road. "No, just home," I said, trying to keep my voice light. "Listen, I really appreciate you stopping, but maybe I should just call for a tow truck." The man's smile widened, but it didn't reach his eyes. "No cell service out here," he said, gesturing to the empty road around us. "Nearest town's about 20 miles that way." He pointed down the road in the direction I'd been heading. My heart sank. 20 miles. It might as well have been 100. "Tell you what," the man continued, closing my car's hood with a thud that made me jump. "I can give you a ride to town. There's a gas station there. We can get you some gas and bring it back here." Every instinct I had was screaming at me to say no. This man, this situation, it all felt wrong. But what other choice did I have? I couldn't stay here all night, and walking 20 miles in the dark wasn't an option. I don't want to put you out," I stammered, buying time as I tried to think of a way out of this. The man waved his hand dismissively. "No trouble at all," he said. "I'm headed that way anyhow. Wouldn't feel right leaving you out here all alone. Never know what kind of folks might come along." The irony of his words wasn't lost on me. I forced a smile, my mind racing. "That's really kind of you," I said. "But maybe I should just wait here. My boyfriend is expecting me. He'll probably come looking for me when I don't show up." The man's eyes narrowed slightly, and I saw something flash across his face. Anger, disappointment. It was gone so quickly I couldn't be sure. "Boyfriend, huh?" he said, his tone suddenly cooler. "Funny, I didn't see a ring on your finger. Most guys would have put one there by now if they cared about you." I felt a chill run down my spine. How had he noticed my hands? I hadn't even shaken hands with him. "We're not really the marrying type," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Listen, I think I'll just wait here, but thank you for stopping." The man took a step closer, and I had to fight the urge to back away. "Now, don't be like that," he said, his voice low. "I'm just trying to help. It's not safe out here for a pretty little thing like you. All sorts of bad people around." My heart was pounding so hard I was sure he could hear it. I opened my mouth to respond, but before I could, a sound cut through the night, the distant rumble of an engine. We both turned to look down the road. Headlights appeared in the distance, growing larger as they approached. I felt a wave of relief wash over me. Another car meant another person, maybe someone who could help me get out of this situation. The man's demeanor changed instantly. He stepped back, his face once again a mask of friendly concern. "Well, would you look at that?" he said, his voice jovial. "Looks like your luck's changing already." The approaching vehicle, a semi-truck, slowed as it neared us. The driver must have seen my car on the side of the road. As it pulled to a stop, I saw the man from the pickup tense, his eyes darting between me and the truck. "Everything okay here?" A new voice called out as the truck driver climbed down from his cab. "Just a little car trouble," I called back, relief evident in my voice. "I ran out of gas." The truck driver, a burly man with a kind face, nodded. "I've got a spare can in the truck," he said. "Let me grab it for you." As he turned back to his vehicle, I saw the man from the pickup take a step towards his own car. "Well," he said, his voice tight, "it looks like you're in good hands now. I'll be on my way." Before I could respond, he was in his truck, the engine roaring to life. He pulled away quickly, tires squealing slightly on the asphalt. As he disappeared into the night, I felt the tension drain from my body. The truck driver returned with the gas can, and as he helped me fill up my tank, I couldn't shake the feeling of how close I'd come to something. I didn't know what exactly, but I knew it wouldn't have been good. As I finally pulled back onto the road, my hands still shaking slightly on the steering wheel, I made a promise to myself. No more pushing my luck, no more ignoring my instincts, and definitely no more running out of gas on dark, lonely highways. Because sometimes, the real monsters aren't hiding under your bed or in the shadows. Sometimes, they're right there in plain sight, offering you a helping hand and a friendly smile. The moment I stepped into that dimly lit hallway, I knew something was off. The air felt heavy, pregnant with an unspoken threat. But by the time I realized the danger, it was already too late. The door clicked shut behind me, and I was trapped in a nightmare of my own making. I never thought much about the risks of my job as a food delivery driver. Sure, there were the occasional rude customers or confusing apartment complexes, but nothing truly dangerous. It was just a way to make some extra cash while I finished up my degree. But that night changed everything. It started like any other shift. I picked up an order from a local pizza joint, a large pepperoni and a 2-liter of soda. Nothing unusual. The delivery address was for an apartment complex on the outskirts of town. I'd never been there before, but that wasn't uncommon. Our delivery radius was pretty wide. As I drove, the streets became less familiar. The well-lit main roads gave way to darker, narrower streets. Houses became sparse, replaced by overgrown lots and the occasional dilapidated building. I checked my GPS again. Sure, I must have taken a wrong turn. But no, this was the right way. Finally, I saw it looming in the distance. A massive, imposing apartment building that looked like it had seen better days. The brick facade was stained and crumbling in places, and half the windows were dark. It didn't look like the kind of place that would be ordering delivery at 11 p.m. on a Tuesday. I parked my car in the nearly empty lot, grabbing the pizza and drink. As I approached the main entrance, I noticed the security door was propped open with a brick. That should have been my first warning sign, but I was too focused on finishing the delivery and moving on to my next order. The lobby was dimly lit, with flickering fluorescent lights that cast eerie shadows across the worn linoleum floor. The elevator looked like it hadn't worked in years, so I headed for the stairs. The order was for apartment 4C. As I climbed, the stairwell grew darker. By the time I reached the fourth floor, I had to use my phone's flashlight to see where I was going. The hallway was no better. Only every third light seemed to be working, leaving large patches of darkness between pools of sickly yellow light. I made my way down the hall, the numbers on the doors counting up, 4A, 4B. I stopped in front of 4C, my hand raised to knock. That's when I noticed the door was slightly ajar. "Hello?" I called out, pushing the door open a bit more. "Pizza delivery." No response, just silence. I should have left right then. Should have set the pizza down, marked the order as delivered, and gotten the hell out of there. But I didn't. Maybe it was the promise of a tip, or maybe just my own stupid curiosity. Whatever the reason, I took a step inside. "Hello? Is anyone home? I've got your pizza order here." The apartment was dark, save for the pale glow of a TV in what I assumed was the living room. I took another step, my eyes struggling to adjust to the dim light. That's when I heard it, the soft click of the door closing behind me. I spun around, my heart leaping into my throat. A figure stood there, silhouetted against the door. How had I not seen them? Sorry, I stammered, trying to keep my voice steady. "I didn't mean to intrude. I was just delivering the pizza you ordered." The figure didn't move, didn't speak, just stood there, blocking my exit. I felt a bead of sweat trickle down my back. "Look, I can just leave the pizza here and go. No charge, okay?" Finally, the figure spoke. It was a man's voice, low and gravelly. "Why don't you come in and set it down? I'm sure you could use a break." Every instinct in my body was screaming at me to run, but where? He was blocking the only exit I knew of. I clutched the pizza box tighter, as if it could somehow protect me. "That's okay," I said, trying to sound calm. "I've got other deliveries to make. I'll just leave this here." I set the pizza and soda down on a small table near the door, then turned back to the man. "If you could just move aside, I'll be on my way." He chuckled, a sound that sent chills down my spine. "But you've only just arrived. Why don't you stay a while?" He took a step towards me, and I instinctively backed up. My foot caught on something, a rug maybe, and I stumbled, catching myself on the wall. As I did, my hand brushed against a light switch. Without thinking, I flipped it on. The sudden flood of light momentarily blinded me. As my eyes adjusted, I got my first clear look at the man, and the apartment behind him. He was older than I expected, probably in his 50s, with graying hair and a scraggly beard. His clothes were dirty and worn, hanging loose on his thin frame. But it was his eyes that caught my attention, cold and calculating, with a glint of something I couldn't quite place. Something dangerous. Behind him, the apartment was a mess. Piles of newspapers and empty food containers littered every surface. The walls were covered in what looked like newspaper clippings and handwritten notes. But what made my blood run cold were the photos. Dozens, maybe hundreds of photos were tacked to the walls. And they were all of me. Me getting into my car. Me delivering pizzas to other addresses. Me walking into my apartment building. Some were clearly taken with a long-range lens, while others looked like they had been snapped from just a few feet away. "What the hell is this?" I gasped, my voice barely above a whisper. The man's lips curled into a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "I've been waiting for you for a long time, Alex." He knew my name. Of course he did. He'd been watching me, stalking me for who knows how long. How? Why? I couldn't form a coherent thought. My mind was reeling, trying to process what I was seeing. He took another step towards me. "You're special, Alex. I knew it from the moment I first saw you. We're meant to be together." I felt bile rise in my throat. This couldn't be happening. This had to be some kind of nightmare. "Look," I said, trying to keep my voice from shaking. "I don't know who you are or what you want, but this isn't okay. I'm leaving now and I'm calling the police." I reached for my phone, but before I could grab it, he lunged at me. His hand clamped around my wrist, his grip surprisingly strong for such a thin man. "You're not going anywhere," he growled, all pretense of friendliness gone from his voice. I reacted on instinct, bringing my knee up hard between his legs. He let out a grunt of pain and loosened his grip just enough for me to wrench my arm free. I shoved him as hard as I could, sending him stumbling back into a pile of newspapers. I ran for the door, my heart pounding in my ears, but as I reached for the handle, I realized with horror that it was locked. Not just locked, there was a deadbolt that required a key from both sides. "No, no, no," I muttered, frantically trying to turn the lock. Behind me, I could hear him getting to his feet, cursing under his breath. I spun around, looking for another way out. The windows were barred. I had noticed that when I came in but hadn't thought much of it. Now, those bars looked like the gates of a prison. He was on his feet now, advancing towards me with a look of fury on his face. "You shouldn't have done that, Alex," he snarled. "We could have done this the easy way." I backed up until I hit the wall, my eyes darting around for anything I could use as a weapon. My gaze fell on the 2-liter bottle of soda I had brought with the pizza. Without thinking, I grabbed it and hurled it at him with all my strength. The bottle caught him square in the face, sending him reeling back. I heard a crunch as his nose broke, blood immediately starting to pour down his face. He howled in pain and anger, giving me the opening I needed. I bolted past him, deeper into the apartment. I had no plan, no idea where I was going, but anywhere was better than trapped against that door. I found myself in what must have been the bedroom. More photos covered the walls here, along with detailed notes about my daily routine. On the bedside table was a collection of things I recognized. A pen I thought I had lost weeks ago, a receipt from my favorite coffee shop, even a small handful of my hair. The realization of how long he had been watching me, how close he had been this whole time, made me feel sick. But I couldn't focus on that now. I needed to find a way out. The sound of his footsteps in the hallway snapped me back to reality. I looked around frantically, my eyes falling on a window. Unlike the ones in the living room, this one wasn't barred. I rushed over to it, trying to force it open. Years of paint and disuse made it stick, but with a burst of adrenaline-fueled strength, I managed to shove it up. Cool night air rushed in, and I had never smelled anything so sweet. I was on the 4th floor, but there was a fire escape just a few feet to my left. If I could just reach it. "Alex." His voice was closer now, just outside the bedroom door. "Don't make this harder than it needs to be." I didn't hesitate. I climbed out onto the windowsill, my body half in and half out of the apartment. The fire escape was close, but not close enough to simply step onto. I'd have to jump. The bedroom door burst open just as I tensed to leap. I heard him yell something, but the blood pounding in my ears drowned it out. I pushed off from the window with all my might, my arms outstretched towards the rusted metal of the fire escape. For a moment, I was flying. Then my hands connected with the railing, the impact sending shocks of pain up my arms. But I held on, scrambling to pull myself up and over. I half climbed, half fell down the fire escape, not daring to look back. When I reached the bottom, I jumped the last few feet to the ground and ran. I ran like I had never run before, not stopping until I reached my car. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition, but finally, the engine roared to life. I peeled out of the parking lot, tires screeching against the pavement. It wasn't until I was miles away, parked in a brightly lit gas station parking lot, that I finally allowed myself to break down. Sobs racked my body as the full weight of what had just happened crashed over me. I called the police and, of course. They searched the apartment but found it empty. He was gone, along with all the photos and evidence of his obsession. They took my statement, promised to keep an eye out, but I could tell they didn't have much hope of finding him. I quit my delivery job that night, moved to a new apartment across town. But even now, months later, I can't shake the feeling of being watched. Every time I see a camera, every time I catch a glimpse of someone watching me for a moment too long, I wonder, is it him? Has he found me again? I don't know if I'll ever feel truly safe again, but I do know one thing. I'll never look at a late-night food delivery the same way. Because sometimes, the real monsters aren't hiding in the shadows. Sometimes, they're the ones inviting you in, with a smile and a pizza order. The walls seemed to whisper secrets of forgotten lives, each faded poster a silent scream for help. As I stood in that dimly lit room, surrounded by the faces of the missing, I realized I had stumbled upon something far more sinister than an abandoned cabin in the woods. Little did I know, my curiosity would lead me down a path I might never escape. It was supposed to be a simple hiking trip, a chance to clear my head and escape the chaos of city life for a weekend. I'd heard about this secluded trail from a coworker. It's off the beaten path, he'd said, but the views are worth it. What he failed to mention was the eerie feeling of being watched that settled over me the moment I stepped into those woods. The trail was overgrown, barely visible in some parts. I had to constantly check my map and compass to make sure I was heading in the right direction. As the day wore on, the forest seemed to grow denser, the trees pressing in closer, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. It was late afternoon when I first saw it, a glint of something through the trees. At first, I thought it might be a lake or a river, the sun reflecting off the water. But as I drew closer, I realized it was the glare of sunlight on a window. The cabin seemed to materialize out of nowhere, a weathered structure of dark wood and sagging roof. It looked old, the kind of place that had stood for generations, witnessing the slow march of time in silent solitude. I approached cautiously, my footsteps crunching on the carpet of dead leaves. The rational part of my brain told me to turn back, to continue on the trail and pretend I'd never seen this place. But curiosity got the better of me. After all, what harm could come from taking a quick look? The porch creaked ominously under my weight as I approached the front door. It was slightly ajar, as if inviting me in. I called out a hesitant hello, but only silence answered. I pushed the door open wider, wincing at the loud groan of rusted hinges. The interior was dark, musty, and thick with dust. Shafts of late afternoon sunlight cut through the gloom, illuminating swirling motes of dust. It took a moment for my eyes to adjust to the dim light. The cabin was sparsely furnished, an old couch with springs poking through the fabric, a rickety table with mismatched chairs, a pot-bellied stove in the corner. But it was the walls that caught my attention. Every inch of available space was covered in paper. At first, I thought they might be old newspapers or magazine clippings, but as I moved closer, my blood ran cold. They were missing person posters, dozens, maybe hundreds of them, plastered over every surface. I fumbled for my phone, turning on the flashlight to get a better look. The faces stared back at me. Men, women, children of all ages and races. Some of the posters were yellowed with age, the ink faded and barely legible. Others looked newer, the paper still crisp and white. My hands shook as I examined them more closely. The dates on the posters spanned decades, the earliest I could find dating back to the 1970s. But what really made my skin crawl was the location. Every single poster listed a town or city within a 100-mile radius of where I stood. I moved deeper into the cabin, my flashlight beam dancing across the walls. In the kitchen, more posters. In the small bedroom, they covered every surface, even the ceiling. It was like being in a macabre art gallery, each face a frozen moment of someone's last known whereabouts. As I turned to leave the bedroom, something caught my eye. A poster, partially hidden behind others, with a face that looked eerily familiar. I peeled it back, my heart pounding in my chest. It was my coworker, the one who had told me about this trail. The poster was dated just 2 weeks ago. I stared at his smiling face, my mind reeling. How was this possible? I'd seen him at work the day before I left for this trip. He couldn't be missing, unless... A chill ran down my spine as the implications sank in. What if he wasn't missing at all? What if he had sent me here, knowing what I would find? The sound of a floorboard creaking behind me made me whirl around, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. For a split second, I thought I saw a shadow move, but when I focused on the spot, there was nothing there. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I needed to get out of there. Now. I made my way back to the front room, moving as quickly and quietly as I could. But something made me pause at the door. A nagging feeling that I couldn't leave without proof, without something to show the authorities. With shaking hands, I pulled out my phone and started taking pictures. The walls, the individual posters, close-ups of the dates and locations. I tried to be thorough, knowing this might be my only chance. As I was photographing a section of wall near the front door, I noticed something odd. One of the posters seemed to be covering something. The edge was peeling back slightly, revealing what looked like writing underneath. Against my better judgment, I reached out and carefully peeled back the poster. Underneath, scratched into the wood, were words. As I read them, I felt the blood drained from my face. "They know you're here." A sound from outside made me jump. It was faint, but unmistakable, the snap of a twig underfoot. I didn't hesitate. I bolted for the door, bursting out onto the porch and down the rickety steps. As I reached the edge of the clearing, I risked a glance back at the cabin. There, in the doorway, stood a figure. The fading light cast their face in shadow, but I could feel their eyes on me. They raised a hand, almost like they were waving goodbye. I ran. I ran like I've never run before, crashing through undergrowth, leaping over fallen logs, my lungs burning and branches whipping at my face. I didn't know if I was being followed, and I didn't dare look back to check. I don't know how long I ran. It felt like hours. The forest had grown dark, the trees looming overhead like silent sentinels. Every rustle of leaves, every snapping twig sent a jolt of terror through me. Finally, mercifully, I saw lights ahead. The parking lot where I'd left my car seemed to shimmer like a mirage, a beacon of safety in the oppressive darkness of the forest. I scrambled into my car, fumbling with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get them into the ignition. As the engine roared to life, I caught movement in my rearview mirror, a shape, darker than the surrounding night, emerging from the tree line. I floored it, tires squealing on the gravel as I peeled out of the parking lot. I didn't slow down until I hit the main highway, the lights of other cars and the distant glow of the city never looking so welcoming. I drove straight to the police station. The officer at the desk looked skeptical as I babbled out my story, but when I showed him the pictures on my phone, his expression changed. He disappeared into a back room, returning a few minutes later with a detective. I spent hours at the station, repeating my story, showing them the pictures, answering their questions. They seemed particularly interested in the poster of my coworker. When I mentioned that I'd seen him just days ago, the detective exchanged a look with his partner that I couldn't quite interpret. They told me they'd investigate, that they'd send a team out to the cabin first thing in the morning. They advised me not to talk about what I'd seen to anyone. For your own safety, they said. I went home that night, but I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those faces on the posters, their eyes seeming to follow me. I kept replaying the events in my mind, second-guessing every decision I'd made. Should I have left sooner? Should I have never gone into the cabin at all? The next morning, I got a call from the detective. They'd sent a team out to the location I'd given them, but they hadn't found anything. No cabin, no posters, not even a clearing that matched my description. I protested, insisted that I could take them there myself, but when we arrived at the trailhead, nothing looked familiar. The path I remembered taking was nowhere to be found. It was as if the entire experience had been a vivid, terrifying dream. But I know what I saw. The pictures on my phone prove it, even if the police seem hesitant to accept them as evidence. They say the images could have been doctored, that without the physical evidence of the cabin and the posters, there's not much they can do. My coworker never came back to work. The official story is that he quit suddenly, moved out of state for a new job opportunity. But I know the truth. His face is seared into my memory, smiling out from that missing person poster. I've spent countless hours since then researching the names and faces from the posters I saw. Some of them I've been able to find information about, cold cases mostly, people who vanished without a trace over the years. But many of them don't seem to exist in any official records. It's like they've been erased, their disappearances as forgotten as that cabin in the woods. I don't go hiking anymore. I've moved to a new apartment in a busy part of the city, surrounded by the constant hum of traffic and the comforting presence of other people. But even here, I can't shake the feeling of being watched. Sometimes, late at night, I think I see a familiar shape in the shadows outside my window. A figure, darker than the surrounding darkness, watching and waiting, and I wonder, how long before I become just another face on a poster, another forgotten mystery in that cabin of lost souls? The creak of the floorboard echoed through the silent cabin, and I froze. I was supposed to be alone out here, miles from civilization. But that sound, it wasn't the settling of old wood, or the wind whistling through cracks. No, that was the unmistakable sound of a footstep, and it was coming from right outside my bedroom door. I'd rented this cabin for a week, desperate for some solitude after months of grinding at work. The listing had promised seclusion, and it delivered. The narrow dirt road leading here had been almost impassable in my city car, winding through dense forest for miles before finally opening up to reveal a picturesque log cabin nestled against a backdrop of towering pines. The first couple of days had been blissful. I'd hiked the surrounding trails, read books by the fireplace, and enjoyed the kind of silence you can only find when you're truly alone in nature. No cell service, no Wi-Fi, not even a landline, just me in the wilderness. But on the third night, things changed. It started with little things. A chair I could have sworn I'd tucked under the kitchen table was pulled out when I came in from a hike. A book I'd left on the coffee table was suddenly on the shelf. Small enough discrepancies that I could almost convince myself I was imagining things, that the isolation was playing tricks on my mind. Then came the noises, soft at first, easily dismissed as the natural sounds of the forest, but they grew bolder, more distinct. The snap of a twig outside my window as I was drifting off to sleep, the shuffle of feet on the porch in the dead of night. Each time, I'd work up the courage to investigate, heart pounding as I peered out into the darkness, and each time, I'd see nothing but the silent, indifferent forest staring back at me. I told myself I was being paranoid, that the quiet and isolation were making me jumpy, causing me to read too much into every little sound. But deep down, a primal part of me knew better. It knew we were not meant to be alone in the dark, that our ancestors huddled together in caves for a reason. It whispered that something was out there, watching, waiting. And now, lying in bed on the fourth night, that whisper had become a scream. because that footstep outside my door, that was real. As real as the icy fear gripping my heart, as real as the sweat beating on my forehead. I held my breath, straining my ears for any further sound. For a long moment, there was nothing. Just the thunderous pounding of my own heartbeat and the soft rustle of wind through pine needles outside. Then, another creak. Closer this time, my eyes darted around the room, searching for anything I could use as a weapon. They landed on the heavy metal flashlight on the nightstand. I reached for it slowly, trying not to make a sound as my fingers closed around its cold surface. The door handle began to turn, achingly slow. I gripped the flashlight tighter, my knuckles white with the effort of keeping still, of not screaming or running or doing any of the 100 things my panicked brain was screaming at me to do. The door swung open. In the dim moonlight filtering through the curtains, I could make out a silhouette. Tall, broader than any human should be, with a shape that seemed wrong somehow, not quite proportioned like a person ought to be. For a heartbeat, we both remained motionless. Me, paralyzed with fear on the bed. The figure, a looming presence in the doorway, head cocked slightly as if studying me. Then, it moved. I didn't think. I reacted. With a yell that was equal parts terror and defiance, I hurled the flashlight at the intruder. It connected with a dull thud, and the figure stumbled back with a grunt that sounded disturbingly inhuman. I didn't wait to see what would happen next. I leapt from the bed, adrenaline coursing through my veins, and barreled past the stunned intruder. I caught a glimpse of matted fur, of eyes reflecting green in the moonlight, but my mind refused to process what I was seeing. I ran through the cabin, not daring to look back. The front door was locked. Had I done that? No time to remember now. I fumbled with the deadbolt, my sweaty hands slipping on the cool metal. Behind me, I could hear heavy footsteps, a low growl that raised the hair on the back of my neck. The lock finally gave way and I burst out onto the porch, the cool night air hitting me like a slap to the face. I leapt off the steps, my bare feet hitting the damp earth, and I ran. I had no plan, no destination in mind. All I knew was that I had to get away, had to put as much distance between myself and whatever was in that cabin as possible. The forest was a dark blur around me, branches whipping at my face and arms as I crashed through the underbrush. I don't know how long I ran. It could have been minutes or hours. Time lost all meaning in the primal fear that drove me forward. My lungs burned, my legs ached. But still, I pushed on. Finally, I couldn't go any further. I collapsed against a tree, gulping in great lungfuls of air. As my panic slowly subsided, I began to take stock of my situation. I was alone in the woods, in the middle of the night, wearing nothing but a t-shirt and shorts. I had no shoes, no phone, no idea which direction the cabin was in. And something I couldn't even begin to comprehend, was out here with me. A twig snapped in the darkness behind me. I whirled around, pressing my back against the rough bark of the tree. My eyes strained against the gloom, searching for any sign of movement. The forest seemed to hold its breath, an unnatural silence settling over everything. Then, I saw them, eyes, glowing faintly in the darkness. Not just one pair, but several, surrounding me on all sides. They blinked slowly, methodically, like predators sizing up their prey. A low growl rumbled through the night, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I felt it in my chest, a primal sound that spoke of hunger and violence. This was it, I thought. This is how I die. Alone in the woods, torn apart by what? My mind still couldn't wrap itself around what I'd seen in the cabin, what I was seeing now. But as the eyes drew closer, as dark shapes began to materialize from the shadows, a strange calm settled over me. The fear was still there, but it was muted now, overshadowed by a grim acceptance. If this was my end, I would face it standing. I pushed off from the tree, standing as tall as I could. "What are you?" I called out, surprised by the steadiness in my voice. What do you want from me? For a long moment, there was no response. Then, a voice spoke from the darkness. It was rough, guttural, as if human speech was an ill-fitting garment at war with discomfort. "We are the forgotten," it said. "The ones who walked these woods long before your kind came. We are hunger. We are the night. And you are trespassing." I swallowed hard, my mouth suddenly dry. I didn't know. The cabin. I rented it. I didn't mean to intrude. A harsh sound echoed through the trees. It took me a moment to realize it was laughter. "Rented," the voice growled, "as if this land could be owned, could be parceled out and sold. You humans, always thinking you can claim what isn't yours." The shapes were closer now. I could make out shaggy forms, hunched and powerful. They moved with an unsettling mixture of animal grace and near-human posture. "What will you do with me?" I asked, hating the tremor that had crept back into my voice. There was a pause, as if they were considering. Then, "We should kill you. Rend your flesh, crack your bones. It's been so long since we've tasted human meat." I closed my eyes, waiting for the attack, but it didn't come. "But," the voice continued, "we are not mindless beasts. We remember the old ways, the rules of hospitality. You came in ignorance, not malice. So we will grant you a choice." My eyes snapped open. "A choice?" "Yes, you may leave these woods, never to return. Speak of what you've seen to no one. Live out your days with the memory of this night haunting your dreams. Or, I prompted when the voice trailed off. "Or you may stay, become one of us. Leave behind your human life, with all its noise and confusion. Embrace the simplicity of the hunt, the purity of the wild." I stood there, stunned. Part of me, a larger part than I cared to admit, was tempted by the offer. To shed the complications of modern life, to run free in the woods, unfettered by social expectations or responsibilities. It was seductive in its primal simplicity. But as I looked at the creatures surrounding me, as I thought about what such a transformation would mean, I knew I couldn't do it. I wasn't ready to give up my humanity, no matter how alluring the alternative might seem in this moment of fear and adrenaline. I need to leave," I said finally. "I'm sorry for intruding on your territory. I promise I'll never come back. I won't tell anyone what I've seen here." A low murmur passed through the gathered creatures. Finally, the one who had been speaking stepped forward. In the faint moonlight filtering through the canopy, I could see it clearly for the first time. It was like something out of a nightmare. Part wolf, part bear, part man, yet wholly its own terrifying entity. "So be it," it growled. "But know this, human, the wild places of the world are shrinking. One day there will be nowhere left for us to hide. When that day comes, we will remember those who respected our boundaries, and those who did not." With that, the creature turned and loped off into the darkness. One by one, the others followed, melting into the shadows until I was alone once more. I sank to my knees, the adrenaline finally wearing off, leaving me shaky and exhausted. As the first light of dawn began to creep through the trees, I found my way back to the cabin. I packed my things in a daze, drove down that winding dirt road, and didn't stop until I was back in the familiar confines of the city. I've kept my promise. I've never told anyone about what happened that night. But sometimes, when the city feels too cramped, too noisy, too human, I find myself looking towards the distant mountains. And for a brief moment, I wonder what might have been if I'd made a different choice in those dark woods. The first time I found blood on Sarah's sheets, I told myself it was an accident. By the third time, I knew something was terribly wrong. My roommate was hiding a dark secret, and I was beginning to fear that uncovering it might cost me everything. I met Sarah at the start of our sophomore year of college. We were both looking for a roommate, tired of the chaos of dorm life and eager for a bit more independence. She seemed perfect, quiet, studious, with a dry sense of humor that matched my own. We found a small 2-bedroom apartment just off campus and moved in together. The first few months were great. We fell into an easy rhythm, studying together in the evenings, occasionally going out for coffee or a movie. Sarah was an art major, and I'd often find her sketching late into the night, her brow furrowed in concentration as she brought her visions to life on paper. It was about 4 months into our living arrangement when I first noticed something off. I was doing laundry. It was my turn that week. When I saw a small blood stain on Sarah's sheets, it wasn't unusual in itself. Accidents happen, but when I mentioned it to her later, just to make sure she was okay, her reaction struck me as odd. She froze for a moment, her eyes widening slightly before she forced a laugh. "Oh, that," she said, waving her hand dismissively. I must have nicked myself shaving or something. "Thanks for washing it out." I nodded, but something about her response didn't sit right with me. It felt rehearsed, like she'd been expecting the question, but I brushed it off. After all, it was just a small blood stain, nothing to worry about. A few weeks later, it happened again. This time, the stain was larger, and there were several of them scattered across the sheet. Again, I mentioned it to Sarah, and again, she brushed it off with a vague explanation about a nosebleed. By the third time, I couldn't ignore it anymore. The sheets were practically soaked, and this time, I found a bloody towel stuffed at the bottom of the hamper. When I confronted Sarah, her face went pale. "It's nothing," she insisted, her voice tight. "I've just been having some health issues. It's under control." But I could see the fear in her eyes, the way her hands shook as she took the sheets from me. Something was very wrong, and Sarah was terrified of anyone finding out what it was. From that point on, I started paying closer attention to Sarah's behavior. I noticed things I'd overlooked before, how she'd sometimes disappear for hours without explanation, the way she'd flinch at unexpected noises, the locked box she kept under her bed, which I'd once glimpsed her opening, revealing a glint of metal inside. One night, I woke to the sound of muffled sobbing coming from Sarah's room. I lay there in the darkness, debating whether to check on her. Just as I'd decided to get up, I heard her door open. Footsteps padded down the hall, then the front door opened and closed. I waited a few minutes, then crept out of bed. Sarah's room was empty. Her window opened to the fire escape. On her desk, her sketchbook lay open. Curiosity got the better of me, and I flipped through it. What I saw made my blood run cold. Page after page of disturbing images. Dark, twisted figures with too many limbs, scenes of violence and gore rendered in exquisite detail, and scattered throughout, portraits of a man I'd never seen before. In some, he looked normal. In others, his face was distorted, monstrous. I heard a noise outside and quickly closed the sketchbook, retreating to my room. Through my window, I saw Sarah climbing back up the fire escape. She was wearing all black, and as she slipped back into her room, I caught a glimpse of something in her hand, something that glinted in the moonlight. The next morning, Sarah acted like nothing had happened. She made coffee, chatted about her classes, even laughed at one of my lame jokes. But there was a tension in her shoulders, a wariness in her eyes that hadn't been there before. I spent the day debating what to do. Should I confront her? Call the police? What if I was misreading everything and there was a perfectly innocent explanation? That evening, as we were studying in the living room, I decided to take a chance. "Sarah," I said, trying to keep my voice casual, "is everything okay? You've seemed, I don't know, on edge lately." She stiffened, her pencil pausing mid-sketch. "Everything's fine," she said, not meeting my eyes. "Just stressed about midterms, you know?" I took a deep breath. "It's just the blood on your sheets, your disappearances. And last night, I heard you leave." Sarah's head snapped up, her eyes wide with panic. "You don't understand," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "You can't know. It's not safe." "What's not safe?" I pressed. "Sarah, whatever's going on, I want to help. You can trust me." For a moment, I thought she might open up. I saw the struggle play out on her face, the desire to unburden herself warring with fear. But then her expression hardened. "I need some air," she said abruptly, standing up. "Don't wait up." Before I could say anything else, she was gone, the door slamming behind her. I sat there for a long time, staring at the door. Part of me wanted to follow her, to demand answers. But another part, a part I wasn't proud of, was afraid of what those answers might be. Around midnight, I heard her return. I pretended to be asleep as she moved around the apartment. I heard water running in the bathroom, then the sound of her bedroom door closing. The next morning, Sarah was gone before I woke up. She'd left a note on the kitchen counter. "Gone to visit family for a few days. See you next week." I stood there, reading and rereading the note. It was so normal, so mundane, as if the tension of the past few weeks, the blood, the secrets, had all been in my imagination. But I knew better, and I knew I couldn't just let this go. While Sarah was away, I did some digging. I searched her name online, looked through her social media, what little there was of it. I found nothing unusual. Sarah Parker, 20 years old, art student, no criminal record, no strange affiliations. It was when I started looking into her family that things got weird. I couldn't find any record of them. No parents listed on her college application, no siblings mentioned on Facebook. It was as if Sarah had sprung into existence fully formed at the age of 18. On a hunch, I tried searching for the man from her sketches. I didn't have a name, but I had a face. After hours of scrolling through image searches, I found him, Dr. Marcus Heller, professor of anthropology at a university across the country, specialized in occult practices and fringe religious movements, disappeared 3 years ago under mysterious circumstances. My heart was pounding as I read the article about his disappearance. Colleagues described him as brilliant but unstable, obsessed with proving the existence of what he called hidden realities. The police had investigated, but the trail had gone cold. And now, somehow, Sarah was connected to him. I was still staring at the article when I heard the front door open. Sarah was back, a day earlier than she'd said. I quickly closed my laptop, trying to compose myself. But when Sarah walked into the living room, one look at her face told me she knew. "You've been looking into me," she said. It wasn't a question. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. Sarah sighed, sinking into the armchair across from me. She looked exhausted, defeated. "I hoped it wouldn't come to this," she said softly. "I really liked living with you, you know? It felt normal." "Sarah," I said, finding my voice at last. "What's going on? Who are you, really?" She was quiet for a long moment, staring at her hands. When she finally spoke, her voice was steady, but I could hear the undercurrent of fear. "My real name is Emily Heller," she said. "Marcus Heller was my father." I felt a chill run down my spine. "Was." Sarah, Emily, nodded. "He's dead. I killed him." The words hung in the air between us, heavy and irrevocable. I wanted to run, to call the police and to wake up from this nightmare. But I stayed where I was, waiting for her to continue. "My father wasn't who everyone thought he was," she went on. "His research, his obsession with the occult, it wasn't academic. He found something real, and it changed him." She told me a story that seemed impossible, about ancient rituals and entities from beyond our reality, about how her father had made contact with something he shouldn't have, how it had possessed him, twisted him into something inhuman. "The blood," I said, remembering the stained sheets. The nights you disappeared. Emily nodded. It's still out there. The thing that took my father. It wants to finish what it started. I'm the only one who can stop it, but every time I fight it, I come back bloodied. I sat there, trying to process everything she was saying. Part of me wanted to dismiss it as the ravings of a disturbed mind. But I'd seen the fear in her eyes, the conviction in her voice, and deep down I knew she was telling the truth. What happens now? I asked. Emily stood up, moving to the window. Outside, the sun was setting, casting long shadows across the room. Now, she said, you have a choice. You can walk away from this. Move out. Forget everything I've told you. Live a normal life. Or, she turned back to me, her eyes filled with a mixture of hope and resignation. Or you can help me. But I warn you, if you choose this path, there's no going back. Your life will never be normal again. I looked at her, this girl I thought I knew, who had turned out to be so much more than I could have imagined. I thought about the normal life I could have, the safety of ignorance, and I thought about the darkness she faced, the battles she fought alone. In that moment, I made my choice. Tell me everything, I said. Tell me how I can help. Emily's shoulders sagged with relief, and for the first time in weeks, I saw a genuine smile cross her face. As the last light of day faded, she began to talk, and I listened, knowing that my life had just changed forever. The blood on the sheets had been just the beginning. Now I was stepping into a world of shadows and secrets, of ancient evils and the brave few who stood against them. And somehow, I knew that this, not the safe, normal life I'd always imagined, was where I was meant to be. The moment I stepped through that crumbling doorway, I knew I'd made a terrible mistake. The air inside was thick with dust and decay, but beneath that lingered something else, a scent that spoke of secrets long buried and horrors best left undisturbed. I should have turned back then, should have heeded the warnings whispered by the wind through broken windows. But curiosity has always been my weakness, and it was about to lead me into a nightmare from which I might never wake. I'd always been fascinated by urban legends, those stories that skirt the edges of believability and send shivers down your spine. So when I heard about the old Ferguson house on the outskirts of town, I couldn't resist investigating. The stories varied, as they often do with these things. Some said the house was haunted by the ghosts of the Ferguson family, who'd all died mysteriously one winter night in the 1950s. Others claimed it was a portal to another dimension, that people who went in never came out quite the same, if they came out at all. Most locals avoided the place, crossing themselves when they drove past and hurrying their children along if they lingered too long staring at its dilapidated facade. But to me, it was irresistible. I chose a gloomy Tuesday afternoon for my expedition. The sky was overcast, threatening rain, which seemed fitting for the task at hand. I parked my car a little way down the road, not wanting to draw attention to myself. As I approached on foot, the house loomed before me, a decaying giant of peeling paint and rotting wood. The front gate hung askew on rusted hinges, creaking ominously as I pushed it open. Weeds choked the once manicured lawn, and the porch steps groaned under my weight. I hesitated at the front door, my hand hovering over the tarnished brass knob. This was my last chance to turn back, to chalk this up to a moment of foolishness and return to the safety of the known world. But I didn't. I turned the knob, surprised to find it unlocked, and stepped inside. The interior was a study in decay. Wallpaper peeled in long strips, revealing the bare bones of the house beneath. Furniture lay scattered and broken, as if a great storm had torn through the place. Dust motes danced in the weak light, filtering through grimy windows, giving the air a hazy, dreamlike quality. I moved deeper into the house, my footsteps echoing in the empty rooms. In what must have been the living room, A grand fireplace stood silent sentinel, its mantel adorned with faded photographs. I picked one up, wiping away years of grime with my thumb. A family smiled back at me. Mother, father, 2 children. The Fergusons, I presumed. They looked happy, normal. What had happened to them? As I set the photo down, a noise from upstairs made me freeze. It was faint, barely audible, but in the stillness of the house, it might as well have been a gunshot. A creak of floorboards, as if someone or something was moving around up there. My heart began to race. I told myself it was just the house settling, old wood responding to changes in temperature. But another part of me, a more primal part, screamed that I wasn't alone. I should have left then. Any sane person would have. But that damned curiosity of mine won out again. I found myself moving towards the stairs, each step an eternity as the old wood groaned beneath my feet. The upper floor was, if possible, in even worse shape than the ground level. Here, the smell of decay was stronger, mingled with something else, a coppery tang that tickled the back of my throat. I moved down the hallway, peering into rooms as I passed. A child's bedroom, frozen in time, dusty toys still scattered across the floor. A bathroom, its mirror cracked and clouded. A master bedroom, the bed still made as if waiting for its owners to return. And then I reached the last door. Unlike the others, this one was closed. As I stood before it, I could have sworn I heard something on the other side. A whisper, perhaps, or the rustle of movement. My hand shook as I reached for the doorknob. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to get out of this house and never look back. But I couldn't stop now. I had to know. The door swung open with a creak that seemed to echo through the entire house. At first, I couldn't make sense of what I was seeing. The room beyond was dark, the windows boarded up. But as my eyes adjusted, I began to discern shapes in the gloom. Shelves lined the walls, filled with jars of various sizes. And in those jars, I stumbled back, bile rising in my throat. Human remains, pieces of people, preserved in murky fluid. Hands, feet, eyes that seemed to stare accusingly at me through the glass. But that wasn't the worst of it. In the center of the room was a table, and on that table lay something that had once been human. It was twisted, changed, its limbs elongated and its skin a sickly gray. Its chest rose and fell with shallow breaths. It was alive. I must have made a sound. A gasp, a whimper, I'm not sure. But suddenly, its eyes snapped open. They were entirely black, like bottomless pits, and they fixed directly on me. I ran. I ran like I've never run before, stumbling down the stairs, through the decaying rooms, out into the fading afternoon light. I didn't stop until I reached my car, my lungs burning and my heart feeling like it might explode out of my chest. As I fumbled with my keys, I glanced back at the house. There, in an upstairs window, I saw a figure. Not the twisted thing from the room, but a man. He looked ordinary enough, middle-aged with graying hair. He smiled and waved, as if we were nothing more than neighbors greeting each other across a fence. I drove away, my tires squealing on the asphalt. I didn't slow down until I was back in town, surrounded by the comforting signs of normal life. People walking dogs, children playing, the familiar glow of streetlights coming on as dusk fell. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those jars, that thing on the table, the man waving from the window. I told myself it wasn't real, that I'd imagined it all, a product of an overactive imagination and too many urban legends. But deep down, I knew the truth. What I'd seen in that house was real, and somehow, I knew it wasn't over. The next day, I went to the local library, determined to find out more about the Ferguson house and its history. The librarian, an elderly woman named Margaret, grew pale when I mentioned it. "Why do you want to know about that place?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I hesitated, then decided to tell her the truth. As I recounted my experience, her eyes grew wider and wider. When I finished, she sat back in her chair, shaking her head slowly. "You shouldn't have gone there," she said. "No one should ever go there." She told me a story then, one that had been passed down through generations in the town. The Fergusons, she said, had not been what they seemed. They were practitioners of dark arts, seekers of forbidden knowledge. They had delved into realms best left unexplored, and in doing so, had unleashed something terrible. The night they died, Margaret said, her voice trembling, the whole town could hear the screams. When the police finally broke down the door, they found... Well, they never spoke about what they found, but those who went in were never the same afterwards. I thought of the jars, the thing on the table, and shuddered. "But I saw someone there," I said. "A man, waving from the window." Margaret's face went even paler. "That's impossible," she whispered. "No one has lived in that house for over 60 years. As I left the library, my mind was reeling. What had I stumbled into? What was really going on in that house? Over the next few days, I tried to put it out of my mind. I went to work, met friends for drinks, did all the normal things that make up a life. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. I felt watched all the time. I'd catch glimpses of movement out of the corner of my eye, only to turn and find nothing there. And then the dreams started. Terrible nightmares of that room, of jars filled with writhing things that used to be human, of the man from the window, smiling as he approached me with a knife. I'd wake up screaming, drenched in sweat, the coppery smell from the house seeming to linger in my nostrils. A week after my visit to the Ferguson house, I came home to find a package on my doorstep. There was no return address, no postmark, just my name, written in an elegant, old-fashioned script. With trembling hands, I opened it. Inside was a single jar, identical to the ones I'd seen in that room, and floating in the cloudy liquid within was a human eye, its iris a striking blue. Taped to the jar was a note. "You saw. Now you're part of it. We'll be seeing you soon. I don't know what to do. I can't go to the police. Who would believe me? I can't leave town, somehow. I know they'd find me wherever I went. All I can do is wait and wonder when they'll come for me. So if you're reading this, heed my warning. Stay away from the Ferguson house. Don't let curiosity get the better of you. Because once you step inside, once you see what lurks in the shadows of that place, you can never truly leave. And remember, if you ever find a package on your doorstep with no return address, don't open it. Run. Run as far and as fast as you can, because by then, it might already be too late." The headlights in my rearview mirror were relentless, an unblinking gaze that had followed me for miles down this deserted highway. At first, I thought it was just another late-night traveler, but as the minutes ticked by and the car behind me matched my every move, a chilling realization set in. This was no coincidence. Someone was following me, and out here in the middle of nowhere, I was completely alone. It had started as a normal drive home from visiting my parents. I'd left later than I'd planned. The goodbyes and just one more cup of coffee, stretching into the evening. By the time I hit the road, the sun had already set, leaving me to navigate the long stretch of highway that cut through miles of empty farmland and patches of dense forest. I'd always loved driving at night. There was something peaceful about it. The world narrowed down to the pool of light from my headlights and the hypnotic white lines of the road. But tonight, that peace was shattered by the persistent presence behind me. I first noticed the car about an hour into my drive. It was nothing special, just a dark sedan that blended in with the night. But as I drove on, I realized it was staying a consistent distance behind me, never passing even when I slowed down, never falling back when I sped up. At first, I told myself I was being paranoid. It was probably just someone heading in the same direction, maybe another family visitor heading home. But as the minutes stretched into an hour, then two, the knot in my stomach grew tighter. I tried all the usual tricks. I varied my speed, slowing down to let them pass, then speeding up well over the limit. The car matched my pace exactly. I put on my turn signal as if I was going to exit, then stayed on the highway at the last second. The car behind me did the same. By now, my heart was racing. This wasn't normal behavior. Whoever was behind me was definitely following me. And out here, with no other cars in sight and the next town miles away, I felt incredibly vulnerable. I checked my cell phone in hoping to call for help, but of course there was no signal, just my luck to be in one of the few dead zones left in the country. As I wrestled with what to do next, the car behind me suddenly sped up. In seconds, it was right on my bumper, so close I couldn't even see its headlights in my rearview mirror anymore. My hands clenched the steering wheel, knuckles white with fear. Then, without warning, the car swerved into the left lane and pulled up alongside me. I kept my eyes fixed firmly on the road ahead, too terrified to look over. But I could feel the other driver's gaze on me, boring into the side of my head. Slowly, against my better judgment, I turned to look. The other car's windows were tinted, too dark to see inside. But as I watched, the driver's window began to roll down. I snapped my eyes back to the road, my breath coming in short, panicked gasps. What did they want? Were they going to try to run me off the road? My mind raced through worst-case scenarios, each more terrifying than the last. A horn blared, long and loud, making me jump in my seat. The other car was signaling for me to pull over. Fat chance of that happening. If anything, I pressed harder on the gas pedal. The other driver matched my speed, staying right beside me. Then, I heard a voice, carried on the wind rushing between our cars. "Pull over. You need to pull over now." It was a man's voice, deep and insistent. I shook my head, more to myself than to him. There was no way I was stopping out here in the middle of nowhere with this lunatic. The man's voice came again, more urgent this time. "Your back tire. It's about to blow. Pull over." My back tire? I risked a glance at my side mirror, but I couldn't see anything wrong. This had to be a trick, right? Some ploy to get me to stop so he could... What? Rob me. Worse. But a seed of doubt had been planted. What if he was telling the truth? What if my tire was about to blow out? At these speeds, on this empty road, that could be deadly. I had a split second to make a decision. Trust this stranger who had been following me for hours, or risk a potentially fatal accident. In that moment, survival instinct won out over caution. I eased my foot off the gas and steered towards the shoulder, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The other car followed suit, pulling up behind me. As soon as I stopped, I threw my car into park and grabbed my phone again, ready to dial 911 the second I got any hint of a signal. I watched in my mirrors as the driver's door of the other car opened. A man stepped out. In the dim light from our cars, I could see he was middle-aged, with graying hair and a kind face that seemed at odds with the terror he'd just put me through. He approached my car slowly, his hands held up in a non-threatening gesture. I cracked my window just enough to hear him. "I'm so sorry to frighten you," he said, his voice genuinely apologetic. "But your back right tire is shredding. Another few miles and it would have blown out completely." I stared at him, my mind struggling to process this turn of events. "What? How do you know that?" He gestured to my car. "I noticed it about an hour ago. There's a strip of rubber flapping. In the dark, you probably couldn't see it in your mirrors. I tried to catch up to you to let you know, but you kept speeding up. I was afraid you'd crash before I could warn you." My suspicion warred with relief. Could this be true? Had I really misjudged the situation so badly? "Look for yourself," he said, stepping back from the car. "But be careful. The tire might go at any moment." Warily, I opened my door and stepped out. Sure enough, When I walked around to the back of my car, I saw it. A long strip of rubber was peeling away from my right rear tire, flapping loosely. The man was right. If I'd kept driving, it would have blown out entirely. The realization of how close I'd come to a serious accident made my knees weak. I leaned against my car, suddenly lightheaded. "Are you okay?" the man asked, concern evident in his voice. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak just yet. Now that the adrenaline was wearing off, I felt shaky and a little nauseous. "I'm Tom, by the way," he said, offering a small smile. "I'm sorry again for scaring you. I know how it must have looked, me following you like that. I should have found a better way to get your attention." I introduced myself, still feeling a bit dazed. "Thank you," I added. "You might have saved my life." Tom nodded. "Happy to help. Now, let's see about getting that tire changed, shall we? You've got a spare, I hope." For the next half hour, Tom helped me change my tire. As we worked, he told me about his job as a long-haul trucker, how he'd seen countless accidents caused by blown tires. "Well, that's why I always keep an eye out for other drivers," he explained, "especially at night. It's dangerous out here." By the time we finished, my fear had been replaced by gratitude, and more than a little embarrassment at how I'd misjudged the situation. Tom refused my offers of payment, waving them off with a smile. "Just pay it forward," he said. "Keep an eye out for others on the road. We've all got to look out for each other out here." As I watched Tom drive away, I was struck by how quickly things can change. In the span of a few hours, I'd gone from terror to relief, from suspicion to gratitude. I'd been so quick to assume the worst, to see danger where there was only a stranger trying to help. The rest of my drive home was uneventful, but it gave me plenty of time to reflect. I thought about how fear can distort our perceptions, how easy it is to see threats in every shadow. But I also thought about Tom, and how there are still good people out there, willing to go out of their way to help a stranger. As I pulled into my driveway, exhausted but safe, I made a promise to myself. I would try to be more like Tom, to look out for others, to offer help even when it might be misunderstood. Because sometimes, the real danger isn't the stranger behind you on a dark road. Sometimes, the real danger is in letting fear close our hearts to the possibility of human kindness. The next time I saw headlights in my rearview mirror on a lonely stretch of road, I didn't feel fear. Instead, I smiled, remembering Tom and the lesson he taught me about trust, kindness, and the unexpected ways we can look out for each other in this unpredictable journey we call life. The girl's eyes were wide with terror, her words spilling out in a frantic whisper. "Please, you have to help me. They're coming." In that moment, as we stood in the flickering light of the deserted rest stop, I realized my quiet night drive had just taken a turn into a nightmare I never could have imagined. It was just past midnight, and I'd been on the road for hours. As a long-haul trucker, I was used to these endless nights, the hypnotic white lines of the highway stretching out before me. But something about this night felt different. The air was heavy, charged with an energy I couldn't quite explain. I'd pulled into the rest stop more out of habit than necessity. It was one of those small, isolated places you find dotting the highways. Just a few dim lights, a couple of vending machines, and a block of weathered restrooms. As I stepped out of my truck, stretching my legs, I noticed how quiet it was. No other vehicles, no distant hum of traffic. Just the soft buzz of insects and the whisper of wind through the trees. That's when I saw her. A girl, couldn't have been more than 15 or 16, emerged from the shadows near the restrooms. Her clothes were dirty and torn, her hair a tangled mess. But it was her eyes that caught me, wide, frantic, filled with a terror that made my blood run cold. She approached me cautiously, like a wounded animal unsure whether to trust or flee. "Please," she said again, her voice barely audible. "You have to help me. I've been held. I escaped, but they'll be looking for me. My mind raced, trying to process what she was saying. Held? Escaped? Who were they? Part of me wanted to believe this was some kind of prank or misunderstanding, but the fear in her eyes, the trembling of her hands, this was real. Okay, I said, trying to keep my voice calm and steady. It's all right. You're safe now. Let's get you in my truck and we'll call the police. She nodded, relief flooding her face. But as we turned towards my truck, headlights suddenly cut through the darkness. A van pulled into the rest stop, its engine a low growl in the quiet night. The girl froze, her body tensing like a coiled spring. It's them, she whispered, terror etching every syllable. I didn't stop to think. I grabbed her hand and we ran for my truck. I could hear car doors slamming behind us, footsteps on gravel. We reached my rig and I all but lifted the girl into the passenger seat before scrambling in myself. As I turned the key in the ignition, I got my first good look at our pursuers. 3 men were approaching, their faces hard, eyes glinting with a coldness that sent shivers down my spine. The one in front, a tall man with graying hair, called out in a voice that was surprisingly calm. "There's been a misunderstanding," he said, his tone almost friendly. "That's my daughter. She's not well, you see. Ran away from the hospital. We've been looking everywhere for her." I glanced at the girl. She was shaking her head frantically, tears streaming down her face. "He's lying," she choked out. "Please don't let them take me." In that moment, I had to make a choice. Believe this man with his calm demeanor and plausible story, or trust my gut and the terrified girl beside me. The decision took less than a heartbeat. I threw the truck into gear and peeled out of the rest stop, tires screeching on the asphalt. In my side mirror, I saw the men running back to their van. Within moments, they were behind us, headlights blazing. "Hold on," I told the girl as I pushed the accelerator to the floor. My rig wasn't built for speed, but I knew these roads. I had to hope that would be enough. For the next hour, we played a terrifying game of cat and mouse along the dark highway. The van stayed close behind us, no matter how I tried to lose them. The girl, who told me her name was Emily, filled me in on bits and pieces of her story between sobbing breaths. She'd been taken almost 2 years ago, snatched off the street in broad daylight. There were others, she said, girls and boys kept in a compound somewhere in the mountains. She'd managed to escape during a transfer, slipping away at a gas station and hiding in the woods until she found the rest stop. As she talked, my horror grew. This wasn't just a kidnapping. This was something larger, more organized. The kind of thing you hear whispers about but never want to believe is real. We were approaching a town when I saw the van pull alongside us. The passenger window rolled down, and I saw the barrel of a gun pointing straight at us. "Pull over now," the man from earlier shouted, his friendly demeanor gone. "Or we start shooting." Emily whimpered beside me, curling into a ball in her seat. I knew our odds weren't good. My truck could take a beating, but all it would take was one lucky shot to blow out a tire, and we'd be done. That's when I saw it. A police station, just ahead on the right. It was a small town outfit, probably closed this time of night, but it was our best shot. "Hold on tight," I told Emily. Then, without warning, I yanked the wheel hard to the right. My truck plowed through the chain-link fence surrounding the police station's parking lot like it was made of paper. The van, caught off guard by my sudden move, screeched past us before slamming on its brakes. I didn't stop until we were right up against the front doors of the station. The crash had set off alarms, and I could already hear sirens in the distance. "Come on," I said to Emily, helping her down from the cab. "We're gonna be okay now." The men from the van were out now, looking unsure. The one with the gun raised it, pointing it at us, but the sound of approaching sirens made him hesitate. It was the longest 2 minutes of my life, standing there with Emily huddled behind me, watching these men decide whether to shoot us or run. In the end, self-preservation won out. They piled back into their van and sped off, just as the first police car rounded the corner. What followed was a whirlwind of questions, statements, and barely contained chaos. Emily was taken to the hospital, and I spent hours talking to local cops and then FBI agents who showed up as the sun was rising. They found the compound Emily had told me about 3 days later. 17 kids were rescued, some of whom had been missing for years. The men who had chased us were arrested trying to cross the Canadian border. Months later, after the trials were over and the media frenzy had died down, I received a letter. It was from Emily. She wrote about her recovery, her reunion with her family, her plans for the future. But what stuck with me were her final words. You could have driven away that night. You could have believed their lies or decided it wasn't your problem. But you didn't. You chose to help a stranger, and in doing so you saved not just my life, but the lives of so many others. I'll never be able to thank you enough, but I promise to live my life in a way that honors what you did for me. You're my hero, and I'll never forget you. I folded the letter carefully and tucked it into my wallet, where I keep it to this day. Sometimes, on long nights when the road seems endless and the world feels cold, I take it out and read it again. It reminds me that even in our darkest moments, there's always hope. And sometimes, all it takes to change a life, or many lives, is the courage to help a stranger in need. As I drive my routes now, I keep a sharper eye out at those lonely rest stops, not out of fear, but with the knowledge that you never know when you might be called upon to make a difference. That night changed me, showed me the depths of both human cruelty and human resilience. But more than anything, it taught me that we all have the power to be heroes in our own way. All we have to do is be willing to act when the moment comes. The key turned in the lock with an ominous click, and I knew we'd made a terrible mistake. What we thought was just another room in our new home was about to reveal a secret that would shatter our lives forever. As the door swung open, the musty air carried with it the whispers of a past we were never meant to uncover. We'd been so excited when we found the house. Sarah and I had been looking for months, trying to find the perfect place to start our family. This Victorian beauty, with its wraparound porch and intricate woodwork, seemed like a dream come true. Sure, it needed some work, but at that price, we couldn't pass it up. The realtor had been vague about the previous owners, mentioning only that the house had been in probate for a while. We didn't think much of it at the time. Old houses often came with complicated histories, and we were more focused on the future we were going to build there. The first few weeks were a whirlwind of moving boxes, painting walls, and planning renovations. We threw ourselves into making the house our own, reveling in the excitement of home ownership. But as the days passed, little things started to nag at me. It was nothing major at first, just odd noises in the night, the feeling of being watched when I was alone in a room. I chalked it up to the unfamiliarity of a new place, the settling of an old house. Sarah teased me about being jumpy, but I could see the unease in her eyes too. Then we found the door. It was hidden behind an old wardrobe in what we'd planned to make the nursery. We only discovered it when we were moving furniture around, trying to decide on the perfect layout for the baby's room. The wardrobe had left marks on the faded wallpaper, and as I was examining them, my hand brushed against something that felt different. A seam in the wall, almost invisible unless you knew to look for it. Curious, we pulled the wallpaper away, revealing a door that had been papered over. It was solid oak, with an antique brass lock that looked far newer than it should have been. We searched the house for a key that might fit, but came up empty-handed. That door became an obsession for us. What was behind it? Why had someone gone to such lengths to hide it? We debated calling a locksmith, but something held us back. It felt like crossing a line, like we'd be intruding on something we weren't meant to see. But the mystery ate at us. We'd lie awake at night, speculating about what could be hidden in our own home. A secret room, valuable antiques, or something darker. It was Sarah who finally made the decision. She came home one day with a locksmith's card in hand. "I can't take it anymore," she said, her voice a mix of excitement and apprehension. "We need to know." The locksmith arrived the next morning. He was an older man with kind eyes and gnarled hands that spoke of decades of experience. As he worked on the lock, he chatted amiably about other old houses he'd worked on, the secrets they'd held. "You'd be surprised," he said, his tools clicking softly in the lock. "People hide all sorts of things in these old places. Once found a whole room full of Prohibition-era hooch behind a fake wall." I laughed nervously, trying to ignore the knot of anxiety in my stomach. What would we find? Part of me was thrilled at the prospect of uncovering some hidden treasure, but another part, a part I didn't want to acknowledge, was terrified of what might be waiting for us. The lock finally gave way with a soft click. The locksmith stepped back, a satisfied smile on his face. "There you go, folks. Whatever's in there, it's all yours now." Sarah and I exchanged a look. This was it. The moment of truth. With a deep breath, I reached for the handle and pushed the door open. The smell hit us first, musty and stale, with an underlying sweetness that turned my stomach. As our eyes adjusted to the gloom, shapes began to emerge from the darkness. Shelves lined the walls, crammed with books and strange objects I couldn't quite make out. In the center of the room stood a large table, its surface covered in papers and what looked like scientific equipment. But it was the far wall that drew our attention. There, illuminated by the weak light filtering in from the doorway, hung a giant corkboard, and pinned to it were photographs. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds, overlapping and crowding each other. As we stepped closer, the details came into focus, and I felt the blood drain from my face. The photos were of people, men, women, children, all ages and races, but they weren't normal photos. These people looked terrified, their faces contorted in fear or pain. Some were bound, others showed signs of injury, and beside each photo was a date and a set of notes in cramped, meticulous handwriting. "Oh my God," Sarah whispered, her hand clutching mine so tight it hurt. "What is this?" I couldn't answer. My eyes had landed on a familiar face among the photos. It was our next-door neighbor, Mrs. Carlson, the sweet old lady who had brought us a welcome pie when we first moved in. In the photo, her face was bruised, her eyes wide with terror. The date on the photo was from last year. My mind reeled, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. This couldn't be real. It had to be some kind of sick joke, or a movie prop left behind by previous owners. But deep down, I knew. This was real. We had stumbled into something dark and terrible, something that had been happening right under our noses. Sarah's scream snapped me back to reality. She was pointing at another photo, her hand shaking. It was us. The picture had clearly been taken recently, showing Sarah and me standing on our front porch, unaware we were being watched. The date was from just a week ago, and beside it was a single word that made my blood run cold. Soon. We ran. We didn't stop to grab anything, didn't pause to lock the front door behind us. We just ran, piling into our car and speeding away from the house that had so quickly transformed from our dream home into a nightmare. We went straight to the police station, our words tumbling out in a frantic jumble as we tried to explain what we'd found. The officers looked skeptical at first, but something in our terror must have convinced them. They sent a team to the house immediately. What they found confirmed our worst fears. The room was a meticulous record of decades of abductions and murders. The books on the shelves were journals, detailing each crime in horrifying detail. The equipment on the table was for processing victims, and in a hidden compartment beneath the floorboards, they found human remains. The investigation that followed turned our quiet neighborhood upside down. It turned out the previous owner of our house, a man named Gerald Hoffman, had been a serial killer active for over 30 years. He had died of a heart attack 6 months before we bought the house, taking his secrets to the grave. Or so he thought. The case made national news. Families of long missing persons finally got answers. Cold cases were solved, and our little town became synonymous with the horrors that had been hidden behind closed doors. As for Sarah and me, we couldn't stay. The house, once so full of promise, now felt tainted beyond redemption. We sold it for a fraction of what we'd paid, not caring about the financial loss. We just wanted to get away, to try and forget what we'd seen. We moved across the country, trying to outrun the nightmares that followed us. But some things you can't escape. I still wake up in cold sweats. The faces from those photographs burned into my memory. Sarah jumped at every unexpected noise, and the excitement we once felt about starting a family had been replaced by a deep-seated fear of the world we'd be bringing a child into. They say ignorance is bliss, and now I understand why. We had uncovered a truth too terrible to bear, a darkness that had been hiding in plain sight. Our innocence, our sense of safety in the world, had been shattered the moment that key turned in the lock. As I sit here, writing this down, I can't help but wonder, how many other houses hold similar secrets? How many other families are living their lives, blissfully unaware of the horrors that might be hidden behind their walls? I don't have answers. All I know is that sometimes, locked doors are locked for a reason, and some secrets, once revealed, can never be forgotten. Our new home is small, with no hidden rooms or mysterious locked doors, and that's exactly how we like it. The first time I noticed the vase had moved, I told myself I was imagining things. By the third time, I knew someone, or something, was in the house with me. What I didn't know was that my quiet house-sitting gig was about to become a waking nightmare. It was supposed to be an easy job. My friend Sarah was going on a month-long trip to Europe, and she needed someone to watch her house and take care of her cat. I jumped at the chance, a whole month in a beautiful Victorian home, away from my noisy apartment and annoying roommates. It sounded like heaven. The first few days were blissful. I spent my time exploring the house, admiring Sarah's eclectic art collection, and curling up with a good book in the sunroom. The cat, Mr. Whiskers, was aloof but low maintenance. I fell into an easy routine of working remotely during the day and enjoying the peace and quiet in the evenings. It was on the fourth night that I first felt something was off. I was in the kitchen making dinner when I got the distinct sensation that someone was watching me. I turned around, half expecting to see Mr. Whiskers perched on the counter, but the room was empty. I shrugged it off, blaming it on being in an unfamiliar house. But the feeling persisted. Over the next few days, I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, startling at small noises. I told myself I was being silly, that it was just the creaks and settling of an old house. But deep down, a seed of unease had been planted. Then, things started to move. It was small at first. A book I could have sworn I left on the coffee table was suddenly on the shelf. The throw pillows on the couch were arranged differently than I remembered. Little things that were easy to dismiss as forgetfulness or the cat's doing. But then I noticed the vase. It was a striking piece. Hand-blown glass and swirls of blue and green. Sarah had it displayed prominently on a side table in the living room. One morning, I walked into the room and stopped short. The vase was now on the mantel above the fireplace. I stood there staring at it, my mind racing. I knew I hadn't moved it. Mr. Whiskers, while mischievous, couldn't possibly have lifted such a heavy piece. For a moment, I wondered if Sarah had come home early and was playing a prank on me. But no, that was ridiculous. She was halfway across Europe. I carefully picked up the vase and returned it to its original spot, trying to shake off the uneasy feeling settling in my stomach. But over the next few days, I found the vase in a new spot every morning. On the dining room table, in the study, once, inexplicably, in the bathtub. Each time I would return it to its place, and each time my sense of unease grew. I started having trouble sleeping. lying awake at night, straining to hear any sound of movement in the house. But it was always silent. I thought about calling Sarah, but what would I say? That I thought her house was haunted, that someone was breaking in every night just to move a vase around. I'd sound insane. So I kept quiet, hoping that whatever was happening would stop on its own. It didn't. If anything, it escalated. One night, about 2 weeks into my stay, I woke up to the sound of music playing softly downstairs. It was an old jazz tune, the kind Sarah loved. My heart pounding, I crept down the stairs, a heavy flashlight clutched in my hand as a makeshift weapon. The music was coming from the study. As I approached, I saw a faint light spilling out from under the door. I took a deep breath, steeling myself, and pushed the door open. The room was empty. The old record player in the corner was on, the vinyl spinning silently now that the song had ended. But what made my blood run cold was the chair behind the desk. It was turned to face the door, as if someone had just been sitting there, waiting for me. I backed out of the room, my hands shaking so badly I almost dropped the flashlight. I spent the rest of the night huddled in my bed, every creak of the house making me flinch. The next morning, in the harsh light of day, I tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe I'd turned on the record player earlier and forgotten about it. Maybe the chair had always been facing that way, and I just hadn't noticed. But deep down, I knew better. I started spending as much time out of the house as possible, coming back only to sleep and feed Mr. Whiskers. But even then, I couldn't escape the feeling of being watched. I'd wake up to find my belongings rearranged, doors I'd left open now closed ones standing open. One evening, I came home to find all the photos in the house turned face down, every single one. It took me an hour to go through the rooms, writing each frame with trembling hands. As I picked up the last one, a photo of Sarah and me from college, I noticed something that made my heart stop. In the reflection of the glass, just over my shoulder, I saw a figure standing in the doorway. I whirled around, but the doorway was empty. I ran through the house, checking every room, but I was alone, or at least visibly alone. That was the last straw. I couldn't stay in this house anymore. I didn't care if Sarah would be upset or if I sounded crazy. I needed to leave. I was in the bedroom, hastily shoving clothes into a bag, when I heard it. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, coming up the stairs. I froze, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. The footsteps stopped just outside the bedroom door. For a long moment, there was only silence. Then, slowly, the door handle began to turn. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The door swung open, revealing nothing. The hallway beyond was empty. But then, as if drawn by an invisible hand, my suitcase slid across the floor and out into the hall. The door slammed shut with a bang that made me jump. I was trapped. Whatever was in this house, it didn't want me to leave. Panic clawed at my throat as I searched for a way out. The window was too high to jump, and my phone had no signal. It hadn't for days, I realized with dawning horror. How had I not noticed that before? As I stood there, trying to figure out what to do, the temperature in the room suddenly dropped. My breath came out in visible puffs, and I could see frost forming on the windows. Then, words began to appear in the frost, as if written by an unseen finger. "Stay with us," I screamed. I couldn't help it. The sound tore from my throat, raw and primal. I threw myself at the door, twisting the handle frantically, but it wouldn't budge. Just when I thought I couldn't take any more, when I was sure I was about to lose my mind, everything stopped. The room warmed up, the frost disappeared, and the door swung open easily under my hand. I didn't wait to see what would happen next. I ran, barely pausing to grab my phone and keys before I was out the front door and in my car. I drove for hours, not caring where I was going. just needing to put as much distance between myself and that house as possible. When I finally stopped, somewhere in the next state, I had dozens of missed calls from Sarah. With shaking hands, I called her back. "Oh, thank God," she said when she answered. "I've been trying to reach you for days. Listen, I need you to get out of the house. Now." I laughed, a slightly hysterical sound. "I'm already gone." "Sarah, what the hell is going on in that house?" She was quiet for a moment. When she spoke again, her voice was heavy with guilt. "I'm so sorry. I should have told you before I left. The house, it's not normal. Things happen there that I can't explain. I thought maybe it would be different for you, that it was just me. I never should have asked you to stay there." "Why didn't you tell me?" I asked, my voice cracking. "Would you have believed me? I barely believe it myself, and I've lived there for years. I'm coming home. We'll figure this out. I promise." As I hung up the phone, I realized my hands had stopped shaking. The fear was still there, but it was overshadowed by a grim determination. Whatever was in that house and whatever had tried to keep me there, it wasn't over. Sarah was coming home, and we were going to get to the bottom of this. But one thing was certain. I was never setting foot in that house again. Some things, once seen, can't be unseen. And some presences, once felt, leave a mark that never quite fades. The house may have wanted me to stay, but I had chosen to run. And in doing so, I may have saved more than just my sanity. I may have saved my soul. The message glowed ominously on my phone screen. "I see you." My heart skipped a beat as I glanced around the empty coffee shop. There was no one here who could have sent this. That's when I realized with growing horror that this wasn't just a wrong number or a prank. Someone was watching me, and they knew far more about me than any stranger should. It started innocently enough. A text from an unknown number asking if I was enjoying my latte. I brushed it off as a misdial, someone texting the wrong Alex. But then another message came through, commenting on the book I was reading. My blood ran cold as I realized this person could see me, knew exactly where I was and what I was doing. I gathered my things quickly, trying to appear calm while my mind raced. As I stepped out onto the busy street, my phone buzzed again. Heading home so soon, but the day's just getting started. I picked up my pace, weaving through the crowd, my eyes darting around, trying to spot anyone who might be following me. But everyone seemed absorbed in their own worlds, no one paying any particular attention to me. When I reached my apartment, I locked the door behind me, leaning against it as I tried to catch my breath. Surely I was safe here. But then another message came through. "Nice place. I especially like the blue curtains in your bedroom." My stomach dropped. How could they know that? I'd only put those curtains up last week. I ran to the window, yanking the curtains closed, then did the same throughout the apartment. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold my phone. I thought about calling the police, but what would I tell them? That I was getting creepy text messages. They'd probably tell me to block the number and forget about it. But I knew this was more than just a random creep. This person knew things about me, things they shouldn't be able to know. Over the next few days, the messages kept coming. They knew when I left for work, what I ate for lunch, who I talked to. It was like they had access to every aspect of my life. I changed my phone number, but somehow they still found me. I stayed with friends, but the messages followed me there too. Having fun at Sarah's. Tell her I said hi. I became a nervous wreck, jumping at every notification, constantly looking over my shoulder. My friends started to worry, telling me I was being paranoid. But how could I explain to them the terror of knowing someone was watching your every move? After a week of this psychological torture, I decided I had to do something. I couldn't live like this anymore. I messaged back for the first time. "Who are you? What do you want?" The response came almost immediately. I want you to know how it feels. To have your privacy invaded, your life laid bare for someone else's amusement. I stared at the message, confused. What did they mean? Had I done something to deserve this? And then it hit me. A memory from years ago. A stupid mistake I'd made in college. I'd been part of a group that hacked into the school system, accessing private information about other students. We thought it was just a harmless prank, a way to show off our tech skills. But for some of those students, it had been devastating. Relationships had been ruined, reputations damaged. We'd been caught eventually, but I'd managed to avoid any serious consequences. I'd put it behind me, tried to forget about it. But someone hadn't forgotten. Someone had been waiting, planning their revenge. With shaking fingers, I typed out a response. Jamie, is that you? The pause before the next message came felt like an eternity. Finally, my phone buzzed. So you do remember. I'm impressed. Jamie had been one of the students most affected by our hack. He'd left the school shortly after and I'd never known what happened to him. Now I knew. He'd been honing his skills, waiting for the perfect moment to turn the tables. I'm sorry, I typed, the words feeling inadequate even as I sent them. What we did was wrong. I know that now. Sorry doesn't undo the damage, came the reply. But it's a start. Over the next hour, Jamie and I messaged back and forth. I learned how he'd been tracking me, using a combination of hacked security cameras, GPS data from my phone, and information gleaned from my social media accounts. It was both impressive and terrifying. Why now? I asked. Why wait all these years? I needed time, Jamie replied. Time to learn, to plan, and I wanted you to have something to lose. A life you value, privacy you took for granted. I couldn't argue with that. The past week had shown me exactly how precious privacy was, how vulnerable we all were. What happens now? I asked, dreading the answer. There was a long pause before Jamie's response came through. That depends on you. I could release everything I've gathered. Every embarrassing moment, every private conversation. I could destroy your life the way you helped destroy mine. My heart was pounding as I waited for the next message. Or, Jamie continued, you could help me. Help you how? I asked, not sure I wanted to know the answer. There are others from our group who never faced consequences, and there are people out there right now doing what we did, thinking it's just a game. They need to be stopped. I sat there, staring at my phone, my mind reeling. Was Jamie suggesting we become some kind of digital vigilantes? It sounded crazy, dangerous even, but a part of me, the part that had been racked with guilt all these years, saw it as a chance for redemption. If I help you, I typed slowly, will you stop watching me? Delete everything you've gathered. Yes, came the immediate reply. You have my word. I took a deep breath, knowing that my answer would change my life irrevocably. But hadn't it already been changed? Could I really go back to my normal life, pretending this had never happened? Okay, I replied. I'm in. Good, Jamie responded. Check your email. I've sent you instructions for our first target. As I opened my laptop, I felt a mix of fear and excitement. I was stepping into a world I thought I'd left behind, but this time I'd be using my skills to help people, not hurt them. The next few months were a whirlwind. Jamie and I worked together, exposing hackers, shutting down invasion of privacy operations, and educating people about online security. It was challenging, often scary work, but for the first time in years, I felt like I was doing something truly meaningful. True to his word, Jamie deleted all the information he'd gathered on me. Our relationship evolved from one of fear and resentment to a wary partnership, and eventually, to something resembling friendship. Looking back now, I can't help but marvel at how much my life has changed. That first terrifying message, I see you, had set me on a path I never could have imagined. It taught me the true value of privacy, the weight of our actions, and the power of redemption. Now, when I walk down the street or sit in a coffee shop, I no longer feel watched. But I do feel aware. aware of the digital world swirling around us, of the responsibility we all have to protect ourselves and others in this interconnected age. And sometimes, when my phone buzzes with a new message, I still feel a flutter of anxiety. But more often than not, it's just Jamie sending me details of our next mission. Because in this digital age, there's always another wrong to right, another privacy to protect. And thanks to one terrifying week of being watched, I'm now the watcher, the protector, trying to make the online world a little safer for everyone. The moment we pulled into the driveway of that isolated farmhouse, I knew something was terribly wrong. The flicker of movement behind a curtain, the eerie silence that blanketed the property, it all screamed danger. But with our car sputtering its last and night falling fast, we had no choice but to approach. Little did we know, we were walking straight into a trap that would test the limits of our survival instincts. It had started as a fun road trip. My girlfriend, Lisa, and I had been dating for 6 months, and we thought a weekend getaway would be the perfect way to celebrate. We'd chosen a quaint bed and breakfast about 4 hours from the city, nestled in the countryside. The drive had been beautiful, all rolling hills and picturesque farms. But as the sun began to set, things started to go wrong. First, our GPS lost signal, leaving us relying on the spotty directions I remembered from the map. Then, the car started making an ominous rattling noise. We pressed on, hoping to make it to our destination before anything serious happened. We didn't make it. About an hour from where we thought our BB should be, the car gave a final sputtering gasp and died. We coasted to a stop on the side of a narrow country road, surrounded by fields and forests, with no signs of civilization in sight. Great, Lisa sighed, leaning back in her seat. What now? I pulled out my phone, but as expected, there was no signal. I guess we start walking, I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. There has to be a house around here somewhere. Maybe they'll have a phone we can use. We grabbed our jackets and a flashlight from the trunk and set off down the road. The sun was sinking fast, casting long shadows across the landscape. An unseasonably cold wind had picked up, and I could feel Lisa shivering beside me. We'd been walking for about 20 minutes when we saw it, a dirt driveway branching off from the main road, leading to a large farmhouse set back from the road. Light glowed in a couple of windows, and an old pickup truck was parked out front. It looked like our best hope. As we turned up the driveway, that's when I first felt it, a sense of unease that settled in the pit of my stomach. The house looked normal enough, a typical old farmhouse with peeling white paint and a wraparound porch. But something about it felt off. I couldn't put my finger on what it was, but every instinct I had was screaming at me to turn around. But we were cold, tired, and out of options, so we pressed on. We were about halfway up the driveway when I saw the curtain move. Just a slight twitch, but enough to tell me someone was watching us approach. I squeezed Lisa's hand, trying to convey reassurance I didn't feel. We reached the porch steps and I took a deep breath before knocking on the door. For a long moment, there was silence. Then, slowly, we heard footsteps approaching. The door creaked open, revealing a man in his 60s, with weathered skin and sharp blue eyes that seemed to look right through us. "Can I help you?" he asked, his voice gruff. I explained our situation, the broken-down car, the lack of cell service, our need to use a phone. As I talked, I noticed the man's eyes flicking between us, assessing. It made me nervous, but I chalked it up to natural suspicion of strangers. Finally, he nodded. "All right, come on in. Phone's in the kitchen." We stepped inside, and I immediately felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. The house smelled musty, with an underlying scent I couldn't quite place but that made my stomach turn. The decor was old-fashioned, but what struck me was how unlived in it felt. like a museum exhibit rather than a home. The man, who introduced himself as Frank, led us to the kitchen. An older woman stood at the sink, her back to us. She turned as we entered, and I had to suppress a gasp. Her face was blank, expressionless, her eyes as empty as a doll's. "This is my wife, Martha," Frank said. Martha didn't speak, just nodded slightly. Frank pointed to an old rotary phone on the wall. "There you go. You can call for a tow, but it might be a while before they can get out here. Roads can be tricky at night." I thanked him and moved to the phone, while Lisa stood awkwardly by the door. As I dialed, I noticed Frank watching me intently. I tried to focus on my conversation with the tow company, but I couldn't shake the feeling of his eyes boring into me. The news wasn't good. The earliest they could get to us was morning. When I hung up and relayed this to Lisa, I saw a flash of fear in her eyes. Frank cleared his throat. "Well, can't have you waiting out in the cold all night. We've got a spare room upstairs. You're welcome to it." Every instinct I had was screaming at me to refuse, to get out of this house and taking our chances on the road. But one look at Lisa's pale face and I knew we didn't have much choice. It was fully dark now, and cold. We had no idea how far it was to the next house. "That's very kind of you," I said, forcing a smile. "We really appreciate it." Frank nodded, a smile spreading across his face that didn't reach his eyes. "It's no trouble. We don't get many visitors out here. It'll be nice to have some company." He showed us upstairs to a small bedroom. Like the rest of the house, it felt untouched, as if no one had slept there in years. "Bathrooms down the hall," Frank said. "Sleep tight." The way he said it sent a chill down my spine. As soon as he left, Lisa turned to me, her eyes wide. "We can't stay here," she whispered. "Something's not right." I nodded, relieved she felt it too. "I know, but we don't have many options right now. Let's just try to get through the night. We'll leave first thing in the morning." We lay down on the bed fully clothed, too nervous to change or get under the covers. Neither of us slept. Every creak of the old house, every gust of wind outside the window, had us on edge. It was just past midnight when we heard it. Footsteps in the hallway, slow and deliberate. They paused outside our door. I held my breath, my arm tightening around Lisa. After what felt like an eternity, the footsteps moved on. "We need to get out of here," Lisa whispered, her voice trembling. I nodded. "Okay, let's go," quietly. We crept to the door, easing it open. The hallway was dark, but I could make out the stairs at the end. We tiptoed towards them, every floorboard creak sounding like a gunshot in the silence. We were halfway down the stairs when a floorboard let out a particularly loud groan. Suddenly, a light flicked on downstairs. "Going somewhere?" Frank's voice called out. Abandoning all pretense of stealth, we ran. We burst out the front door and into the cold night air. But as we reached the bottom of the porch steps, we realized our mistake. We had no idea which way led back to the main road. "This way," I said, choosing a direction and pulling Lisa along. We ran across the overgrown yard, the tall grass whipping at our legs. Behind us, I could hear Frank's voice, calling out in a sing-song tone that made my blood run cold. Now, don't be rude. The fun's just getting started." We reached the edge of a cornfield and plunged in, the dry stalks scratching at our faces as we pushed through. I could hear movement behind us, Frank crashing through the corn in pursuit. We ran until our lungs burned, until I thought my heart might burst from my chest. Finally, we broke free of the cornfield and found ourselves on a dirt road. In the distance, I could see lights, a house, or maybe a gas station. "Come on," I gasped, pulling Lisa towards the lights. Behind us, I could hear Frank's angry shouts growing fainter. We stumbled into the parking lot of a small gas station, startling the attendant inside. He took one look at our wild eyes and scratched faces and reached for the phone. The police arrived quickly. As we sat in the back of a patrol car, wrapped in shock blankets, I watched more cars pull up, heading in the direction of Frank's farm. An officer took our statement, his face growing grimmer with each detail we shared. It wasn't until later, after we'd been checked out at a hospital and given a place to rest, that we learned the truth. The farm had belonged to Frank and Martha for decades, but Martha had died years ago. Frank had suffered a breakdown, unable to let her go. The woman we'd seen wasn't Martha, but one of several missing persons Frank had abducted over the years, trying to recreate his lost wife. The police found evidence of other victims on the property. Frank was arrested, and the woman we'd thought was Martha was rescued, along with 2 others held in the basement. In the days and weeks that followed, as we gave statements and tried to process what had happened, one thought kept running through my mind. How close we'd come to becoming just another missing persons case, another victim of a madman's delusion. Lisa and I stayed together, bonded by our shared trauma, but we never took another road trip. Sometimes, when I'm driving down a dark road at night and I see a lonely farmhouse in the distance, I feel that same chill I felt that night, and I keep driving, never stopping, always wary of the secrets that might be hiding behind a seemingly innocent facade. The scratching sound came again, faint but unmistakable. My blood ran cold as I realized it was coming from inside my closet. I was alone in my apartment, and that closet door had been firmly shut when I went to bed. Whatever was in there now hadn't come through the front door. I'd always been a light sleeper, which is probably what saved my life that night. The sound was so soft at first that I thought I might have dreamed it, but as I lay there in the darkness, straining my ears, I heard it again. A light scraping, like fingernails on wood, coming from the direction of my bedroom closet. My first thought was that it must be a mouse. The building was old, and I'd heard other tenants complain about rodents before. But as I listened, the sound became more deliberate, more rhythmic. This wasn't the random scurrying of a small animal. This was something else entirely. I reached for my phone on the nightstand, my hand shaking so badly I nearly knocked it to the floor. The bright screen made me squint as I pulled up the camera app, switching it to video mode. If there was something in my closet, I wanted proof. Slowly, I sat up in bed, keeping my eyes fixed on the closet door. The scratching had stopped, but now I could hear something else. Breathing, slow and steady, like someone trying very hard to be quiet. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure whatever was in there must be able to hear it. I wanted to run, to bolt out of my apartment and never look back. But a morbid curiosity kept me rooted in place. I had to know what was in there. With my phone held out in front of me, I eased out of bed. The floor creaked under my feet, and I froze, waiting. The breathing in the closet hitched for a moment, then resumed its steady rhythm. Step by agonizing step, I made my way across the room. Time seemed to stretch, each second feeling like an eternity. As I got closer, I could smell something, a musty odor, like old sweat and something vaguely metallic. I was an arm's length from the closet now. My free hand hovered over the doorknob, trembling. I took a deep breath, steeling myself, and then in one swift motion, I yanked the door open. The smell hit me first, stronger now. Then my eyes adjusted to the darkness of the closet, and I saw it. A figure, crouched in the back corner, partially hidden behind my hanging clothes. It was humanoid, but in the dim light, something about its proportions seemed off. For a moment, we both froze, staring at each other. Then, with a speed that seemed impossible, it lunged at me. I stumbled backward, a scream caught in my throat. The creature, person, fell forward onto the bedroom floor. In the light from my phone, I could see it clearly now. It was a man, or at least it had been once. His skin was pale and waxy, his eyes sunken and wild. He was emaciated, his clothes hanging off him in tatters. But what struck me most were his hands. His fingers were unnaturally long, the nails grown into thick, yellowed claws. These were what had made the scratching sound. He scrabbled to his feet, those terrible hands reaching for me. I turned and ran, my phone clattering to the floor behind me. I heard it shatter, plunging the room into darkness. I made it to the living room, my mind racing. The front door was just a few feet away. If I could get out, call for help. But I never made it. Something hit me from behind, sending me sprawling onto the floor. The impact knocked the wind out of me. And before I could recover, I felt those claw-like hands on my shoulders, flipping me over. The man, creature, whatever it was, loomed over me. Up close, I could see that his teeth were filed to points. He grinned down at me, and I felt a wave of pure terror wash over me. "Shh," he whispered, his voice raspy from disuse. "I've been waiting so long to meet you." I opened my mouth to scream, but he clamped one of those terrible hands over my face. The smell of him was overwhelming, and I felt myself starting to black out. The last thing I remember before losing consciousness was his voice, whispering in my ear, "We're going to have so much fun together." When I came to, I was no longer in my apartment. The air was damp and cool, and I could hear water dripping somewhere nearby. I tried to move, but found my hands and feet were bound tightly. As my eyes adjusted to the dim light, I realized I was in some kind of underground chamber. The walls were rough stone, and the only illumination came from a few candles placed around the room. I wasn't alone. There were others, at least 3 that I could see, similarly bound. They looked at me with a mixture of pity and resignation. One, a woman who might have been in her 30s, shook her head slightly when she saw me looking at her, as if to say, "Don't bother trying to escape." I heard movement from the shadows, and then he appeared, the creature from my closet. In this light, he looked even less human. His movements were jerky and unnatural, like a puppet with tangled strings. "Ah, you're awake," he said, that terrible grin spreading across his face again. "Good. It's no fun when they sleep through everything." I tried to speak, but my mouth was so dry no words would come out. He seemed to understand, though. "You're wondering why you're here, why I chose you." He crouched down next to me, his face uncomfortably close to mine. "I've been watching you for a long time, all of you, waiting for the perfect moment." He stood up and began pacing the room, his claws clicking against the stone floor. "You see, I need you. Your fear, your pain. It sustains me, keeps me young." He gestured to the other captives. "They've all contributed, but it's never enough. I always need more." As he spoke, I noticed something strange. His appearance seemed to be changing. The more he talked, the less monstrous he looked. His skin took on a healthier color, his frame filled out. Even his hands were changing, the claws receding. With growing horror, I realized what he was saying was literally true. He was feeding off our fear, our suffering. It was physically transforming him. What are you?" I managed to croak out. He paused in his pacing, turning to look at me with those wild eyes. "I've had many names over the centuries. Vampire, Wendigo, Boogeyman. But names don't really matter, do they? What matters is what I can do." He knelt down beside me again, running one of those terrible hands through my hair in a parody of a gentle caress. "And what I can do, my dear, is live forever, as long as I have souls like yours to feed on." I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to will this all away. This couldn't be real. Monsters like this didn't exist. Any moment now, I'd wake up in my bed, and this would all have been a terrible nightmare. But when I opened my eyes, I was still there, still bound in that damp underground chamber, still at the mercy of this creature that defied explanation. He must have seen the despair in my eyes because he laughed. It was a horrible sound, like rocks grinding together. "Oh, don't look so sad. You should be honored. Your fear, your suffering, it will become part of me. In a way, you'll live forever too." With that, He stood and moved to one of the other captives, a young man who couldn't have been more than 20. What happened next? I can barely bring myself to describe. The screams echoed off the stone walls, mixing with the creature's laughter. I don't know how long I was in that place. Time lost all meaning. Day and night blurred together in an endless cycle of terror and pain. I watched as, one by one, the other captives were consumed is the only word I can think of. Their fear, their very essence, absorbed by this monster. And all the while, he changed. With each victim, he became more human in appearance. By the time he turned his attention fully to me, he could have passed for a normal man on the street. I'd like to say I was brave in the face of what I knew was coming, that I defied him to the end. But the truth is, I was broken. When he finally approached me, that familiar, terrible grin on his now handsome face, I didn't fight. I didn't scream. I just closed my eyes and waited for it to be over. But something strange happened, just as I felt his hands on me. There was a commotion from above. Shouts, the sound of splintering wood. The creature's head snapped up, his eyes wide with an emotion I hadn't seen from him before. Fear. What happened next is a blur in my memory. There were people in uniforms, bright lights, and loud voices. I remember being carried out of that underground hell, seeing sunlight for the first time in what felt like years. I later learned that a neighbor had called the police after hearing strange noises from my apartment on the night I was taken. It had taken them weeks to track us down, following a trail of similar disappearances across the country. They never found the creature. In the chaos of the raid, he had somehow slipped away. The police assured me he couldn't have gotten far, that they would find him. But I knew better. He had been doing this for centuries. He would go to ground, wait until the hunt died down, and then he would start again. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear that scratching sound. I know it's just my imagination, my mind playing tricks on me. But I can't help but wonder, is he out there, watching, waiting for the perfect moment to strike again? And I realized that in a way, he was right. A part of me will live forever. The part that will always be looking over my shoulder, always listening for that telltale scratch in the night. Because I know the truth now. Monsters are real, and sometimes they look just like us. The moment I stumbled upon that hidden compound in the forest, I knew I'd discovered something I was never meant to see. The air grew thick with tension, and a chill ran down my spine as I realized that my life was about to change forever, if I managed to survive the next few hours. I've always been an avid hiker, spending most of my weekends exploring the vast wilderness near my home. This particular Saturday started like any other. I packed my usual gear, water, snacks, first aid kit, and set out at dawn, eager to tackle a new trail I'd recently discovered on an old map. The trail was more overgrown than I expected, barely visible in some places, but I pressed on, enjoying the challenge and the sense of being truly off the beaten path. It was nearing midday when I realized I'd strayed from the trail entirely. I wasn't particularly worried. I had my compass and knew the general direction back to my car. So I decided to press on a bit further before turning back, curious to see what lay beyond the next ridge. That's when I saw it. At first, it was just a glint of metal through the trees, so out of place in the dense forest that I thought I must be imagining things. But as I moved closer, ducking under low-hanging branches and pushing through thick underbrush, I realized I wasn't seeing things. There, nestled in a small valley, was a compound. High metal fences topped with barbed wire encircled a cluster of nondescript buildings. The structures were low and gray, with few windows. They could have been warehouses or barracks. What struck me most was how new everything looked. This wasn't some long-abandoned military installation or forgotten research station. This place was active, and clearly not meant to be found. I crouched behind a large fallen tree, my heart racing as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. There were people moving around inside the compound, dressed in what looked like uniforms, but I was too far away to make out any details. I fumbled for my phone, thinking I should take a picture, but of course there was no signal this deep in the woods. That's when I heard it, the unmistakable sound of a twig snapping behind me. I whirled around, my breath catching in my throat. There, not 10 feet away, stood a man in camouflage, a rifle pointed directly at my chest. "Don't move," he said, his voice low and steady. "Hands where I can see them." I raised my hands slowly, my mind racing. Who were these people? What was this place? And more pressingly, what were they going to do with me? The man spoke into a radio clipped to his shoulder. "Base, this is Patrol 2. We have an intruder at the north perimeter. Bringing him in." My stomach dropped at those words. Bringing him in? This was bad. Very bad. "Stand up slowly," the man ordered. I complied, my legs shaky beneath me. "Now walk, and don't try anything stupid." He marched me down the hill towards the compound. As we got closer, I could see more details. The fence was at least 15 feet high, with cameras placed at regular intervals. A gate slid open as we approached, and 2 more armed men came out to meet us. "Where did you find him?" one of them asked my captor. "Up on the ridge." He was watching the compound. The 2 newcomers exchanged a look that made my blood run cold. Without another word, they grabbed my arms and led me into the compound. The inside was a flurry of activity. People in lab coats rushed between buildings, carrying folders and equipment. Armed guards patrolled the perimeter. And everywhere, there was an air of urgency, as if everyone was working against some unseen clock. I was led to one of the larger buildings and taken inside. The interior was stark and clinical, reminiscent of a hospital but with an underlying sense of menace. They brought me to a small, windowless room and ordered me to sit in a metal chair bolted to the floor. For what felt like hours, I sat there alone, my mind conjuring up increasingly terrifying scenarios. Were they going to kill me? Imprison me? What was this place? And what were they doing here that required such secrecy? Finally, the door opened. A woman entered, her sharp features accentuated by her severely pulled back hair. She sat across from me, placing a folder on the table between us. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice clipped and businesslike. "And what are you doing here?" I explained about my hike, how I'd gotten lost and stumbled upon the compound by accident. As I talked, she watched me with an unnerving intensity, as if trying to peer into my very thoughts. When I finished, she was silent for a long moment. Then she opened the folder and pulled out a photograph. It was me, on the ridge, taken just before I was captured. "You understand," she said, "that this puts us in a very difficult position. You've seen things you were never meant to see." I swallowed hard. "I don't know what this place is, and honestly, I don't want to know. If you just let me go, I swear I won't tell anyone about this. I'll forget I ever saw anything." She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. "I'm afraid it's not that simple. You see, what we're doing here, it's bigger than you can imagine, bigger than all of us. We can't risk exposure, not when we're so close." "Close to what?" The words were out of my mouth before I could stop them. She stood up abruptly. "That's not your concern. What you need to concern yourself with now is cooperation. The more you cooperate, the easier this will be for you." With that, she left, leaving me alone with my growing fear and confusion. Over the next few days, at least, I think it was days, it was hard to keep track of time in that windowless room. I was questioned repeatedly. They wanted to know everything about me, my job, my family, my friends. They were particularly interested in whether I'd told anyone about my hiking plans. In between interrogations, I caught glimpses and overheard snippets that only deepened the mystery. I heard mentions of the subject and the breakthrough. Once, I saw a group of scientists rushing a covered gurney between buildings, an inhuman screech emerging from beneath the sheet. On what I think was the 3rd day, Everything changed. I was woken in the middle of the night by alarms blaring throughout the compound. Through my door, I could hear shouting and the sound of running feet. Suddenly, my door burst open. It was one of the guards, but he looked terrified. "We have to go," he said, grabbing my arm. "It's loose." "What's loose?" I asked as he dragged me into the hallway, but I didn't need him to answer. Down the corridor, I saw it. A creature that defied description. Part animal, part something else. It moved with unnatural speed, lashing out with claws and teeth at anyone in its path. The guard pulled me in the opposite direction, toward an emergency exit. We burst out into the night air, alarms still blaring behind us. The compound was in chaos. Fires had broken out in several buildings, and I could hear gunfire and screams. "Run!" the guard yelled, pushing me toward the perimeter fence. "There's a break in the fence about half a mile east. Get out of here and don't look back." I didn't need to be told twice. I ran, my lungs burning, my legs pumping harder than they ever had before. Behind me, I could hear the sounds of destruction growing fainter, but I didn't slow down. I found the break in the fence and squeezed through, ignoring the sting as the wire caught and tore at my clothes and skin. Once on the other side, I kept running, not caring about direction, just needing to put as much distance between myself and that nightmare as possible. It was nearly dawn when I finally stopped. Collapsing against a tree, my body pushed well past its limits. As I sat there, gasping for breath, the full weight of what I'd witnessed came crashing down on me. I had stumbled upon something beyond my wildest imagination. A secret facility, hidden in the woods, where they were doing... what? Creating monsters. Experimenting with things that should never see the light of day. And now, it had all gone horribly wrong. As the first rays of sunlight began to filter through the trees, I made a decision. I couldn't just disappear, couldn't let what I'd seen remain a secret. Whatever was going on in that compound, whatever had escaped, the world needed to know. With shaky legs, I stood and began walking. I didn't know exactly where I was, but I knew I had to find my way back to civilization. I had a story to tell, a warning to give. And I knew that from this moment on, my life would never be the same. As I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Was it just paranoia after what I'd been through? Or was something out there following me, waiting for the right moment to strike? I quickened my pace, knowing that this was just the beginning of a much larger, much more terrifying story. And somehow, against all odds, I had become a part of it. The first thing I noticed when I regained consciousness was the silence. Not the peaceful quiet of a lazy Sunday morning, but an oppressive, suffocating absence of sound that made my skin crawl. As my eyes adjusted to the dim light, panic set in. This wasn't my bedroom. I had no idea where I was or how I'd gotten there. But the note on the door made one thing terrifyingly clear. If I wanted to survive, I couldn't leave this room. My head was pounding, and my mouth felt like it was stuffed with cotton. I tried to piece together my last memories. I'd been at a bar, celebrating my promotion with colleagues. There had been drinks, lots of them. Someone had suggested moving the party to a club. After that, everything was a blur. I sat up slowly, fighting a wave of nausea. I was on a bare mattress in what looked like a small studio apartment. There was a kitchenette in one corner, a door that presumably led to a bathroom, and the main door with the ominous note. The windows were boarded up, allowing only slivers of light to penetrate the gloom. Stumbling to my feet, I made my way to the main door. The note was handwritten, the letters jagged and rushed. "Don't try to leave. Stay inside if you want to live." I stared at those words, reading them over and over, trying to make sense of them. Was this some kind of sick joke? A prank gone too far? I tried the door handle. Locked, of course. I pounded on the door, shouting for help, but the thick wood seemed to swallow my cries. After what felt like hours, my voice hoarse and my hands bruised, I gave up. The bathroom door, at least, was unlocked. I splashed water on my face, the cold shock helping to clear my head. As I looked in the mirror, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. There was a small puncture mark on my neck, surrounded by a bruise. I'd been injected with something. That realization sent a fresh wave of panic through me. I tore through the apartment, searching for my phone, my wallet, anything that might help me figure out what was going on or call for help. But all my belongings were gone. The kitchenette was stocked with non-perishable food and bottled water, enough to last for weeks if I rationed it carefully. The cupboards also contained basic medical supplies and some clothes that looked like they would fit me. Whoever had put me here had planned for a long stay. As the initial shock wore off, my mind raced with questions. Who had done this? Why me? And what was outside that door that was so dangerous I needed to be warned not to leave? I spent that first day alternating between trying to find a way out and straining my ears for any sound from outside. But the silence remained unbroken, and every potential escape route led to a dead end. The windows were not only boarded but seemed to be bricked up behind the boards. The vents were too small for even a child to crawl through. I was well and truly trapped. Night fell, or at least I assumed it did. It was hard to tell with no view of the outside world. I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined someone or something creeping into the room. Instead, I sat with my back against the wall, staring at the door, waiting. The next few days passed in a haze of fear and confusion. I tried to keep track of time, but with no sunlight and no clocks, the hours blurred together. I rationed the food and water, not knowing how long I'd need to make it last. I exercised to keep my mind occupied, paced the small space until I had memorized every crack in the walls. On what I thought was the fourth day, I heard it, a sound from outside, faint at first, but growing louder. Footsteps. My heart raced as they approached the door. Then, a soft thud as something was placed outside. The footsteps retreated. I waited, barely breathing, for what felt like hours before I dared to approach the door. There was no mail slot, no way to see what had been left. But now there was a new note. Food and water outside. Wait 30 minutes after delivery before opening door. Close immediately. Do not attempt to leave or make contact. My hands shook as I read the note. This was my chance. I could open the door, maybe see who had put me here, find a way to escape. But the warning on the first note echoed in my mind. Stay inside if you want to live. I waited, counting the seconds, warring with myself over what to do. When 30 minutes had passed, I took a deep breath and turned the handle. It was unlocked. I opened the door just a crack, peering out into a dimly lit hallway. There was a box on the floor, filled with more food and water. But what caught my eye was the wall opposite my door. It was covered in newspaper clippings and photographs. In the brief moment before I lost my nerve and slammed the door shut, one headline burned itself into my brain. Outbreak spreads. Major cities quarantined. My mind reeled. Outbreak? Quarantine? Was that why I was locked in here? But why me? Why like this? The food and water lasted another week. Each day, I became more desperate for information, for human contact, for anything to break the maddening silence and isolation. I started talking to myself, carrying on conversations with imaginary companions just to hear a voice. Then, on the 10th day, or was it the 11th, everything changed. I woke to the sound of alarms blaring, harsh, mechanical wails that cut through the silence like a knife. For a moment, I was elated. Sound, action, maybe rescue. But then I heard something else. Screams, distant at first but growing closer. And underneath the screams, another sound. A low, guttural growl that raised the hair on the back of my neck. The door handle began to rattle violently. Something was trying to get in. No, not something. Someone. I could hear them now, their labored breathing, their fists pounding on the wood. "Let me in," a voice cried, hoarse with fear. "Please, they're coming." I stood frozen, torn between the instinct to help and the warnings that had been drilled into me over the past days. The pounding grew more frantic. "Please, I can see you in there. Let me in." How could they see me? I hadn't moved near the door. A chill ran down my spine as I realized the implications. Whatever was out there, it wasn't human, not anymore. The pounding stopped abruptly, replaced by a wet, tearing sound and a scream that cut off mid-cry. Then, silence again, but not the same silence as before. This was the silence of a predator stalking its prey. I backed away from the door, my heart pounding so hard I was sure whatever was out there must be able to hear it. I retreated to the bathroom, locking the flimsy door behind me, knowing it wouldn't provide much protection if something really wanted to get in. Hours passed. The alarms eventually stopped, but the silence that followed was even worse. I strained my ears for any sound, any clue as to what was happening outside. Just when I thought I couldn't take the suspense any longer, I heard it. Footsteps in the hallway again, but different this time. Measured, deliberate. They stopped outside my door. "Hello?" a voice called. "We're here to evacuate the building. If you can hear me, please respond." I wanted to cry out, to rush to the door, but doubt nagged at me. What if it was a trick? What if opening that door meant death? "This is your last chance," the voice said. "We're leaving in 5 minutes. If you can hear this, knock 3 times on the door." I stood, my legs shaking. This was it, the moment of truth. Stay, and face an uncertain fate alone in this room. Or risk everything on the hope that salvation waited on the other side of that door. As I raised my hand to knock, a chilling thought struck me. In all the days I'd been here, through all the silence and isolation, I'd never once questioned why I had been chosen to be saved. What made me special? And more importantly, what price would I have to pay for that salvation? My knuckles hovered inches from the door as the seconds ticked by. 3 knocks stood between me and whatever awaited on the other side. 3 knocks to either save my life or end it. As I steeled myself to make my choice, I realized that the real test wasn't surviving this room. The real test was what I would do once I left it. The smell hit me first, a sickly sweet odor that clung to the back of my throat and made my stomach churn. As I stood in Mr. Johnson's living room, surrounded by stacks of old newspapers and unwashed dishes, I knew something was terribly wrong. My elderly neighbor hadn't been seen in days, but nothing could have prepared me for the horror I was about to uncover. I'd lived next door to Mr. Johnson for nearly 5 years. He was a quiet man, kept to himself mostly, but always had a kind word and a wave when we crossed paths. He was the type of neighbor you'd expect in a small town like ours, unobtrusive but reliable. If his lawn got a bit overgrown or his mailbox started overflowing, someone would always notice and check in on him. That's why his sudden absence was so unsettling. It started on a Tuesday. I was leaving for work and noticed his newspaper was still on the driveway. Odd, I thought, but maybe he'd slept in. By Thursday, there were 3 papers piled up, and his car hadn't moved from its spot in the driveway. I knocked on his door that evening, but there was no answer. The curtains were drawn, and I couldn't hear any movement inside. A sick feeling started to grow in the pit of my stomach. Mr. Johnson was in his 80s. What if he'd fallen and couldn't get to the phone? I debated calling the police, but I didn't want to overreact. Maybe he'd gone to visit family and forgotten to tell anyone. It happens sometimes with older folks. Instead, I decided to use the spare key he'd given me for emergencies and check on him myself. The lock turned easily, but the door stuck as I tried to open it. I had to put my shoulder into it, and when it finally gave way, I nearly gagged. The smell that wafted out was overwhelming, a mixture of rotting food, unwashed bodies, and something else I couldn't quite place, but that sent shivers down my spine. "Mr. Johnson," I called out, my voice sounding small and afraid in the stuffy silence of the house. "It's Sarah from next door. Are you all right?" No answer. I stepped further into the house, my eyes watering from the stench. The living room was a mess, unlike anything I'd seen in Mr. Johnson's usually tidy home. Newspapers were stacked haphazardly on every surface, some yellowed with age. Dirty plates and half-empty cups littered the coffee table and floor. But it was the walls that really caught my attention. They were covered in writing, scrawled messages in what looked like red marker. As I got closer, my blood ran cold. The writing was erratic, almost frenzied, and the messages were disturbing. "They're watching. Can't trust anyone. The signals are getting stronger." I pulled out my phone, ready to call 911, when I heard a noise from upstairs, a soft thud, like something heavy falling over. "Mr. Johnson," I called again, louder this time. "Is that you?" Silence. Every instinct told me to run, to get out of this house and call the police. But what if Mr. Johnson was hurt? What if he needed help right now? With shaking legs, I made my way up the stairs. The smell grew stronger with each step, and I had to breathe through my mouth to keep from retching. At the top of the stairs, I saw that the door to Mr. Johnson's bedroom was ajar. A faint light spilled out into the hallway. "Mr. Johnson," I said, pushing the door open slowly. "I'm coming in, okay?" The bedroom was even worse than downstairs. The walls were completely covered in the same frantic writing. But here, it wasn't just marker. Some of it looked like it had been scratched into the wallpaper with fingernails. And there, in the center of the room, was Mr. Johnson. He was sitting in an old armchair, facing away from me. I could see the top of his balding head over the back of the chair. "Mr. Johnson?" My voice was barely a whisper now. "Are you all right?" I took a step closer, and that's when I saw it. A dark stain on the carpet, spreading out from beneath the chair. My mind didn't want to process what I was seeing, but I knew. Oh God, I knew. I circled around to the front of the chair, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. Mr. Johnson's eyes were open, staring blankly at the ceiling. In his lap was a notebook, open to a page filled with more of the frenzied writing, and in his hand, gripped so tightly his knuckles were white, was a kitchen knife. I stumbled backward. A scream caught in my throat. This couldn't be happening. Mr. Johnson was the sweetest old man. He baked cookies for the neighborhood kids and fed stray cats. He wouldn't have, but the evidence was right in front of me. Mr. Johnson had taken his own life, surrounded by the ravings of a mind that had clearly slipped into paranoia and delusion. With trembling hands, I finally managed to dial 911. As I waited for the police to arrive, I couldn't help but look around the room, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The writing on the wall seemed to be a mix of conspiracy theories and personal paranoia. There were references to government mind control, alien invasions, and shadowy organizations watching his every move. But interspersed with these were more personal messages. "Sarah next door is one of them. Can't trust the mailman. He's bringing their signals. The TV is how they get into your head." Seeing my name there sent a chill through me. How long had Mr. Johnson been suspicious of me? Had he been watching me, thinking I was part of some sinister plot? The police arrived, filling the house with noise and activity that felt surreal after the oppressive silence. I gave my statement in a daze, watching as they photographed the scene and bagged evidence. It wasn't until much later, after I'd been questioned and sent home, that the full impact of what I'd seen hit me. I sat on my couch, staring at the wall that separated my house from Mr. Johnson's, and I broke down. How had I not noticed? How had none of us seen that Mr. Johnson was struggling so badly? There must have been signs, changes in his behavior or appearance that we'd all missed or dismissed. The next few weeks were a blur of police investigations and neighborhood gossip. Mr. Johnson had no family, so the task of cleaning out his house fell to the county. I watched from my window as workers in hazmat suits went in and out, carrying boxes and furniture. One day, as I was bringing in my mail, one of the workers approached me. He held out a sealed envelope. "We found this in the house," he said. "It's addressed to you." With shaking hands, I took the envelope. My name was written on it in Mr. Johnson's familiar scrawl. I waited until the worker had gone before opening it. Inside was a single sheet of paper, covered in the same frenzied writing I'd seen in the house. But this message was different. "Sarah, if you're reading this, then they got to me. I'm sorry for what you must have seen. I want you to know that it wasn't your fault. You were kind to me, even when I started to lose my grip on reality. I know now that the voices in my head weren't real, that the conspiracies were just delusions. But by the time I realized this, it was too late. The paranoia had taken over. Please don't blame yourself. You were a good neighbor and a good friend. I'm sorry I couldn't be the same for you. Take care of yourself, Sarah, and always keep an eye out for those who might be struggling in silence. Arthur Johnson." I read the letter over and over, tears streaming down my face. The guilt I'd been carrying eased a little, but a new weight settled in its place. How many others were out there, like Mr. Johnson, fighting battles we couldn't see? In the months that followed, I made an effort to really connect with my neighbors. Not just the polite waves and small talk, but real conversations. I organized a neighborhood watch program, not to look for criminals, but to look out for each other. Mr. Johnson's house stood empty for a long time. Eventually, it was sold to a young family. I watched them move in, full of excitement for their new home, and I felt a pang of sadness mixed with hope. As I went to introduce myself to my new neighbors, I made a silent promise to Mr. Johnson. I would never again let someone suffer in silence if I could help it. His tragic end had opened my eyes to the hidden struggles people face, and I was determined to make a difference, one neighbor at a time. The memory of that horrible day will stay with me forever. The smell, the writing on the walls, the sight of Mr. Johnson in that chair, these things haunt my dreams. But they also drive me to be more aware, more compassionate, and more involved in my community. Because sometimes, the most terrifying things aren't the monsters under our beds or the bumps in the night. Sometimes, the real horror is the quiet suffering of those around us, hidden behind closed doors and polite smiles. And the only way to fight that horror is with kindness, attention, and a willingness to reach out, even when it's uncomfortable or scary. Mr. Johnson's story ended in tragedy, but it taught me a lesson I'll never forget. We're all responsible for each other, in ways big and small. And sometimes, a simple act of noticing, of caring, can make all the difference in the world. The moment I saw them pull into the parking lot, I knew this wasn't going to be an ordinary night shift. There was something off about the way they moved, the way they watched the station. As the hours ticked by and they showed no signs of leaving, a knot of dread began to form in the pit of my stomach. Little did I know, I was about to experience the longest and most terrifying night of my life. I'd been working the graveyard shift at Pete's Gas N.Go for about 6 months. It was a small station on the outskirts of town, just off the highway. Most nights were quiet. A few truckers stopping for coffee, maybe some rowdy teenagers buying snacks on their way home from a party. Nothing I couldn't handle. That night started like any other. I clocked in at 11 p.m., relieving the evening guy, Mike. We did our usual handover, counting the till, checking inventory, the usual small talk. "Quiet night?" I asked, stifling a yawn. Mike nodded. "Yeah, dead as a doornail. Though," he hesitated, glancing out the window. "There's been a car sitting across the street for a couple hours now. Probably nothing, but keep an eye out, yeah." I followed his gaze. Sure enough, there was an old sedan parked on the shoulder, its headlights off. I couldn't make out anyone inside from this distance. "Thanks for the heads up," I said, trying to ignore the slight unease his words had caused. "I'm sure it's just someone having car trouble or something." Mike left, and I settled in for my shift. The first couple of hours passed uneventfully. A trucker came in for coffee. A couple filled up their RV. Nothing out of the ordinary. But I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every time I glanced out the window, that car was still there. It was around 2 a.m. when they finally made their move. 3 men got out of the car and walked towards the station. Even from a distance, I could tell something was off. Their movements were too deliberate, too coordinated. This wasn't a group of friends stopping for snacks. As they got closer, I could see them more clearly under the harsh fluorescent lights of the parking lot. They were all wearing dark clothes and caps pulled low over their faces. The one in front was tall and lanky, with a sharp, angular face. The other 2 were stockier, moving with a kind of coiled tension that set my nerves on edge. I quickly ran through my options. The panic button was under the counter, but if I hit it now, they'd know something was up before they even entered the store. My phone was in my bag in the back room. The only other person around was Earl, the old security guard who patrolled the lot, but he was more likely to fall asleep in his car than be of any real help. The bell over the door chimed as they entered. Up close, they looked even more menacing. The tall one, clearly the leader, flashed me a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Evening," he said, his voice surprisingly soft. "Nice night, isn't it?" I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. My hand inched towards the panic button. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," the leader said, his eyes flicking to my hand. "Things'll go a lot smoother if you just cooperate." One of the others pulled out a gun, pointing it casually in my direction. My blood ran cold. "Open the register," the leader commanded, all pretense of friendliness gone, "and don't try anything stupid." With shaking hands, I complied. As I was emptying the cash into a bag they'd provided, I heard the bell chime again. My heart sank as I saw poor old Earl waddle in, completely oblivious to the situation. "Hey there, Jimmy," he called out cheerfully. "Just stopping in for my usual." He froze as he took in the scene. The gunman swung around, pointing the weapon at Earl. "Don't move, old man," he growled. What happened next seemed to unfold in slow motion. Earl, bless his heart, tried to be a hero. He reached for the taser he carried but never used. The gunman, startled by the sudden movement, fired. The sound was deafening in the small space. Earl crumpled to the ground, a red stain blooming on his shirt. I heard someone screaming and realized it was me. "Shut up," the leader hissed, grabbing my arm and shaking me roughly. "You want to join him?" I shook my head mutely, tears streaming down my face. Earl was still moving, groaning softly. He needed help, but there was nothing I could do. "We need to get out of here," one of the men said, his voice tight with panic. "Someone must have heard that shot." The leader nodded. "Grab the money. You." He turned to me. "You're coming with us. Insurance." They dragged me out of the store, leaving Earl bleeding on the floor. I was numb with shock and fear as they shoved me into the back seat of their car. As we peeled out of the parking lot, I caught a glimpse of flashing lights in the distance. Help was coming, but too late for me. We drove for what felt like hours, but was probably only about 45 minutes. No one spoke. The only sounds were the hum of the engine and my muffled sobs. Finally, we turned onto a dirt road, driving deep into the woods before coming to a stop in front of a dilapidated cabin. "Home sweet home," the leader said with a humorless laugh. "At least for now." They marched me inside. The cabin was bare except for a few folding chairs and a table covered in maps and papers. They tied me to one of the chairs, none too gently. "What are you going to do with me?" I asked, hating how small and scared my voice sounded. The leader shrugged. "Haven't decided yet. Depends on how much heat we've got on us. For now, you're our insurance policy." As the night wore on, their nerves began to fray. They argued in hushed voices, casting frequent glances my way. I caught snippets of their conversation, something about a bigger job gone wrong, someone named Rodriguez who had screwed them over. It was clear this gas station robbery had been a desperate move, not their original plan. I must have dozed off at some point, because I was jolted awake by the sound of a phone ringing. The leader answered it, his face growing darker as he listened. "We've got a problem," he said after hanging up. "Cops found our car. They're setting up roadblocks." The other two exploded in a flurry of curses and accusations. As they argued, I noticed something that made my heart race. In their agitation, they'd left the cabin door slightly ajar. Beyond it, I could see the first faint light of dawn filtering through the trees. Making a split-second decision, I started rocking my chair. The ropes were tight, but the chair was old and rickety. With each rock, I felt it loosening. The men were too engrossed in their argument to notice at first. By the time they realized what I was doing, it was too late. With a final heave, I toppled backwards, the chair splintering beneath me. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the pain from the fall and the ropes cutting into my skin. I ran for the door, adrenaline giving me speed I didn't know I possessed. I heard shouts behind me, then a gunshot. Bark exploded from a tree near my head, but I didn't stop. I ran blindly through the woods, branches whipping at my face, roots threatening to trip me at every step. I don't know how long I ran. It could have been minutes or hours. All I knew was that I had to keep going, had to find help. Finally, exhausted and disoriented, I stumbled onto a road. In the distance, I could see a car approaching. Summoning the last of my strength, I waved my arms frantically. The car slowed, then stopped. It was a police cruiser. As the officer got out, concern etched on his face. I finally let myself believe that I was safe. The aftermath was a blur of police statements, hospital visits, and questions from reporters. The three men were caught trying to hijack a car a few miles from the cabin. Earl, thankfully, had survived, though he'd need months of recovery. As for me, I quit my job at the gas station. I couldn't bear the thought of working nights again, of feeling that vulnerable. It took months of therapy before I could sleep through the night without nightmares. But slowly, I began to heal. I realized that surviving that night had given me a strength I never knew I had. I went back to school, started volunteering at a crisis center. I wanted to help others who had been through trauma, to show them that there was life on the other side of fear. Now, years later, I still sometimes wake up in a cold sweat, the echo of gunshots ringing in my ears. But then I take a deep breath, remind myself that I'm safe, that I survived. And in those moments, I'm grateful for every boring, ordinary day, because I know firsthand how quickly an ordinary night can turn into a nightmare. That night at the gas station changed me forever. It showed me the worst of humanity, but also the strength within myself. And while I would never wish that experience on anyone, I can't deny that it shaped me into the person I am today. A survivor, a fighter, someone who knows the value of every moment of peace and safety. So if you ever find yourself working a lonely night shift, stay alert, trust your instincts, and remember, even in the darkest moments, there's always hope. Because sometimes, the difference between being a victim and a survivor is just one moment of courage. The first twig snap could have been a deer, the second maybe a raccoon. But when I heard the third, followed by a low, guttural growl, I knew we were in serious trouble. Our family camping trip had just turned into a fight for survival, and the predators circling our campsite were unlike anything I'd ever encountered before. It was supposed to be a fun weekend getaway. My wife and Sarah and I had been planning this camping trip with our two kids, Ethan, 12, and Lily, 8, for months. We'd found a secluded spot deep in the national forest, far from the crowded campgrounds and RV parks. Just us, the trees, and the stars. Or so we thought. The first day had been perfect. We'd hiked, fished in a nearby stream, and roasted marshmallows over the campfire. The kids were thrilled to be away from their iPads and video games, rediscovering the simple joys of the outdoors. As night fell and we tucked them into their sleeping bags in our family tent, Sarah and I shared a smile. This was exactly what we'd hoped for. But sometime in the early hours of the morning, I woke with a start. At first, I wasn't sure what had disturbed me. The night was quiet, almost too quiet. No chirping crickets, no hooting owls. Just an eerie silence that seemed to press in on us from all sides. Then I heard it, a rustling outside the tent. Too deliberate to be the wind. I held my breath, straining my ears. There it was again, closer this time. And then, that first snap of a twig. I nudged Sarah awake, pressing a finger to my lips when she started to speak. She must have seen the concern in my eyes because she immediately tensed, listening intently. When the second twig snapped, her eyes widened in fear. "Wake the kids," I whispered, reaching for the flashlight we kept by our sleeping bags. Quietly, as Sarah gently roused Ethan and Lily, trying to keep them calm, I unzipped the tent flap just enough to peer out. The campsite was bathed in silvery moonlight, shadows stretching long and dark between the trees. At first, I saw nothing out of the ordinary. Then, a movement caught my eye. Something large was moving through the underbrush at the edge of our campsite. Something that walked on four legs but was far too big to be any normal forest animal. As I watched, frozen in disbelief, it turned its head towards our tent. A pair of eyes reflected the moonlight, glowing an unnatural green. That's when I heard the growl, low and menacing, and much too close for comfort. "We need to move," I said, trying to keep my voice steady for the kids' sake. "Now." "What is it, Dad?" Ethan asked, his voice small and frightened. "I'm not sure, buddy," I replied, "but we're not going to stick around to find out. Everyone grab your shoes and a jacket. Leave everything else." As we hurriedly laced up our hiking boots, I ran through our options. The car was parked about a mile down the trail. Under normal circumstances, an easy walk. But in the dark, with who knows what stalking us, it would be risky. There was a ranger station marked on our trail map, in the opposite direction from the car. It was further, maybe 3 miles, but it would have a radio, weapons, someone who might know what we were dealing with. "Okay, listen up," I said, gathering my family close. "We're going to head to the ranger station. It's a bit of a hike, but we'll be safer there. Ethan, I need you to help Lily. Sarah, you lead the way. I'll bring up the rear." I handed Sarah the map and compass. She was always better with directions than me. Then I picked up the hatchet we'd brought for chopping firewood. It felt pathetically inadequate against whatever was out there, but it was better than nothing. As we emerged from the tent, the growling intensified. I could see shapes moving in the darkness now, circling our campsite. 3, maybe 4 of them. Large, wolf-like, but wrong somehow. Their movements were too fluid, too intelligent. "Run!" I shouted, as one of the creatures suddenly bounded forward. We took off down the trail, the beam of our flashlight bouncing wildly as we ran. I could hear the creatures crashing through the underbrush behind us, their growls turning into high-pitched howls that made my blood run cold. Lily stumbled, and I scooped her up without breaking stride, my muscles protesting under her weight. Ethan was right behind Sarah, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "Don't look back," I called out. "Just keep moving." We ran for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. The sounds of pursuit faded in and out. Sometimes it seemed like we'd lost them, only for a howl to pierce the night air. Far too close for comfort. Finally, we had to stop. The kids were exhausted, and even Sarah and I were struggling to catch our breath. We found a small clearing just off the trail, bordered on one side by a steep rocky slope. "Up there," I panted, pointing to a narrow ledge about halfway up the slope. "We'll have a better view, and they might have a harder time reaching us." It was a tough climb, especially for the kids, but fear is a powerful motivator. We helped each other up. loose rocks skittering down the slope as we scrambled for handholds. From our perch on the ledge, we could see a good portion of the surrounding forest. The eastern sky was just starting to lighten with the first hints of dawn. We'd been running for longer than I'd thought. "What were those things?" Ethan asked, his voice shaky. I shook my head. "I don't know, buddy. I've never seen anything like them." "They looked like wolves," Lily chimed in, "but bigger and scary." Sarah pulled the kids close, trying to comfort them. I kept my eyes on the forest below, watching for any sign of movement. "How much further to the ranger station?" I asked Sarah. She consulted the map, using the flashlight sparingly to preserve the batteries. "Maybe another 2 miles. It's hard to tell exactly where we are." I nodded, trying to formulate a plan. We were all exhausted, but we couldn't stay on this ledge forever. Those creatures were still out there, and they didn't seem like the type to give up easily. As if in response to my thoughts, a howl echoed through the trees. It was answered by another, then another. They were regrouping, coordinating. The sound sent shivers down my spine. "We need to move," I said. "They're getting closer." We climbed down from the ledge as quietly as we could, every snapping twig and rolling pebble sounding impossibly loud in the pre-dawn stillness. As soon as we reached the bottom, we heard it. The sound of something large moving through the underbrush, heading our way fast. "Run!" I shouted for the second time that night. We took off down the trail, fear lending us speed we didn't know we possessed. I could hear the creatures behind us, their breathing heavy, their paws pounding the earth. Suddenly, Lily screamed. I turned to see one of the creatures lunging for her. Without thinking, I swung the hatchet with all my might. It connected with a sickening thud, and the creature fell back with a yelp. For the first time, I got a clear look at what was chasing us. It was wolf-like in shape, but much larger, easily the size of a bear. Its fur was patchy and mangy, and its eyes glowed that unnatural green I'd seen earlier. But most disturbingly, its face seemed almost human-like in its intelligence and cruelty. The creature I'd hit was already struggling to its feet. 2 more emerged from the trees, stalking towards us with predatory grace. "Go!" I yelled to Sarah and the kids. "I'll hold them off." "No," Sarah cried, but she knew as well as I did that this was our only chance. She grabbed the kids, hands, and ran, Ethan looking back over his shoulder with tears in his eyes. I faced the creatures, hatchet raised, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. They circled me slowly, obviously intelligent enough to be cautious after seeing what I'd done to their packmate. Just as I thought they were about to pounce, a new sound cut through the air, a helicopter. The creatures' heads snapped up, their ears twitching. The sound grew louder, and suddenly the forest was illuminated by a powerful searchlight. The creatures snarled in frustration but began to back away. As the helicopter drew closer, they turned and loped off into the darkness. I stood there, hatchet still raised, hardly daring to believe it was over. Then I heard the most beautiful sound in the world. Sarah calling my name. She ran towards me, the kids close behind, as forest rangers rappelled from the helicopter. The next few hours were a blur of questions, medical checks, and trying to explain what we'd seen to increasingly skeptical rangers. They found large tracks and some fur samples, but no sign of the creatures themselves. We later learned that there had been other reports of strange animal attacks in the area, but nothing concrete. Some blamed it on a pack of unusually aggressive wolves, others on escaped exotic pets. There were even whispers of genetic experiments gone wrong. As for us, we never went camping again. The kids developed a fear of the dark that took years of therapy to overcome. Sarah and I had our own nightmares to contend with, but we were alive, and we were together. And every time I look at my family, I'm reminded of how close we came to losing everything that night in the forest. It taught me that the world is full of mysteries and dangers we can't explain, and that when faced with the unimaginable, the strength of family can make all the difference between survival and becoming just another unexplained disappearance in the wilderness. The first call came at midnight. A muffled voice, barely audible, whispered, "I see you." I laughed it off as a prank, but when the second call came from inside the house, I realized with heart-stopping clarity that I wasn't alone in this secluded lake house, and whoever was here with me had no intention of letting me leave alive. I had jumped at the chance to house-sit for my boss, Janet. Her lakeside retreat was the stuff of office legend, a sprawling modern masterpiece nestled in the woods, with floor-to-ceiling windows that offered breathtaking views of the water. When she mentioned needing someone to watch the place for a week while she was in Europe, I volunteered before she could even finish her sentence. The first couple of days were blissful. I worked remotely during the day, enjoying the change of scenery from my cramped apartment. In the evenings, I explored the house's amenities, the hot tub on the deck, the fully stocked wine cellar, the home theater system that put most cinemas to shame. It was like a vacation, albeit one where I still had to check my emails. On the third night, things started to feel off. I was curled up on the couch, halfway through a thriller novel I'd found on Janet's bookshelf, when I heard it. A creak, like someone stepping on a loose floorboard. I froze, straining my ears. The house settled back into silence, but the peace I'd felt earlier was shattered. I tried to shake it off. Old houses make noises, I told myself. But this place wasn't old. It was barely 5 years old, all sleek lines and modern architecture. It shouldn't creak and groan like some ancient Victorian mansion. I did a walkthrough of the house, flicking on lights as I went. Everything was as it should be. Doors locked, windows secure. I was being paranoid, letting the book get to me. I went to bed, but sleep was elusive. Every little sound had me sitting bolt upright, heart racing. The next day passed uneventfully, but I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that had settled over me. As night fell, I found myself double-checking the locks, peering out windows into the darkness. The lake, so beautiful in the daylight, now seemed ominous. Anything could be hiding in those dark waters or in the dense woods surrounding the house. I was just about to head to bed when my phone rang. The screen showed an unknown number. Normally, I'd let it go to voicemail, but something compelled me to answer. "Hello?" I said. At first, there was nothing. Then, so quiet I had to strain to hear it. A voice whispered, "I see you." A chill ran down my spine. "Who is this?" I demanded, but the line had already gone dead. I stood there, phone in hand, my mind racing. It had to be a prank, right? Some kids who'd seen the lights on in a usually empty house and decided to have some fun. But how had they gotten this number? I was still trying to rationalize it when the phone rang again. This time, the caller ID showed the house's landline number. My blood ran cold. I hadn't even known the house had a landline. With a shaking hand, I answered. Hello?" The same whispered voice. "I'm inside." The line went dead. Panic exploded in my chest. I ran to the kitchen, grabbing the largest knife I could find. With my free hand, I dialed 911. 911, what's your emergency? "There's someone in the house," I gasped. "I'm at 1542 Lakeshore Drive. Please hurry." "Ma'am, I need you to stay calm. Are you somewhere safe?" Before I could answer, I heard it. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, coming from upstairs. "Oh God," I whispered. "I can hear them. They're upstairs." "Ma'am, I need you to find a safe place to hide. Lock the door if you can. Officers are on their way." I looked around frantically. The house was too open, too many windows. Where could I hide that someone couldn't see me? Then I remembered. The wine cellar. It was the only room in the house without windows, with a heavy door that locked from the inside. "I'm going to the basement," I told the operator. "Please hurry." I crept towards the cellar door, trying to move as quietly as possible. Every creak of the floorboard sounded like a gunshot in the silence. I could still hear movement upstairs, but it was impossible to tell where exactly it was coming from. Just as I reached for the cellar door handle, I heard a voice behind me. Now, now, where do you think you're going? I whirled around, the knife held out in front of me, but there was no one there. The voice had sounded so close, like someone whispering directly in my ear, but the hallway was empty. My nerve broke. I yanked open the cellar door and practically fell down the stairs, slamming the door behind me and turning the lock. In the pitch darkness, I fumbled for the light switch. As the lights flickered on, illuminating rows of wine bottles, I backed myself into a corner, knife still clutched in my trembling hand. I could hear my own ragged breathing, too loud in the confined space. Minutes ticked by. I jumped at every little sound, the hum of the climate control system, the settling of the house above me. The 911 operator was still on the line, assuring me that help was on the way. But how long would it take? The house was at least 30 minutes from the nearest town. Then I heard it. Footsteps above me, moving slowly across the floor. They stopped right above the cellar door. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure whoever it was must be able to hear it. A moment of silence, then a soft laugh. "Found you," the voice said, much too close to be coming from upstairs. I screamed, slashing wildly with the knife. But there was no one there. Just rows of wine bottles and my own terrified reflection in the chrome refrigerator door. Ma'am, are you all right?" The 911 operator's voice snapped me back to reality. "He's here," I sobbed. "He's in the cellar with me, but I can't see him." "Officers are 2 minutes out," the operator assured me. "Just hold on." Those 2 minutes were the longest of my life. I stood there, knife raised, spinning in slow circles, trying to watch every corner of the room at once. The voice didn't come again, but I could feel a presence. Something was in here with me, watching, waiting. Finally, blessedly, I heard sirens in the distance. The footsteps above moved quickly now, towards the front of the house. I heard a door slam. "Police, is anyone here?" I've never been so happy to hear another human voice. I scrambled up the cellar stairs, unlocking the door with shaking hands. 2 officers were in the hallway, guns drawn. They jumped when I burst out of the cellar, but quickly lowered their weapons when they saw me. "Are you all right, ma'am?" one asked, while the other began to clear the house. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak without breaking down completely. The next few hours were a blur. The police searched the house and the surrounding area, but found no sign of an intruder. No fingerprints, no footprints, nothing disturbed or out of place. They were clearly skeptical of my story, especially when they couldn't find any record of the phone calls I'd received. "Are you sure you weren't just spooked by being alone in a big house?" one officer asked gently. "Sometimes our minds can play tricks on us." But I knew what I'd heard, what I'd felt. Someone or something had been in that house with me. I didn't stay another night. I called Janet, apologizing profusely and explaining what had happened. She was understanding, if a bit confused. "That's so strange," she said. "Nothing like that has ever happened before." As I drove home in the early morning light, my mind kept replaying the events of the night. Had I imagined it all? Was it just an overactive imagination fueled by too many thriller novels? But then I remembered the voice in the cellar, that laugh, the feeling of being watched. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my core, that it had all been real. I never house-sit anymore. In fact, I rarely spend the night anywhere but my own apartment. Some nights I still wake up in a cold sweat, certain I've heard that whispered voice, "Might I see you?" Because the most terrifying thing about that night wasn't the unseen intruder or the mysterious phone calls. It was the realization that sometimes the biggest dangers are the ones we can't see. The ones that can be right next to us, watching and waiting, without us ever knowing they're there. And in those moments between sleep and waking, when the shadows seem to move and the silence feels alive, I can't help but wonder, are we ever truly alone?